Oh, hello, my baby gorillas. I can't believe I'm live. Am I on? Let's see if I'm on. There's a wee bit of noise in the background there. Let me just see if that can correct that. Oh, hello, my baby gorillas. I can't believe I'm live. Am I on? Didn't look like it was working properly. See if I can get rid of this noise. That sounds perfect for the sound as well. Let me just get rid of that, because that's going to annoy everybody. I'm a wee bit translucent there. Think that's it done. Good stuff. Happy days. Let's hope we have a great night together. Can't believe I'm going to do this for a long stream. Let me just make sure I'm in focus here. See this, people doing the production in the background and having to do it yourself. I'm sure you'll probably be aware that it's not easy. Let me just get myself in camera, make sure I'm right in the thick of it. I think that's about right. I was very struggling to get focus there. Can't wait to get a full focus. Guys, I hope we're all enjoying ourselves. Let's have a good night. Let's see all the things that we should be doing. Oh, here we go. P. Diddy's party.
I hope the conversation isn't just about policy. I hope it's also about values, about decency. If you're a small business owner who thinks Democrats are too quick to regulate, that's a...
Yeah, yes. And then they say they're going to help the little guy. I mean, really, honestly, you can write it.
Legitimate debate to have. But what does it say when Donald Trump's history as a businessman is littered with so many scams and lawsuits that people in his own hometown don't want to work with him?
Well, here we go.
Would you do business with someone like that? And if...
I'm still out of focus a wee bit. That's unbelievable. Let's try and get in focus. My God. Let's see if it looks great there. And now it looks out of focus here. Let's just try a wee bit harder before we begin. And then they say they're going to help the little guy. I mean, really, honestly, you can write it. That looks slightly better there. And let's go to Ivecam. And let's try and just... It looks okay on the screen, but I'm looking on the big screen. It looks a bit disjointed, so... I'm still out of focus a wee bit. That's unbelievable. Let's try and get in focus. My God. Let's see if it looks great there. Let's see if we can move over. Here. Let's just try a wee bit harder before we begin. That looks good. Better there. Honestly, you think these controls would be set? Ah, right, I see. Let's see. Saturation. There's no focus, the actual focus. And I think the focus, the pull focus is on the camera. Don't know if it's good or bad. Let's try a wee bit of this. It's really annoying that, just to get the complete... Wait a minute, I wonder if I can move this. I think that's as good as it's going to get. Seems a wee bit saturated, mind you. I should probably just do lessons on this and forget about the politics. how to set up your webcam properly. Oversaturation, that looks better anyway. It still looks out of focus on the big screen, and it looks perfect there. I don't know, maybe we should sit forward. Anyway, I think that's as good as it's going to get. You'll have to put up with my lack of focus. I don't know, pulling the camera forward. This is the difficulty. I need a pull focus, which is hundreds of pounds, and I need to get it so that I can actually move the camera and actually get pull focus in the camera. It looks good on screen, but I don't know if it's actually fixed on the big screen. Now that doesn't look good there at all. Right, let me do that. I think that's it. Let me just check. There seems to be a bit of delay on the... Yeah, I think that's as good as it's going to get. Is it still up? Am I still out of focus now? I'm alright. Okay there. I think I'll leave forward anyway. That's my auto zoom. Back to this.
If you wouldn't, why would you want him as your president? Regardless.
Now the question that you and I and everybody else wants to know on a political and social level was, did Barack Obama ever go to a P. Diddy party?
What your party affiliation is?
Hey, P. Diddy apparently yours. Allegedly. So I've been seeing on YouTube.
If you're a union member, think about who's more likely to look out for your interests. Somebody like Kamala, who has stood up for working people all her life, or somebody like Donald Trump, who has encouraged union busting and stiffed his own workers. If he cheats them, what's he going to do for you? If you're a service member who's used to voting Republican because you think traditionally they've been tougher on national defense, I understand that. We can have that debate. But what does it tell you that some of this country's most decorated soldiers and Marines, men who served under Donald Trump, as his chief of staff, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, have seen Donald Trump up close, and they have said that he is scornful toward those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, that he does not understand the concepts of duty and honor, and that he is not fit to serve as our commander-in-chief. If you are black or Latino, and you feel like too often your community is overlooked by politicians except during election time,
yeah, because that's what they do.
I get how you feel.
Yeah, you might get how you feel, but you don't do anything about it. Or didn't do anything about it. That's why a large section of African American men aren't voting Democrat.
But why would you think the answer is to vote for someone who has a long history of demeaning and disregarding?
Because African American, Hispanic and female unemployment was at the lowest rate since records began last time he was in office. Inflation was low and the economy was booming.
Your communities, whose family business was sued for not renting to folks that look like you, who cannot apparently understand how an NBA superstar could be both Greek and black, who suggests any Mexican crossing the border is a criminal.
That's not what he said.
And a rapist, who spreads ridiculous fantasies that Haitians are eating people's pets.
It wasn't having to spread it.
Who just this past week arranged for one of his supporters to tell jokes about black people eating watermelon. and Puerto Rico.
But let's talk about P. Diddy and what the allegations are regarding underage children, and how often did you and Big Mike attend the parties with Kamala? Did Kamala attend the parties? Are you guys politically compromised from attending parties that allegedly involve sex with minors?
Go being an island of garbage, right there on stage at Madison Square Garden. Do you think that's somebody who's going to look out for you? Maybe you're Muslim American or Jewish American, and you are heartbroken and furious about the ongoing bloodshed in the Middle East and worried about the rise.
But that all happened under the Democrats' watch, as did Russia-Ukraine.
Anti-Semitism. Why would you place your faith in somebody who instituted a so-called Muslim ban?
Because they're murdering people. They're not just murdering people in America, they're murdering people in the UK as well. So that's probably why. And they're also coming across here with very strange beliefs, like having sex with your cousins and having sex with children, raping children, which is also a problem. And not to mention murdering people, which apparently we'll get into Keir Starmer, the scumbag, later. But yeah, maybe all of the above.
Sat down for pleasantries with Holocaust deniers.
Well, just now, apparently the Jews are getting it from all sides, Hezbollah, Hamas and Iran, which you don't seem to have done very much about as the Democrats that are leading just now.
Who said that there were very fine people on both sides of a white supremacist?
I'm not, well, he didn't say that at all. He didn't say there was very fine people, but the fact that you have been at a P. Diddy party outstrips any of that. With Big Mike, apparently. Apparently there's allegations that, I didn't believe this, but that Michelle Obama was born a man, and at the P. Diddy party they saw Michelle's appendage. And there's also allegations that there's no pregnancy pictures at from Michelle, so I'm not quite sure. That would probably cover up a few things.
Rally.
But apparently, Kamala Harris comes from a long line of, or a line of slave owners. I think they had about the Harrises, or Kamala Harris's family had about 1,000 slaves, whereas Donald Trump's family has none, as far as I'm aware.
And if any of you have a dad or an uncle or a co-worker or a drinking buddy who says he's thinking about voting for Trump because he's tired of cancel culture or because he's uncomfortable.
Yeah, because you're a bunch of fascists. That's probably why. We're all tired of your bullshit over here as well.
With Kamala's position on transgender issues. Or because he just thinks that America needs a strong, tough leader who will get stuff done. You might want to ask them, with respect and with love, what evidence do we have that Donald Trump actually got stuff done? And since when exactly is Trump's trademark behavior, the boasting and the bullying and the selfishness and the cruelty, since when is that a sign of strength?
On the Democrats' watch in the last 3 years, you managed to start 2 wars, one with a nuclear power, and one in the Middle East, which is now involving parts of Palestine and Lebanon now, and Iran. So, and that's all under the Democrats' watch, and not to mention the complications with Russia being a nuclear power and the Ukraine. And that's all under your watch, potentially getting us into World War III, while you are P-Diddying it up at your P-Diddy parties.
That is not what real strength looks like, Milwaukee. It never has been. Real strength is about working hard and taking responsibility and telling the truth even when it's inconvenient. Real strength about helping people who need it and standing up for those who can't always stand up for themselves.
Yeah, is that what you said at the parties? Is that what happened to the kids? Pizzagate. Anon, where there was meant to be children. What's the pizzas? When the plastic? What's the pizzas? Let's have a wee look at what the pizzas are. YouTube. Pizza and plastic. Diddy.
Not entertain none of this nonsense and nothing over the phone. I'm gonna need you to get rid of all the leftover pizza boxes. The what? All the boxes left over from the pizza. All the boxes. Okay. Make sure you recycle the plastic like we talked about.
So this is the first Diddy phone call that we're getting out of him being in jail. But Diddy, he's a terrible person. He's not stupid. This isn't Wade Wilson here. Look, you, me, my elderly Christian mother would even know that he's not actually talking about pizza box.
World.
Parlez-vous Vestia Collective?
Can you say pre-loved? Can you say sell fast? Can you say lowest seller fees? Can you say Vestia Collective?
Are you ready to transform your online earnings? If so, then join me, because I'm going to...
More and more details keep coming out. And now it's not just Diddy in the spotlight. We're talking about big names like the Kardashians, Jay-Z, and Corey Gamble. This scandal has
It's all the P. Diddy. It's all the P. Diddy guest lists that are back in the Democrats.
become a huge turning point, making people wonder where fame ends and accountability begins. Diddy, once the king of hip-hop and a shrewd businessman, is now at the center of a storm of legal problems. His empire, once rock solid, is now falling apart. One of the biggest blows came from Rodney Jones, a music producer who worked with Diddy for years. Jones dropped a bombshell lawsuit accusing Diddy of intimate misconduct and organizing parties involving intimate trafficking, substances, and even
aye, so
Pizza and plastic.
there they are all there.
Detroit! What up, though? So look, I wrote down a few things I wanted to say.
Right, that's quite enough of you. That's enough of you. P. Diddy and Obama and P. Diddy. Where is this? Oh, there, Alec. Where is it? P. Diddy. Oh, look at that.
If Trump gets elected, I really do believe in my heart there'll be a race war. That's why this message
I don't think it's a race war. I think it's a paedophile war. I think that's the one, isn't it? The gay Boaty Boys. the rap game.
It's not just to black people. You know what I'm saying? This message is to everybody. This man is really trying to turn us against each other and put us in a situation. America messed up.
Well, I would go against that fella just now. I wouldn't be that keen on doing that. Where is this? Can't believe. Oh, there we are.
Introduce yourself again for me, sir.
I'm Barack Obama. I'm the U.S. Senate candidate from the state of Illinois.
Okay. And you
as if he doesn't know, as if he hasn't been to the parties. Diddy.com.
a black Democratic senator. This is a big deal. This is a big deal.
Well, absolutely. You know, we've got 100 U.S. senators from across the country, and right now not one is African American. So part of what we hope to do is to break that barrier, make sure that African Americans, Latinos, more women are included in the process, because the U.S. Senate makes decisions about a lot of stuff, war and peace, what we do with our tax dollars, etc.
And the reason why I'm bringing up that's a big deal, because it's proof that the voting process can work if minorities and young people get involved. The disenfranchised that don't usually vote can make changes and can change the face of politics. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Listen, you're a motivating force
for young people all across.
I bet he is. I bet he is. With the pizza boxes. Get rid of the pizza boxes and the plastic. I would like to know the code.
Across the country, your music moves people. You're a trendsetter, but part of what we want to do is to make sure that we're setting a trend in terms of political participation. You know, music, fashion, all that's important. But people have to also understand that, you know, when our young men and women go to war, somebody's make that decision, and it's typically going to be young people. You know, whether you work at Mickey D's or...
Well, it seems like you're going to get people in a lot more wars, considering they're all popping out under your watch.
You're producing records, your tax dollars are going somewhere. And young people have to be involved in that decision-making process so that their interests are looked after.
Now for some questions that the people want to know. You have disenfranchised young voters that feel like their vote doesn't mean anything. Why should I vote? I'm not going to vote.
They're all in the pizza boxes.
Vote. They don't care about me. They don't talk my language. They don't listen to me. Can you tell them why it's important for them to vote this year?
Well, this is going to be a critical year. I mean, we've still got wars going on overseas. Young people are the people who get sent to war. It's not old people that get sent to war. You've got a situation right now where a lot of our young people can't afford to go to college because they don't have money. Well, that money is being spent on things that aren't as useful to our society, but would help, you know, young brothers and sisters all across the country. And so the decision-making process is one that young people have to be involved in. And part of it is also that it's a way of asserting your power. You don't want to give away your power any more than you want to give away your money. You know, you wouldn't give away your money to anybody that just walked down the street.
But you keep increasing the taxes.
When you give away your vote, you're giving away a little bit of power that you have to influence the things that you see around you.
One of the biggest things I get is that young people, they feel like things aren't getting better. All this talk, all these speeches, all these conventions, all these parties, it all sounds good, but it's not affecting me. It's not going to affect my life. Minorities living in the inner cities, Watts, south side of Chicago, Detroit, New York, Brooklyn, Queens, you know, Miami, Opelika, you know, the hoods all around the world feel like things aren't changed for them. Puff, you keep on telling me you blue in the face, Puff, you blinging. You know, you living in the Hamptons, we don't want to hear that, and this and that. I feel you. So what can you say to those disenfranchised young brothers and sisters that really need the help, that need a change, and that are hitting me with this, and I'm here to try to get some answers for them?
Well, listen, things aren't going to change overnight.
Or at all.
Folks are still going to have to be responsible for themselves. So it's going to be important for our young brothers and our young sisters to get an education where they can.
And get Donald Trump back in, the lowest unemployment rate for black voters, or the black African American, I keep saying black African American population.
To focus and discipline on their dreams and how they move them forward. Nobody's going to solve everybody's problems. And so people still got to have some initiative. But it makes a difference once you've decided that you're going to take responsibility for having these big dreams, that somebody's there to give you a helping hand. And it makes a difference if government's giving you a little bit of help or not a lot of help. We got a lot of ex-offenders in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago.
There's one there, apparently, allegedly. Want to give them a fair trial, don't prejudge.
Brothers who are coming out of prison, they need job training. They want a better life for themselves. But if they can't get a skill or they can't get their GED because there's no money because that money got used in Iraq, then
I'm just waiting for them to say, ain't no party like a P. Diddy party.
They're going to give up. There are a lot of brothers who've got a substance abuse problem. They want to clean up.
Allegedly, we're on there.
But if they can't get into a treatment program because the money's been wasted, then they're not going to be able to focus. So you've got to take your own initiative, just like you did and just like I did. But
that's a new one for he certainly did, didn't he? He took his own initiative.
Government can be a little bit of help, and your vote will determine whether the people in power reflect what you care about or whether...
I hope it doesn't. Hope it doesn't reflect what P. Diddy thinks and cares about. Jeez, oh. That probably shows why there's a lot of weirdos in politics. Holy moly.
It reflects what the fat cats care about, and that's what voting's all about.
I want to say to you right
Hey, saying to the billionaire, the fat cats. You're right.
now, while you're in front of me, sir, that right there makes sense. You know, I've been hearing a lot of bull today. I have been disenfranchised all day because I'm
I think you're being disenfranchised now as well.
asking questions. They not answering my questions. This is how young people feel. When you want to be the president of the United States,
I've got two questions. What are pizza boxes? Really? And what's the plastic? What is that? Getting rid of that? I want to know those.
call your man, call MTV. We're gonna give you a platform. We're gonna give you a way to speak because you on to something, kid.
Well,
you on to something. You making sense to me. You got me. I am friend.
Yeah, I've been to your parties and they are good.
I'm not disenfranchised no more.
Yeah, this guy, I've gotten tape with Big Mike, and I'm definitely not disenfranchised anymore because he is in my pocket.
We gonna keep it nonpartisan, but we gotta applaud when somebody's making sense because we've been all around, all over, speaking to politicians, and this is what we call real talk. This is what now y'all understand why we vote. We're gonna edit everybody else ass out and just run his. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Joe, thank you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Daddy.
Oh, do you? Oh, do you? Oh, you appreciate Puff Daddy, do you? Oh, well, that's good. Get to know the company you keep.
For doing the kinds of work that he's doing because he doesn't have to do
Oh, no, he definitely doesn't have to do it, no.
this. But this is part of what is important about giving back. And all of us have something to make a contribution.
I bet you do. I bet you do. All gives a total different reflection now, doesn't it?
A lot of brothers and sisters out there who are doing
who are in the pizza boxes.
Well, but aren't thinking about the folks left behind. And if you can't reach back and pull some folks up with you, then you shouldn't be in the position that you're in right now.
One last thing.
Yeah.
It's neck and neck right now between Kerry and Bush. The polls is neck and neck. The youth vote, minority vote has a lot of power. Can you express to them the power of that vote and what it means?
Yeah, they're all voting Trump.
With only like 12 weeks to go. Is it like, how many weeks? 9. Okay, it's around 12. Around 12. Yeah, okay.
Don't listen to these.
Yeah. That's right. That's why I like you. Around 12 weeks to go. 12 weeks to go.
That's not why you like him. You like him because you've got him in his pocket. Apparently, there's some vids going about that allegedly the FBI, who had actually illegally taped Trump in the last election, had been doing. I don't think that's legal to be doing that to one of the presidential candidates, and now they've got the P. Diddy tapes. And the FBI and the globalists have got these guys right in the pockets. You can write it.
Make them understand the power they vote. What it means right now for it to be neck and neck and the power they have in their vote right now.
Well, some people just got to remember what happened in Florida. You know, George Bush won the presidency, he thinks, based on just a tiny margin of votes. If a few thousand people more vote in Florida, you've got an entirely different direction of the country. We probably don't go into a war in Iraq. We're probably spending more money on schools, more money on job training, more money on programs for ex-offenders. All that stuff makes a difference. You folks can make a difference right now. And like I said, don't let people...
And it was Donald Trump that gave a lot of African Americans and other offenders the right to leave jail. Donald Trump, last time he was in office. Come on, why is there
a promise what you can do through politics? It's not going to solve the problems of the entire world, but it makes a little bit of difference, and it doesn't take that much effort. You get registered, you vote, that takes about 15 minutes. And if you can't spend 15 minutes on deciding what your community is going to look like and what your
the P. Diddy party and the P. Diddy organizer there.
The country's going to look like, then you don't have any cause to complain.
He making sense. That's what we need. We need people to make sense. We applaud you. And I want to...
If Obama has been compromised by these tapes it's in the public interest that we all know because he is now politically compromised.
Apologize for not sweating, but I do this so much. I'm so cool. I just want y'all to see everybody I'm interviewing is sweating. I'm not even touching my brow. I'm so cool, and I want to apologize. I ain't trying to make you look bad or nothing like that, but I'm just so cool. We
a t-shirt. I tell you, if he was wearing one of those fancy designer clothes he's designing, he'd be sweating just like me.
The guy's good. The guy's good, y'all. Let's give it up for him.
I appreciate you guys.
The P. Diddy partiers.
Obama and Diddy.
Good companies. Oh, there he is.
I want to start by thanking Harvey Weinstein for organizing this amazing day. Harvey. This is possible because of Harvey. He is a...
This is Big Mike, who apparently, allegedly, is on... because the YouTube's telling me, Big Mike's on the tapes as well, with her ding-a-ling.
A wonderful human being, a good friend, and just a powerhouse. And the fact that he and his team took the time to make this happen for all of you should say something, not about me or about this place, but about you. All right, everybody, we are here because of you.
So let me just play again.
I want to start by thanking Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, well. Some great people here. Harvey Weinstein and P. Diddy.
Michelle Obama and Harvey Weinstein.
Try to look for something specifically, guys. Just talk amongst yourselves. P. Diddy. Michelle, let's see what this is.
Sell luxury and vintage with our new item verification option.
Long before she met Doug Emhoff, she dated some prominent men, including in 2001, former talk show host Montel Williams. Back then, he was the famous one and had to introduce her to the paparazzi.
You on a clear road, no dog. Solid for the ladies, golfer pass through. Watch it, the dog just crashed.
Come on, where is this? Oh, heard that.
Long before she met Doug Emhoff, she dated...
Where's her name? Taylor.
D.
All lies are going to be exposed. Where is this? Taylor. What's this girl's name? Trump. Alright. It's all the P. Diddy guest list. They're all supporting Kamala. Everyone named in the P. Diddy sex abuse lawsuits are all supporting Kamala. Oh no. Oh, in Obama. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's his bill.
It does. You may have heard that former President Barack Obama shares a friendship with Sean Diddy Combs. In fact, Obama once publicly praised him, stating, "I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Diddy for the kind of work he's doing." That was years ago, but they've been seen together more recently, too. Upon closer look, it seems Obama's connection to Diddy may not be as innocent as it appears. If you're a fan of Obama or the Democrats, you might want to brace yourself. There's more to this story than meets the eye. Obama and Diddy's relationship stretches back many years. In one interview, Obama is seen showering Diddy with compliments. "You're a motivating force for young people across the country. Your music moves people. You're a trendsetter." But what kind of trends was Obama referring to? The interview date
Well, if Big Mike's a dude, he's maybe getting bent over.
dates back to 2004. Yet by then, Diddy had already been accused of a nightclub shooting and was notorious for his wild, extravagant parties. Despite this, Obama continued to praise him. "I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Diddy for doing the kinds of work that he's doing. Clearly, these two were aligned at least back then. And that wasn't all." At the end of the same interview, they share a moment that feels oddly personal. Diddy says, "I do this so much, I'm so cool." Was he referring to interviews or something more behind the scenes? His reputation for throwing wild, sweat-soaked parties might offer a clue. Fast forward to today. There's a resurfaced picture of Obama and Diddy, looking much older and seemingly in someone's home. That's making waves on social media, particularly after Diddy's recent arrest. Some people on social media have reacted with suspicion. One meme circulating online claims, "Under Obama, the US became the world's leader in sex trafficking and pedophilia." Others commented, "Epstein and Diddy seem to run in the same circles. Coincidence? Is it possible that there's more to the story?" The plot thickens when you realize both men rose to fame and fortune after that 2004 interview. Diddy's wealth soared toward the billion-dollar mark, while Obama became president. Interestingly, Diddy wasn't just supporting Obama. He has deep ties with the entire Democratic Party, from Hillary Clinton to Kamala Harris and even New York Mayor Eric Adams. In 2020, Kamala Harris sent Diddy a personal note on Twitter, thanking him for hosting a town hall. There's a lot at stake for our communities, and we must bring attention to how COVID-19 is deepening racial inequality. Was this just an innocent thank you or something deeper? X, formerly Twitter, users weren't so sure. One person posted a picture of Diddy and Kamala together at what appeared to be a party, stirring questions about the nature of their friendship. It doesn't stop there. There have even been rumors about Michelle Obama being somehow involved in Diddy's inner circle. Allegedly, Diddy may have secret footage that hasn't yet surfaced. One X user claimed, "The hidden footage P. Diddy has is way worse than you can imagine." Though this may sound outlandish, the FBI reportedly found footage during a raid of Diddy's home. In an interview, they posted a picture of Diddy and Kamala together at what appeared to be a party, stirring. "Diddy has is way worse than you can imagine."
These Democrats, every single one of them is so disgusting, just like the picture of Obama and George Clooney on it looks like a boat with a little Asian kid coming up for air from Obama's crotch, and this is Doobie Dude 2. I think that's off Twitter.
Though this may sound outlandish, the FBI reportedly found footage during a raid of Diddy's home, yet none of it has been released. If it exists, who knows what it might reveal. Although Diddy now stands firmly with the Democrats, this wasn't always the case. During the 2020 election, Diddy made his disdain for Donald Trump clear. White men like Trump need to be banished. However, rewind to the late 90s and Diddy and Trump were actually friends. Trump even described Diddy as legendary back in 1998, when both were prominent figures in New York. One telling moment came during a 2012 episode of The Apprentice, where a former Diddy employee, Aubrey O'Day, visibly hesitated when asked if Diddy was a good guy. She spent 6 years working for him, yet couldn't give a straight answer. Was this a sign of something deeper? O'Day later revealed on a podcast that her discomfort stemmed from having to navigate what was expected of her in other areas while working for Diddy. Diddy's celebrity circle runs deep. He's been seen with Ashton Kutcher, Usher, Leonardo DiCaprio, and even royalty. Many of these friendships are being scrutinized now, as more people question what went on at his infamous parties. One viral video shows Diddy, Kevin Hart, and Usher in what appears to be a bedroom, with Diddy making cryptic comments about waking up together when Usher was just 10 years old. For years, Diddy's star-studded gatherings were the stuff of legend, filled with top names in fashion and music. But recent allegations paint a much darker picture. Claims of secret recordings, freakish parties, and power dynamics have surfaced. In one interview, Diddy openly admits that his parties were a little kinky, a comment that now seems much more ominous in light of current events. Obama and Diddy indeed have a past connection. In the early 2000s, Diddy was involved in promoting youth political engagement, and Obama was rising as a political figure. Their relationship seemed to center around shared interests in influencing culture and youth movements. Diddy was well known for his Vote or Die campaign during the 2004 elections, encouraging young people to vote. However, there is no hard evidence or serious public investigation linking Obama to any of Diddy's recent allegations or crimes. Conspiracy theories about political figures often arise, especially after someone famous gets caught in a scandal. Footage found in an FBI raid on Diddy's home. So far, these are unverified claims. No official sources or law enforcement agencies have released any such information. It's important to be cautious about such allegations unless confirmed by reputable sources. Diddy's support for the Democratic Party has been public and well documented. He endorsed candidates like Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Kamala Harris. As a cultural icon, he had access to various politicians and used his platform to discuss racial inequality and social justice, particularly during the pandemic. Again, while Diddy's political ties are significant, most connections appear to be about mutual support in the political and social spheres, rather than evidence of deeper, darker relationships. Diddy is notorious for throwing extravagant parties, especially his white parties in the Hamptons, where celebrities and high-profile figures from various industries would gather. His parties often fueled rumors because of their opulence and the presence of famous guests. Over the years, various celebrities like Ashton Kutcher, Leonardo DiCaprio, and others have been associated with him. The speculation about what happened behind closed doors at these parties has persisted, but most stories remain unverified. Some figures from the music world, including people who worked with Diddy, have come forward with claims about his behavior. Aubrey O'Day, for example, has alluded to uncomfortable experiences while working with Diddy on Making the Band. These testimonies seem to suggest there may be more to Diddy's behavior than what was publicly known at the time. However, connecting these stories to a larger conspiracy involving major politicians and global elites is largely speculative and hasn't been backed by credible investigations. Diddy and Trump had a public friendship during the late 90s and early 2000s, with Trump attending some of Diddy's events. Diddy even praised Trump as a businessman during that period. However, Diddy distanced himself from Trump in more recent years, particularly during Trump's presidency. Others in his.
Can you say Vestiaire Collective? Vest?
Right, that's enough of that. Right, Benny, let's see. Where are you? Is MD here? Have we got anybody here? Oh no, I'm getting silenced on YouTube as usual. Let's see if we get any watchers. Oh dear. Everybody's going to their bed saying stuff that I'm making election. Oh, I had it there 2 seconds ago. Let's see. Am I watching myself? Oh, here we go. Somebody's here. Open the panel. Join the conversation, interact with the creator. All right. 43. How many's watching? 3. Well done, guys. That's excellent. Good. Let's hope you stick with it. So let's go, Benny Johnston.
Michelle Obama Diddy Party Taylor.
Here we go. Election day, digital signals Trump landslide.
2 years ago, I started...
I'm really not sure what constitutes a landslide, but I'm not sure if it's going to be a landslide, but certainly a win.
Making money online.
Don't forget, 270 is what the president requires to get. So anything over 270, maybe in the low 300s, to me is not really a landslide. I think we're potentially looking at 312 votes or 312 electoral college seats for Trump, and certainly less for Kamala Harris. So
because whilst I've got a good career, it just wasn't enough.
So this is Benny Johnston.
What a nasty woman. for peanut.
You're not going to beat this energy. As we have said on this program time and time again, if every single Trump supporter becomes a Trump voter, then we win. Then it's been won. Hey, Alex, can you grab me the memo from the Trump campaign yesterday about turnout? This is your president at 2 a.m. Where was Kamala at 2 a.m.? Drowning in a box of wine. Rattling around with her, like with a purse filled with bottles of Xanax, screaming at her staff. We know this based on a number of reports and based on Kamala Harris's own schedule yesterday, where she was giving 7-minute speeches and then leaving. Kamala Harris is in free fall right now. There was a marked change in Kamala Harris yesterday and the way that Kamala Harris was interacting with voters. And it's when this memo came out. I want to talk through this because I want to be very, very accurate here. We have a number of data experts coming on the show. We have lawyers coming on the show in the second hour. We'll get to all of the actual hard data, and I'm going to not sugarcoat. So here we go. The state of the race is this. Republican turnout.
I'm watching myself on a phone in the big screen, so a small screen in the big screen. And on the small screen, it looks perfect, but on the big screen, it looks slightly out of focus. So I'm not quite sure if it's just the extension onto a larger screen that's making it look out of focus, because on the small screen, it looks perfect.
In early voting, we're going to talk about what we know today and the data that we have right now. You know, it's 11:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, what we have right now. We're going to jump to that very quickly. But what we know about early voting is this: that Republican turnout has been strong. It hasn't been overwhelming. Like, you're not seeing percentage increases in like the 20, 30, and 50%. What you're seeing is strong, robust Republican turnout that matches or exceeds by 5, 6, or 7 points what you saw in 2020. This is as Republicans adopt early voting, adopt mail-in voting, and so on, depending on what is legal in your locality. So that's good. Republicans are steady as she goes. All right, hand to the flint, nose to the grindstone. Republicans are grinding out their votes, okay, and doing a great job of it. Here's where the crisis begins. Democrats are nowhere near where they were in 2020. In fact, Democrats are down by millions of votes. Democrats head into this election down millions of votes. Democrat urban centers, Democrat voting blocks are not showing up. What this memo shows in swing states from the Trump campaign is that urban voting and women voting is down by orders of magnitude in every single swing state from 2020. That Democrats, who often do not vote on election day, have cannibalized their votes. And there are reports out this morning of effectively ghost towns in Fulton County, in Allegheny County, in Pennsylvania, in the big, large metropolitan areas, in massive swing states, in Detroit and in Milwaukee. In Maricopa County this morning, Republicans are winning 2-1 in the election day turnout. In Arizona, Republicans have a 200,000 vote advantage in the early vote. So this memo from the Trump campaign shows you the state of the race. The state of the race is effectively tied right now.
Good stuff, Benny. I'll come back to you, buddy. That's excellent. So, a lot of fun. What the hell's happening here? That's quite weird. Oh my goodness, what's going on? So I hope I'm still broadcasting. It looks like I'm still broadcasting, so I'm not quite sure what's happening there. Oh, here we go. Real Ego Politics. He's done some great work over the last number of months. Let's see how his predictions actually stack up. Let's go.
There's a lot to really just look at and say down. It's going to come down to 270. We're also going to have our election map big board as well that we are going to be putting up. And that is also true on the YapMS. We're going to have our own map as well that we're going to be using to make sure that we can fill this out, to make sure we can make our own state calls as the night goes on. And hopefully we're going to see what happens with this result. We've got a lot of people in chat. Exit polls dropped. They're all over the place as usual. I would not recommend reading too much into exit polling data, whether it looks good for Trump, where they say Kamala's only up by 6 on abortion, or whether it looks a little iffy for Trump, for example, where they show him kind of waffling a little bit on the economy. It just doesn't really usually add up. The most accurate exit poll typically is AP Votecast, but I don't believe that they've put in quite a bit of the the results in there too. So we're going to get to all of this tonight. We have a lot of super chats. I may not be able to get to all of them, guys. Just a heads up, as the night goes on, it's going to be very hectic. We're going to have a lot more people. We're going to have a lot more super chats. So if you want it to be read later on in the night, it might be...
Yeah, super chat, man. I'll read you out on the Guerilla TV channel.
Might be worth sending a more notable super chat. Otherwise, I might not notice it. I might not get to it. But it's up to you guys for sure. I appreciate every single person who supported the channel, not just this year, but over the years. And it's definitely led up to this moment. We had 2020, you had 2022, and a lot of people thought that 2024 was going to be a boring election. They were proven dead wrong. You have a country on the line.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to share my thing. Where's Benny? Let's go and share. Let's do some sharing of this. Put it up on the website. Let's go. People will be wanting to hear my opinions on this. Let's go, let's share this. Lo and behold, people will be wanting to... Right, let's go, let's share it. Where's it going? Let's put it up on there. Let's put it up on the website. Let's put it up on... Post. Right, I think we'll leave that one. Pinterest. Let's stick this up here. I understand this is not interesting.
Trump v. Harris.
Just now, we might as well get it going. If we're going to be up here for a period of time, let's just click everybody in, make sure they all know we're doing it. What else have we got? Let's stick it up on LinkedIn. Stop using LinkedIn. Absolutely rubbish. Oh dear, where's that going? I have no idea where that's going. Login attempt seems suspicious to finish sign on verification code to email address. Oh well, tell with these guys. Right, that's it. Let's keep going then. So
line. You have Donald Trump's legacy on the line. You have history on the line. Is he going to come back? Is he going to come back? Is this country going to desire change enough to elect Donald Trump? That's really what this comes down to. Or are people falling victim to the media narrative once again? And is that going to be the story of the night? What issues really are driving turnout? We are going to find out eventually. I'm not talking about the exit polls. The exit polls, whether they look great for you like they did for Republicans in 2022, whether they look maybe not so good for you, either way, they usually don't tend to be all that accurate. So it is important to take analyzing the results tonight. So do keep all that in mind. I will be here for a long time. We've got a lot of results to get to. Already we have results out of Guam. Donald Trump flipped the state, or he almost flipped the state of Guam, which is not a state, it's a territory in their straw poll. It does not count to the 270 electoral votes. But there's also the straw poll that will be taking place in Puerto Rico as well. That's not going to impact the election. We will be getting our results at about 10 minutes from now. We're going to get our first results out of 2 states, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see. So we're not quite there yet. We're not quite there yet, but we'll see. Johnny Heartdog says, I voted today, took 2 with me who were not going to vote. See, that's how we win. That's how you win. Also, he's still very anxious, won't be doing super chats, but we'll be watching. Have to get up very early. Hat like in 20. Did we wear the MAGA hat in 2020? I know what it is, but Chauncey Hart says both the CNN and AP Votecast exit polls look great for Trump. I know it's insignificant, but nice to see. Yeah, it's insignificant. But I mean, it is true. Biden's approval is lower than it was in the midterms. I believe that's true. I believe that's true regardless if you want to put stock in the exit polls or not, which I believe you really shouldn't be putting. And we're okay.
Yeah, I think there's senatorial elections as well, as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure if there's governorial elections, but I think the senators being elected today, not all of them, but some of them, as far as I'm aware. And which means that I think they could get the Senate as well.
This is a problem. This is a problem. Let's take it off the Ethernet. Maybe that's going to solve the problem. Maybe it will. But, okay. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But we're taking it off and we're seeing what happens. So far, it is good. Hopefully, it stays well. I know it's I can see when it's lagging. It shouldn't be lagging at all. He needs some milk. Says, at what point in the night do you think we'll start seeing indications for New Hampshire? I don't know. They'll pour votes in all night. We'll see where they're coming from, and we'll see what it ends up looking like. Mike Oxart says, tonight's the night. My final popular vote prediction is Trump by 0.7, 312 electoral votes when it's all said and done. Well, you would like to see that. You absolutely would. Paper City Gamer Jeff says, go vote if you didn't, and that's true. If you haven't voted yet, well, I don't know what to tell you. Get to the polls now. Hunter Wadley says, I took 4 new voters to the polls, all read down ballot. You love to see that. He's a lot of super chats. Okay, SoCal Loom says, why is Kanye deleting his Twitter? I don't know. I don't know why he does anything that he does. Crunchkey for 10 says, voted early 2 weeks ago in New Jersey. Hope we can get this done. Dixville, Notch, and Guam results are promising. Okay, and we have another problem. See, I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know what's going on. This is not usually how it operates. This is not usually how it works. It's just, it's the stream should be working. We have 0 lag the entire year when we're streaming, but the night that it actually...
Well, I don't. Your stream's going out very well where I'm sitting, buddy. So, yeah, you're doing really well as usual.
Really matters, there's lag. It's ridiculous. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's ridiculous. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't continue throughout the night, because that would not be good. We can... Hopefully we don't...
It's perfect just now. I don't know what's going on here.
Can't have that. Like this.
Right, so we'll go and get a bit of entertainment in the meantime. So, let's go to wee Amala. Obi-Wan Kenobi. There you are there. You lost. What happened? Oh, aye, this is quite funny. She's funny. Second time. Oh, aye, let's see her. I love Amala, man. She's terrific.
Business presenter, stop saying actually or basically. You know, in the middle of a sentence. this clip came out, the crowd is chanting at her, Kamala, 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 you know, projecting all these beautiful views that they have onto her.
Hey, says la pida di pari.
And this is her response.
Thank you. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get.
I'm hyperventilating. It's literally giving me a panic attack. That's crazy. Like, okay, so not only is that a lack of political charisma, but it is just like baseline intelligence. I have to wonder, like, what are the cognitive impairments of somebody that is listening to a crowd shout at them in a way, and then thinks I'm going to shout back something to change the thing that they're chanting. And then after I do that about 4 or 5 times, I'm going to change it again and say, let's win, and think that the crowd is going to like carry on with that. And just like the silence that is just rendered after she says that is wild. And it's not her first time doing this. Again, what are the cognitive impairments of somebody that doesn't learn their lesson the first time this happens? Now they're chanting at her again, and they're saying, Kamala, Kamala, and then she tells them, I want you to chant your own names.
It sounds like Amala.
You to shout your own name. Do that. Because it's about all of us. It's about all of us. And listen, I have fought my whole career to put the people first.
Guys, I can't. I have to watch it one more time, but I think I might die. I might die.
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. Because it's about all of us. It's about all of us. And listen, I have fought my whole career to put the people first.
God, I'm literally sweating. I'm literally sweating bullets right now. Just how it's like watching Michael Scott. It is like watching Michael Scott, but without a single ounce of charisma. Like, at least when you watch Michael Scott and he messes up and he creates an awkward moment, you're like, oh, I just love something about him. Like, there's such an innocent, wholesome preciousness to Michael Scott. She has none of that. So it's just like watching somebody flounder, and you have to picture this translating into leadership. This girl needs to lead a meeting. I don't think she could lead a meeting between, like, I don't know, McDonald's staffers, and she claims to have worked at McDonald's. I don't know. She claims that that's in her past. I feel like even that should have set you up for at least this, you know, being able to generate good vibes within a crowd and be personable with people. She doesn't have it. And it gives the vibes of somebody who's coasted through their entire career. And you have a little bit of like imposter syndrome with each level up the rung that you make it. And I don't even mean to demean McDonald's workers, because honestly, that's more talent than Kamala Harris has in any of her at this moment. So go ahead and strike that from the record. But as you get from up each rung of the ladder in your imposter syndrome, at some point you're gonna reach a rung of the ladder that you can't fulfill it. You can't coast through it. There's too many cameras on you. There's too many people watching everything you say. I feel like this is the part of that ladder for her. But somehow by the grace of who knows what, she is making it.
Well, you have every single celebrity and the entire media machine and all the political consultants and, you know, cash in the world to pay these people to try to prop her up. And it's still not working. It shows through in almost every public appearance that she makes. Didn't she have to like take 2 days off her campaign so that she could prepare for what was basically a scripted friendly interview with a major media outlet? She disappeared for weeks ahead of the debate performance, where to her credit, she kind of held her own, but it was clearly because she had been so coached that every single thing was rehearsed and she knew exactly how to operate and say, and she got through it and probably had to rest for another 2 weeks after that because it was the most mental exertion she's had to do in so long. But it's like, man, can this person really be our president? Can this person be the one that is negotiating on behalf of the United States at the table? Can this person be the one who is responsible for staving off wars again?
Yeah. No, that's a no.
Unlike Pinobi.
Yeah, Ekenobi. Let's see let's see Candace. Let's see if Candace is right. What's Candace saying? Candace. Here we are there. Oh, there she is. She's so funny. Candace has done some great stuff on Kamala's background. Oh, Disney breaks the silence.
All right, guys, happy Monday, and I'm sorry, but it is here. It is the season finale of the Kamala Chronicles. You're probably so worried about that because usually season finales are really bad, but it's okay because season 2, if I'm being honest, probably starts on Thursday. Tomorrow is the election, so we really had to put everything we had into researching Kamala over the weekend. And I'm telling you, this woman is a dyed-in-the-wool commie. There's no question about that. The amount of things that we are uncovering about her family members. I can't wait later this week or next week to tell you about this doctor in her family that went to Howard that she kind of never mentions and pretends that she was drawn toward Howard University because of a friend of her mother. This woman lies patently. Look, this series has really been a true American horror story. And to be honest, I don't even know.
Now, Candace has gone and done Kamala's genealogy with her ancestors with 1,000 slaves in the West Indies. So Candace has basically done a deep historical dive into Kamala's background, and I don't think it was very good.
If the horror story is...
So apparently she's Jewish, Indian, Irish, not very much black. She's trying to get the home help as a black ancestry. She's getting right at it.
In fact, American. It might be a Canadian horror story, a British horror story, or a Singaporean horror story, which means that it's probably a CIA horror story. So guys, let's get right into it. Welcome back to Candace. For this man, Donald Harris, we should be able to easily locate a birth certificate. I'm starting to go through all the things that don't add up with him. For example, we know for a fact that he attended underground Marxist meetings in his youth in Jamaica. Apparently, as I've learned from the family member, the Harris family member that has...
Don't forget, 100 million people died under Marx. That Marxism has murdered millions of people, more than the Nazis. And even the leading Nazis were all either involved in a far-left organisation, which was Hitler and his driver was in. And the rest of them were in the Social Democratic Party, which was Karl Marx's party that he was in Germany.
Has been open with me. He basically...
Don't forget, both Karl Marx and Engels were Germans. While they travelled to Britain, they weren't Britons, and they were Germans, and they were talking about murdering all the rest of the Celts, whether it be the Scots, the Britons, the Basques. They were talking about murdering the Celts.
He says, look, there were these nighttime meetings that took place in the basement at the University of West Indies, and Donald would frequently attend them with other Harris family members. We similarly cannot find a birth certificate, as I said, for his only full sibling. So Donald Harris only has one full sibling. That individual's name is Kenneth Harris, and we can't find a birth certificate for Kenneth either. In Jamaica, this is where we have been looking for a birth certificate. We've been out to the office, like you should be able to just file.
I think I'll actually show you that. I think it's actually important I'll show you that. So let's go into Google. So this is the Soviet story. If you've not watched it, go and watch it.
I don't think many people know that only socialists publicly advocated genocide in the 19th, 20th centuries. I think that's a very little known fact, and it seems shocking if you mention it. I've lectured on it here and in other universities, and it's always greeted with a sense
Karl Marx anti-Semitism
of shock. first appeared in January 1849 in Marx's journal Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Engels wrote of how the class war in Marxian terms means that when socialist revolution happens, the class war happens, there will be primitive societies in Europe 2 stages behind because they're not even capitalist yet. And he had in mind the Basques and the Bretons.
The Basques, Celtic, the Bretons, basically the Britons. The Bretons are the Britons, so the Celtic Britons of Britain.
And the Scottish Highlanders.
So the Irish.
And the Serbs.
So it was basically the Germans were wanting to, way back in the 19th century, were wanting to genocide people who were not Germans away back then.
And he calls them racial trash.
So Marx and Engels called the Scots, the Britons, like the people in Scotland just now, racial trash. So anybody who's following Marx in Scotland is basically a traitor to Scotland, or anything like postmodernism or that sort of thing are basically anti-Scottish.
Abfälle, racial trash, and they will have to be destroyed because being 2 stages behind in the historical struggle, it will be impossible to bring them up.
So this is what Kamala Harris's ancestors believed. And Candice is correct here. We all knew that Kamala Harris was a racist commie.
Say we want to both.
And racist communism is National Socialism.
We've now filed and paid to receive it twice with the registrar's office. One was due today. We have not received it. We filed for one weeks ago and never received it. It's just all very shady. Of course, we noted that Donald goes through great pains not to mention much about his mother, Beryl, in the piece that he wrote for the Jamaican Times, the Jamaican Global Online. And it's very interesting because it almost appears like she's an afterthought. He just writes one sentence about her as if he didn't know her. We also know Kamala, of course, outright lied about who Beryl was. She presented a picture. It was not Beryl. Interestingly, when she presents that picture of Grandma Beryl in her book, allegedly Donald's mom, there's nothing in the book about Beryl. It was just a photo put of Beryl in the pictorial section of the book. And then she sort of mysteriously drops Beryl in a later publication a couple of months later, which is supposed to be for youth readers. But youth readers like photos. So why would you present less photos and drop your grandmother, who you don't even mention in the book at all? Then, of course, to jog your memory, there was Dorothy, the woman who came forward and sat down with Lady C. And she said that she remembered Kenneth. He was a very good-looking guy. He had a motorcycle. We know that they had money. And she was so sweet. But one of the things that we didn't speak about enough is the fact that Dorothy says that she didn't know Donald at all. She never knew Donald. Take a listen.
I don't know her other son, who is Kamala's father. I know of him, but I have never met him.
Like I said, very interesting. We also know and have gathered that Donald traveled extensively in his youth, and that may be the reason why she didn't know him. Maybe he simply was not around in Jamaica in his youth. We've learned from a family member that he traveled a lot, but also Donald himself admits that he traveled a lot, extensively through South America, in Asia. He's been all around the world. For what reason? Apparently just for education. That was the impression that his family was left with of why Donald would be gone for long periods of time. And then when he returns, he's suddenly in these underground Marxist meetings. Very interesting. Now I want to remind you about another person in politics who we have mentioned throughout this series, who had a similarly shady background, because some of you guys were absolutely shocked to learn the truth about Barry Soetoro, known to some people as Barack Obama, known to me and his close friends and his relatives as Barry Soetoro, a man who grew up in Indonesia, lived as Barry until he graduated college, was raised by his grandparents. I hate to be redundant here, but I do want to jog your memory with this clip of the news station, which uncovered really what was the only remaining relic of Barry Soetoro in Indonesia, which would indicate to us, they tried to completely delete this. They tried to disappear his record in Indonesia. Take a listen.
As Senator Barack Obama has made his run for president, some have questioned his background, particularly the 4 years he spent as a child in Indonesia. He was educated in 2 schools, first a Catholic school and then later a public school. Matt Mahar traveled to Indonesia to take you to both of the schools the candidate attended.
This is the Assisi Catholic Grammar School in Jakarta, Indonesia. And Barack Obama is on his way to becoming its most famous former student.
Barack Obama.
The only record of Obama having attended the school is this old register. And look, it lists his name as Barry Sotoro. That's the name Obama took from his Indonesian stepfather, Lolo Sotoro.
Yeah, typically when you have to register in school, you have to show documents of what your name is. So he legally changed his name to Barry Sotoro, enrolled in the school. And then, like I said, they tried to delete every record of this, but fortunately, Inside Edition was able to locate just one. Of course, then we had on Judge Joe Brown, who informed us that Barry's stepfather, who is also difficult to locate if you're looking for records of him, if you just do a basic Google search, there's not much said about him. Well, apparently Lolo was intimately involved with the CIA. Again, that is per Judge Joe Brown. Take a listen to what he said to us.
You get Lolo Sotoro running the death squads for the Indonesian government, so that meant you had money. Indonesia might have had access to the world's largest oil reserves as they were perceived at the time. So Standard Oil used his muscle and his position to take over the oil industry in Indonesia, which they couldn't do under American law. So George Herbert Walker Bush, under the auspices of Uncle Herbie, George Herbert Walker, sets up Zapata Oil. They have a family holding company, Zapata Offshore Oil, which was chartered in Kuwait, by the way. Keep that in mind. And what winds up happening is George Herbert Walker, dealt with Lolo Sotoro quite frequently on oil deals. And remember, George Herbert Walker becomes chief of the CIA under the Ford administration, and he deals with their number one contract guy over in Asia, which when the NAM was going on, Lolo ran intelligence for the CIA under contract in China, North Korea, North Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos.
Wonder if Kamala's father was actually, well, she's a bit too left-wing anyway, but wonder if he could have been a plant.
In Indonesia.
Then we learned that Barry goes to Hawaii, which we know was a military outfit. Some of you guys were very shocked to learn that the birther crisis, where was he born, was not a figment of racist imaginations, but rather the result of Barack Obama's first book, which was being promoted by his publisher with a bio that clearly stated that he was born in Kenya. By the way, did you guys know how that
which would have made him ineligible to actually stand as a United States president?
Ended? Well, after years of speculation from the time that he hit the scene of people saying, you are born in Kenya, we found this we know you're born in Kenya, Obama then rather gloriously requested a copy of his birth certificate from Hawaii in 2011. And here is the letter that he sent over to the director of health. It says, Dear Ms. Fuddy, I'm writing to request 2 certified...
Miss Fuddy Duddy, that's a sticky name.
...copies of my original certificate of live birth. With this letter, I hereby authorize my personal counsel, Ms. Judith Corley of Perkins Coie in Washington, D.C., to act on my behalf in providing any additional information or paying any fees required by the Department of Health to fulfill my request. Ms. Corley is authorized to make any necessary arrangements.
So big Barry Santoro is a liar. He wasn't born in the United States, she never became president, and he's been spending far too long with Big Mike at P. Diddy parties. We kids, I can write it.
For delivery of the certified copies from your office. Thank you for your assistance. Sincerely, signed Barack Obama. And now, of course, that is of interest because the public should have been able to get his birth certificate. Over all these years, you can just request a birth certificate and you should be able to receive a copy. And yet, for whatever
that means you should have never became president twice.
For whatever reason, the Hawaiian Department of Health was not providing one for years. Well, he got a response. He received this response very quickly, by the way. I don't know the government to move this quick, but I guess when you're dealing with the President of the United States, you move very quickly. He received this response 3 days later from a woman named Loretta Fuddy, who was the director of the Hawaiian State Health Department. She wrote to him, I've reviewed your request for 2...
And you were born in Kenya. But just tell everybody it's racism if they don't believe
certified copies.
Even though you've said it in your book.
Of your original certificate of live birth. As the director of health for the state of Hawaii, I have the legal authority to approve the process by which copies of such records are made. Through that authority and recognition of your status as president of the United States, I'm making an exception to current departmental policy, which is to issue a computer-generated certified copy. We hope that issuing these copies of your original certificate of live birth will end the numerous inquiries received by the Hawaii State Department of Health to produce
some bullshit certificate to the President of the United States, even though he was born in Kenya. But P. Diddy loves him. And Kamala was potentially at the parties as well. Oh no! P. Diddy.
Use this document. Such inquiries have been disruptive to staff operations and have strained state resources. Now, obviously, this is being written for the public. If I write a letter to the health department, I'm like, can I have my birth certificate? They'll it'd be like yes or no. They're not going to be like, oh, I hope that this clears up the public matter. Like this is written like a PR statement, and indeed it was, because this ended up being released to the public, basically saying we don't want to hear any more noise about Barack Obama and where he was born. And so they issued one.
Kenya.
But it wasn't exactly case closed. The Maricopa Sheriff's Office, yes, in Arizona, opened a case looking into the copy that Ms. Loretta provided because they suspected that they were looking...
The any woman's name that's Fuddy Duddy is probably the appears like John Doe.
...at a direct forgery of a birth certificate. There was a birth certificate that belonged to someone in Hawaii named Johanna Ani, and they felt
Did he change his name again? I'm changing it P. Diddy, and he'll be doing the parties from now on. Him and Big Mike.
And that Barry's birth certificate was copy and pasted. So they sent
this guy should be arrested.
2 certificates out to 2 different digital document experts that were completely unknown to each other upon different continents. So you got 2 experts on different continents taking a look into this document, and they looked into this for years. And they both of these experts came back with the same conclusion. Obama's birth certificate was a forgery. So the Maricopa Sheriff's Office...
What? So... Big Baz Santoro is not American and should never became the president, and he lied to the American people with Big Mike. What else is he lying about? Is he on one of these P. Diddy party tapes?
Hosted a press conference to reveal these findings.
Is he on it with kids? Is Big Mike having anal sex with them? Her and Harvey Weinstein. Epstein as well. They're all there. Oh my God, you can write it.
Get
rid of the pizza box and the plastic.
This is the video that they revealed to the public in that press conference. Take a listen.
You are looking at 2 long-form birth certificates from the state of Hawaii. According to the...
So when did he change his name from Barry Hussein? Why is it Middle Eastern? Yeah, you need to fill us in more of that. Barry Santoro went to Barack Hussein Obama.
The dates on the certificates, these births took place in Honolulu during the month of August in 1961, just 16 days apart. The birth certificate on the left belongs to Barack Obama. The birth certificate on the right belongs to Johanna Ani.
Hey, Johanna Banana. Johanna Banana and Barack Obama. Oh my God. Well done, Arizona, catching this one. Oh my goodness. And Kamala Harris is a commie. Oh dear.
5 years of intense investigation, which included consultation with one of America's most respected forensic document examiners and a team of European media forensic experts, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has reached a conclusion utilizing forensic techniques both old and new. It is the opinion of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office that the birth certificate on your right belonging to Johanna Ani was in fact used as a source document in the digital creation of Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate. 9 points of forgery in which words, letters, and hand-placed date stamps have been digitally copied from the Ani long-form birth certificate and pasted onto Obama's long-form birth certificate.
Oh my God, he's going to go to jail. It's not just he's made certification fraud, he's also defrauded the American people with his, P. Diddy's great empire. No way. Unbelievable. What's Blaze saying? Let's see Blaze. This is Candace Owens' Kamala Chronicles season finale. Candace Owens, episode 97.
Is it legal?
Does it smell?
You don't have to smoke it, do you?
Is it actually for people like
she was, feel like she had some kind of organic appeal? Ultimately, I think the voters have seen through this, and really, I think Trump is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what they were saying on the Stage 19 panel, it does feel like there is a spiritual shift in the air. Right. It felt like maybe a few weeks ago, it didn't feel that way. I don't know exactly what it was. I can't pinpoint the moment, but it does feel like there was a shift, and it's palpable. You can feel it in the air that finally people are waking up, because for as much as the left likes to lie, there's only so much you can get away with lying to the American people when they know what they're living through. James?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, for me, that moment was the failed assassination attempt, and how that demonstrated to, frankly, a lot of guys who aren't often associated with spirituality, guys in tech world, Silicon Valley, a lot of those guys, that was the moment for them where they stood up and said, this is something different, this is something that we've never seen before, and this is something that is going to move us to take that courageous step in what might be a scary direction. That transformed the race. This isn't 2020, this isn't 2016. If there are shenanigans, if things get weird tonight, on election night, it's not just going to be Trump and a few, kind of inner circle people trying to figure out what to do. It's going to be the full might of Elon Musk's money, of his super friends. This is going to be a fiercely fought race if anything untoward happens. And so I think that's a big part of what that spiritual shift is all about.
Yeah, that's good commentary, man, from Blaze TV, guys. 2 million subs. Don't want to say there's any shenanigans going on here. Let's go to real politics, real money politics. Let's go. Oh, where did he go? Where did my guy from Red Eagle Politics? Oh dear. Where did he go? Let's get him back. There he is here. Red Eagle. Let's go. What are you saying, buddy?
I taught myself guitar at a young age. Bringing people together with music is the dream.
Yeah, you'd have to really somehow get like the Yunkin Northern Virginia margins. LinarX52 says, all the streams I've checked out are having the same data glitches. Net is swamped, really. I've never had this problem.
Yeah, that's another thing. They're able to gerrymander the election by these electronic polling. That's how they should sling that and get actual counting, paper counting ballots. That the fact that they're able to change these ballots and do all sorts of stuff to pervert the course of the election is absolutely disgraceful. You need to go back to paper ballots.
I've never had the problem. Maybe it's not I don't think it's on my end. It could be the local internet. It's nothing to do with anything I'm doing.
Well, Kentucky's getting smashed there. What's that? You're coming across loud and fine.
Who might be more secular to vote for her the way Biden did for him. Yeah, I'd probably lean towards no, but then there are these college-educated white voters who have spilled over from Boston into New Hampshire. The question is, do those people move left or not? But I appreciate the super chat. Nathan DeVry says, realistically, what would need to happen for Trump to win Virginia? You'd have to really somehow get like the Yunkin Northern Virginia margins. LinarX52 says, all the streams I've checked out are having the same data glitches. Net is swamped, really. I've never had this problem. I've never had the problem. Maybe it's not I don't think it's on my...
Coming out loud and clear to the other side of the pond.
And it could be the local internet. It's nothing to do with anything I'm doing. But let's see. Cyrus Jalali says, help ATEC right now. It did reconnect. Okay. And this is...
Oh my God, let me see that. Look back at that.
Let's see. Cyrus Jalali says, help AIC right now.
Donald Trump, 62% in Indiana. 62% in Indianapolis. Oh, 37, that's not really much, but 11 electoral votes up there.
Oh, it did.
I think we're expecting him to get that.
To reconnect. Okay. And this is why we're not going to get the stream off the ground as fast as we probably should. Boston Elevator says speed test the internet and use half the Mbps up 50 and up. Use 25,000 as the bit rate. Speed test. I don't know if the bit rate would be...
I don't know if that's anything that we want to hear about. Anyway, I'll just leave that him up there. Let's get something else. My bloody thing's not working now. Where did that go? Real Eagle. Where did he go there? Celtic upset. RB Leipzig. What are we doing here? YouTube. Let's go and see Crowder. I thought you were doing a live stream. Is nobody doing a live stream? Are you all on strike? Oh, here it is. Here's live.
He could be living here in Nevada, waiting and waiting and waiting. And if you remember, Nevada will take a week.
Harris is what? This is going to be right. The path. Right, 267. Yeah, none of that's going to happen.
Pick your votes.
Well, because they go 4 days after.
And you'll have more ballots coming in.
Yeah.
And then you're really going to be used a lot on air because this is going to be lawyers.
I hope so.
Lawyers
Like an insult.
litigating which ballots can
filthy.
get fixed or cured is the language you'll start to see, those provisional ballots. So the nightmare scenario where we're just waiting for weeks.
Cured, just like his bald spot with that can of paint from the infomercial.
Oh, come on. Is he still around, that jerka?
I can't believe that he's still... He is.
Chuck Todd.
Chuck Todd. He was the one who had the... Was it him or was it Chris Matthews had the thrill going down his leg?
That was
Obama
Chris
won.
Matthews.
That's right, it was Chris
Turned
Matthews.
out it was urine, but go ahead.
Yes.
It's a sad.
I, too, enjoy a good urine down the leg.
We heard that since the flu hit.
North Carolina.
Oh.
North Carolina right now, Republicans are leading by 36,000 votes. The change since 2020, Republicans are down 18,000 since early voting 2020, but Democrats are down 323,000. Again, when you look at infrequent, frequent, super voters, Republicans are up, Democrats are down. Something interesting, a third of voters in North Carolina are labeled as unaffiliated. It's
weird.
And that includes like 50% of Gen Z voters, which I will tell you, the left just seems to take for granted, but there's a very big difference between certain spectrums of Gen Z and male or female.
Yes.
A lot of male Gen Z, those who are a little bit older, they're going surprisingly for Trump. Younger female Gen Z, of course, because, a lot of women are voting with their vaginas, understandably.
How about the ones that are in between male and female?
That one, that's a toss-up. Too close to call.
Yeah, literally.
Yes, and it doesn't pass the eyeball test. I mean, they can't even Olympics. Arizona, what we have at the beginning of the day, we have a Republican lead of 218,000. Let's look at the change since 2020. Republicans are down 30,000 votes. That sounds bad until you realize that Democrats are down 214,000 votes. This is a state that was decided by 10,000 votes, or, if you remember incorrectly, Brett Baer. Now, first-time voters, we're looking now compared to 2020, Republicans are up 5, Democrats are down 9, independents are up 3. And here's something pretty crazy. And I'm not trying to give you false hope. I'm just giving you the straight shot. In a lot of swing states, Republicans are actually outperforming Democrats in the election day turnout, including in Maricopa County.
Wow.
As of 1 p.m. Central, 2-1 in Maricopa. That's the bad county, folks. Perfect. It's the bad county.
Don't get too excited. I'll put this into perspective.
Okay.
As the last election, Republicans netted 12 seats in the House and supposedly still lost the top of the ticket.
Yeah.
So don't get too excited.
Nick's just going to be the curmudgeon.
No, well, Jesus, if I'm myself, I'm 230. If I'm a curmudgeon, what do you want? Jesus, what do you want?
Right, let's see your Bitcoin magazine.
Foreign Asset Control puts out wallet addresses that are prohibited from Americans doing business with. And there have been some minors who have dabbled in that sort of...
minors at P. Diddy party with Obama and Big Mike.
Censorship of prohibited wallet addresses. And I think ultimately... If I had to guess, I think the idea that we figure out some regulations around prohibiting sanction runaround through the use.
Right, that's enough of that. Thank you very much, madam.
Code election night, 10% off the entire store. Do it now. We also
invited me.
I've said this before. This is sort of a Jewish-Christian contrast. Christians will be, listen, you know, God is good, God is great, and that means that everything's going to end up all right in the end. We'll be like, yeah, God is good and God is great, and then, you know, maybe he hates us. Maybe we sinned. You know, possible? Just going to put that out there.
If I could bring it back, bring the vibes back up, I actually think that, yeah, Trump obviously is going to get off message. That's part of the Trump experience. This has been the most.
So that's good that they've got this Daily Wire. So it's good they've got a countdown clock. 22 minutes to the next poll closes. I don't know where that poll is. That would be beneficial.
Disciplined Trump campaign we've ever seen, right? I mean,
and we talked for sure.
We talked earlier. It was mentioned how Trump will say things that are outrageous. And it occurred to when's the last time he said something outrageous?
He didn't, right? It was the people around him.
Yeah. Right.
Right. It was like MSG and dumb jokes about Puerto Ricans or something in the close to an election. But it wasn't Trump. You're right. It really was not Trump. It was not Trump.
And also, he's been doing everything wrong and has just staged, even whether he wins or loses, just staged the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, the things that they have done to him, he's been shot, he's been impeached twice, he's been, indicted, prosecuted, and convicted, on nonsense. And yet here he is. I mean, we're debating whether he's going to make it or not. It's an amazing thing, and it's all him. It's all his instinct. And you have to respect that, because we sit around going, oh, he made another stupid mistake. Here is a guy who saw his mugshot and actually said, good picture, let's put that on T-shirts. What consultant would have told him to do it?
It's also a reminder. People say, well, I like Trump's policies, but, often you'll hear, even from people on the right, they'll buy the left-wing argument that the guy has bad character. And of course, he's done bad things. We've all done bad things, and he's really famous, and he has been for a long time. This man displays...
You guys are a hell of a quiet. Let's go.
An uncommon degree of natural virtue. This, to your point, Drew, the courage that it takes to be indicted for the fourth time and to get up there in front of a camera without breaking a sweat and just talk about what you're going to do tomorrow, to be shot in the ear and then not change your schedule one iota to show up at the RNC to accept your nomination 2 days later, that is not only uncommon, I think that is unique in American politics.
I will say, because I often publicly say that I believe Trump is uniquely flawed. And I don't mean in the way that we're all flawed. Yeah. I don't buy I don't buy the sort of we've all sinned and fall short of the grace of God. Yes, that's true. Also, Trump has unique character flaws that, in my opinion, should probably have been disqualifying. I think his handling of COVID in 2020 probably should have been disqualifying. They weren't. The forum in which you determine if something was or was not disqualifying is called a primary. Yeah. The majority of Republican voters wanted Donald Trump to be the nominee. He is the nominee. And by golly, I hope he becomes the president. I voted for him. We've supported him. We'll be thrilled if he's the president. That said, I don't say enough about his unique virtues. And he does actually have certain unique virtues. You've just outlined some of them. But one of them that almost no one says enough about, I think, is a kind of grace.
Yes.
Tucker Carlson called Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anyway, let's go. Who else have we got? Let's see if the free seaters...
Crowder.
The low seaters are starting, I think, I don't know what time the low seaters are starting. Let's see, hopefully they're up and going just now. Where are you guys? I think it's starting at 12 o'clock. Don't say I'm not good to you.
We invite you to join us on the
Well, hurry up and go in with it.
Evening of November the 5th for our US election coverage, which is going to be an absolute banger. Being hardcore Trump supporters...
I'll give it to the guys. It was very funny, the last election, the general election, that coverage was great for the low seaters.
Given all the early indications, we're expecting a devastating landslide for Trump. And if somehow Kamala wins, you can tune in to watch us have a live meltdown as we cope and seethe our way through the night. We'll be broadcast
I said to Carol to take the stuff off YouTube because he wasn't making any money on it, but I would love to see it back up. All of his videos were great. I hope he's not deleted any of them, but I would put them up so that you can make money from them somewhere else, whether it be his Sargon of Akkad. And I miss his weekend at Bern. I was looking for his weekend at Bernie's about Joe Biden presidency, or weekend at Biden's it was, and obviously none of the things are there because YouTube weren't paying him, being very discriminatory. That might come back to bite them, but you should definitely put them back up. All these weekend politics, all his old stuff was absolutely terrific. That's why he's in the position he's in.
Casting on Rumble and Ludseats.com from midnight UK time on the Tuesday going into Wednesday.
Right, that's good. So we'll get that up as well for him, right? We'll get the Rumble up. Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. What be in? Stephen Crowder, the Rubin Report, Charlie Kirk. Will we have a wee look at Charlie Kirk? Come on then, Charlie, let's see what you're saying.
CharlieKirk.com. Charlie, I'm 41 years young. I voted for the first time ever. Go Trump, go MAGA. I've been listening to all your speeches, and I love it. 3 just voted in North Carolina. I live in North Carolina. My roommate, I was able to get my roommate and his girlfriend to support Donald J. Trump. Get out there and vote, people. Love that. New voters. Charlie just picked up my wife from the hospital today. She was there for 8 days, went straight to vote. So proud of what we're doing in Lee County. Go and vote right now. Got it. Love it. 2024 first time voting. Charlie's wondering if you think the Amish community might make a difference. Jack, tell us about the Amish rising. What's going on in Pennsylvania?
You know, I think with the Amish is interesting. So with Amish coming out, it actually goes by council. So a lot of people have this misconception that the Amish can't vote. And this is something that, shout out to my brother, Kev Poso, who got involved in this yesterday, actually finding ways to get buses or whatever the Amish equivalent of a bus, a wagon or a buggy is.
A buggy, a card-drawn buggy.
Suppose to actually get the Amish to the polls. He got involved in this yesterday and was getting funding and actually getting people out there to drive if you can. So some Amish vote, some don't. It really comes down to you have to go to a council by council basis, and so people need to get out there and go and do that. My brother, super shout out to him yesterday because he put a tweet up about it, and a couple organizations got involved. Tremendous support, went absolutely viral in the middle of everything else that we were doing at the Kamala rallies and all the rest. And I mean, really, if the Amish come out, I mean, and Elon Musk just tweeted it himself. If the Amish come out, they could save America right now.
Yeah, the Amish could in Lancaster right now. I don't know if they're watching the stream. Do they do streaming?
They do not do streaming.
They don't do streaming.
Our following with the Amish is limited.
Wait.
I've spoken Amish country before. That's how I knew how to pronounce it.
We're going to get instead of an email, we're going to have like a buggy roll up here 4 months from now and deliver a letter to you,
Charlie,
commenting on the stream.
Yep.
So you mentioned the Amish. My brother, actually, I hadn't even seen this. He was still doing it today. So they can do shuttles, apparently, I guess if it's not going far enough. And apparently there were 19 Amish weddings happening in Lancaster today. And what they were doing was my brother got the shuttles to take attendees from the weddings to the polls and then back to the weddings with 200 volunteer drivers and working with Trump Force 47, my brother, Scott Pressler, just absolutely insane. And Turning Point.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, everybody. Look at all these first-time voters. Charlie, I'm a first-time voter, and I'm in my mid-20s. Amazing how many first-time voters are not 18. I just love that. In Georgia,
it blows
by the
my
way.
mind.
Thousands. And by the way, I think what's amazing about our program, Andrew, we're kind of the home of first-time voters here. This is like low-prop city.
Well,
People
whatever
would
we're
think
doing
that
here.
We have Real America's Voice, which is high-prop city, and then all of our social, which is kind of like low-prop city, and we meet in the middle. By the way, if this race is determined by just a couple thousand votes here or there, this program would have really made a big impact. Okay, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's play cut 142, CNN exit poll.
Yeah, and also the Arabs as well. Like I don't know if it's Minnesota. I think it's one of the northern councils are all voting for Trump as well. What did he say there? What are you on? Oh, Lotus Eaters. So let's go on to the website. I don't know if we can be able to get on this. LotusEaters.com. Go and give the guys a sub and give them some money. They're doing some great work. Don't know what's going on there. Don't know if you've got to be a member. Let's see if you can get it up here. Here we go. Oh. Is this what Carol saying one day ago? Where is it, Carol, man? Follow. Oh, sign in. All right, okay, sign in then. What's this? Let's see this. Let's see if we can get it on Rumble. I don't know if I can get my stuff on Rumble. What is going on? Create your local account. Alright. Locals. We've connected your locals account. Okay, that's good. Explore locals. Create community. Find creators. Okay, not quite sure what that's going on there. How do I get to podcasts? How do I get my feed on this for you? Browse. How do you get my feed on it? Library, watch later. Oh, here we go. Upload video, go live. Create a new live. Oh, aye. I've not done this before. Set up. Shareholders. Wish you could just actually live feed it. Oh, I don't want that. Live feed it from... Go ad free. Don't know how to do that. Watch later. Trends. How do I set this up? I think we should actually set this up. Set up as default. Use. Yeah, that's fine. Select placeholder video. We'll generate a placeholder for you. If you do not wish to provide one, the video will loop. Okay, live stream title. Let's try this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Hold on, let's see this.
Eagle politics.
Kentucky, that's
Eagle
just 25%
politics.
of the vote. But even in some of these places in Kentucky, Kentucky's looking a lot better. Decision Desk report
Eagle
if it's
politics.
true, which again, it's a moving target for sure. W. King says, should it be concerned these states haven't been... No, the states, they can't call them, and we can't call them until all the polls close. We know Trump is going to win Florida, probably. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. We could just end the stream then and there. But Florida, if Florida, the polls are going to close at 7, we're going to get results, but we can't call Florida for Trump until the polls close in the panhandle. Same thing with Texas, because there's, a lot of the votes we'll get after 8 o'clock. That'll be interesting. Watch DFW, because if DFW, it's a little bit of an indicator for parts of Arizona. There are similarities to some of these counties, so we're gonna be going through it throughout the night. Throughout the night, we're gonna be going through it, but do apologize for any lagging. Davies County's at 80% for Trump and Indian. Okay. Guess we're back. We were lagging for half a second, guys. But we're back. So anyways, buffering. Yeah, we're back. It's going to happen. The internet here is a little murky. They're working on fixing it. We've gotten a text message from the local internet service provider. So again, like I said, guys, a lot of this is early voting in some of these places from what we understand. If these margins hold, then we got to wait for these counties to come in full. That's really what we have to really wait for. How does it shake out in these places? Taylor County's now at 77% for Donald Trump, and that county's like 77% reported. Let's see if he's matching his margin in Taylor, or is he a little bit below? If we could get to it, 74%. Donald Trump is at 77%. So he's doing a little bit better there when more votes are counted. So guys, like I've said, you got to relax. You got to chill out. You know, this is going to go down the wire. We're a very divided, polarized nation. If it was up to me, Trump would win everything. I get it. I am biased, yes, for people who don't know. It's, wow, Red Eagle Politics has a bias. I wear it on my sleeve. A lot of people pretend like they don't, and that's the problem. LinRX52 for 20 says bitrate of 3000 should be fine if you're streaming at 720p at 330 FPS. If you're streaming at higher than 1080p, you need to check YouTube's site for recommendations. Yeah, we're doing fine so far with the bitrate. It's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. Be a little blurry, but throughout the night it probably could get a little bit better. Just like these results are getting a little bit better. Pulaski County, Trump is at 82% in Pulaski. What was he at there? He's overperforming in some of these counties in Kentucky. So anybody who's jumping to conclusions early on, either way, just relax. Greenup County's at 72 in Kentucky. What is he doing now? 71. So a little bit of an overperformance on the margin wise. That's what we're looking for here. So let's see. We don't have full CNN exit polls, I believe. We're going to get like the full exit polls. And like I said, you got to take them with a grain of salt. You really got to take them with a grain of salt. You can't overreact to them either way. But so far, it is showing that Donald Trump he's running in line. He's outperforming in some place. And now we should be back. Yeah, we're back, guys. Again, every time I mention it, we jinx it. Derek says, make America great again, make Australia great again. Richard says, you need moderators. I have moderators. We have one in the chat right now. So we'll go back here. What results are pouring in? Jay County, Trump at 74% in Jay County, Indiana. He was at 75. So Indiana's lagging a bit behind, but Kentucky, not so much. Nelson County, Kentucky, Trump is at 67% of the vote in Nelson. He is matching his totals last cycle. Montgomery County, so this is a little bit east of Lexington. He's at 69. Montgomery County, he's a little bit behind, but we'll see as the remainder of the votes come in. But we don't really have any counties fully in. I think the county that's mostly in, Taylor County, Trump is really outrunning his previous margin in Taylor County. And you look at the total votes cast, he's got a 5,000 vote lead in Taylor County, when last time he had a little bit of a 60, looks like a 6,400 vote lead. So there's more vote to come in. Probably you could make the case that margin will go up. Depends on what the turnout is there. Kentucky, definitely not a swing state. There's questions if turnout's going to hit 2020 levels or if it's going to lag a little bit behind. What does it look like for Democrats in the big areas? We have nothing in out of Louisville or Fayette County in Lexington. Your PCMD says, what happens at 1:30 a.m.? Also, some counties won't tally up to, well, they're going to count. They're going to start counting. We'll have an idea. Edward Turner for 20 says, if your lag increases, place your live image with a still shot. Impressive work you're doing. Well, I'm not going to put a picture.
Doing great stuff.
Eagle Politics.
Doing great stuff there. So I think we'll go into the Lotus Eaters live stream. Let's get rid of that. Should have live stream it. Should have live stream it through this as well, shouldn't I? Private. Make this recording private. Do you want to go live right now? Next. Why? News. So no politics. Oh my goodness. Let's go for podcasts. I don't even have a clue what these are. Video game, don't know what that is. Right, let's go. Can we go now? What is it that you're struggling with? Doesn't tell me. Podcast description. Oh, right, here we go. A live stream title. Let's go on this. Don't know if I can do it on the two of them. I've never actually live streamed through Rumble. So let's copy this.
Trump v. Harris presidential election 2024 live.
Right now. thumbnails. Choose a thumbnail. Who will win? Okay, the best results, thumbnails. Don't care. I'll just get her going. Let's try this then. That'll do it. Come on. Oh. How'd you get rid of it? What a nuisance this is. Oh my God. Stream later next. Right. Rumble only, personal use. Monetize, non-executive, similar to thing. We have additional information. Don't know what this is. Submit. View live stream. A direct link. Okay. Right, that looks good. Waiting for an encoder server to claim. Alright. Are we going to be able to do this? Wonder if I please wait till your video finishes processing. One viewer waiting. Quite like that in Rumble. That looks quite funny. Quite fun. What's that? Please wait till your video finishes processing at 1%. My goodness, there's quite good viewing figures on this. I've no idea how I've connected this, if this is even connected. Wait till it's finished processing. Right, well, you process away. I'm going to continue doing something else. Here we go.
Wednesday, which will be 7 p.m. on the East Coast and 4 p.m. on the West Coast. Joining us in the studio will be a star-studded cast of guests, including Count Dankula, Academic Agent, Roig Nationalist, Mr. H Reviews, and many more. And many of our American friends will be joining us via Zoom throughout the night. Subscriber comments and Rumble rants will appear on screen and be read out promptly. We will also have awesome election night merch, which will only be available until the evening of the 5th, so grab it while it lasts.
Right, well, that's quite enough that then. Let's see if this has made any difference. Is this working? What's going on here? I have no idea what I'm doing here. Shh. Is this actually going to do anything? Wonder if it's got to be an encoder. How do I actually stream this? Do I have to, can I edit this? I don't think I'm going to waste much more time in this, guys. Don't worry about it. Why is that not doing anything? That is so weird. Embed, and you can't even edit it. Podcast. Very, very unusual. Two waiting. But not allowing me to edit the feed. Well, let's try it. We'll go for it. Let's see it.
Lotus Eaters.
To live stream on Rumble.
Allergies don't hold us back. Take Alevia before your symptoms take over you. Alevia.
Greetings everybody, this is Domingo with you today. Hope you're doing fantastic. And today I have an updated tutorial on the Rumble live stream feature. So I was able to get 6 followers and I have unlocked the ability to live stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to go onto the rumble.com page here on your desktop app. And if they have it on the mobile app, then I'll do that too. But I think it's just on desktop for now. So we're just going to click the camera, then we're going to go live. So I was able to make a template for the live stream, and I'll explain how to do that. I did this about 5 days ago, but I couldn't really do anything because I was on a work computer, so I'm with my personal computer now. So what we're going to do here is we're going to install OBS first. So you need a streaming software to get the whole thing started. So I'm going to install OBS quickly, and then I'll come back to you here. So once you have OBS installed, you have to start and create a new live stream. So we're going to create a new live stream here, and then we're going to select a placeholder video. But since I've already made a live stream, we're just going to go ahead and use the template. Actually, no, we're going to... Okay, so let's say you've unlocked the followers and you want to create a new live stream. So we're going to go create a new live stream, and then you're going to put a placeholder video in there. So this placeholder video can be anything that you like. So for example, I'm just going to use this as a placeholder. And then once the placeholder uploads there, this will just be there if basically the live stream's not on, or you just want to see something like my title, that sort of thing. So this is just a placeholder example. And then you're going to enter Domingo, like the name of your stream, Domingo's Rumble Tummy or something like that.
Why can I not just use the thing to actually live stream? Why can I not just use the YouTube thing that I'm doing just now to live stream through Rumble? That would make my life a lot easier. Why am I not live streaming through Rumble?
And then you just...
Let's see if I can do it. How to live stream on Rumble from YouTube. YouTube live stream. How to stream on Rumble.
With Google Workspace, Calendar lets you share your latest availability, so customers can...
What's going on, everyone? In today's video, now once you've successfully logged into your account, we want to go to the Rumble homepage. You will need a pro key later on, but first let's go ahead.
Yeah, that's great enough of that. I've had enough of that. Let's go back to...
This is Arizona might be an 8-10 plus electorate. Maricopa Republicans doubled today. I think Arizona wins by 10. He was up by... Okay, look, Arizona, I'll say this about it. Independents skew a little bit to the left. That could change the cycle, but also keep in mind there's a lot of these like McCain squishy type of Republicans. Like Harris probably does win 10% of them because they got TDS. But is it going to be enough in the grand scheme of things if there's too many Republicans when you have more low propensity Republicans, less educated voters that benefits Trump? I don't know. But Georgia, nothing out of Georgia, nothing out of Virginia. We can call Vermont. We know which way Indiana's going to go. Kentucky, big win for Trump so far. We don't have, okay, we have a little bit in. That's early voting out of Lexington, Louisville as well. And Franklin's still going for Kamala, but it's very early on. We'll check in Florida, but Florida, okay, big numbers out of Florida. Lee County Charlotte County, Donald Trump is winning 65-34. Duval County's in. Okay, Duval is an indicator for Georgia, and Trump doesn't need to win Duval to win Georgia, but usually, and this is the early vote in Duval, the way Duval moves, Georgia moves. If Duval moves right, they say Georgia might move right, so we'll see. Somebody says Georgia vote is in on AP News. Let's see, I don't... Yeah, very little vote is in. It'll update. But that is, okay, now he's up by 17. That is insane. Now, there's a lot of votes that haven't reported yet. Orange County's not in. A lot of counties are not in. But Florida, going for Trump already, a 17% lead in the state of Florida. That is big for Donald Trump. He's going to, and that's 13% of the vote in, he's going to win Florida. Anybody who said that Florida was going to flip, I said they need their head examined, and I think they do need their head examined, to be fair. But let's see, we could refresh Decision Desk. Do they have any updates? Nothing out of Georgia.
Listen, we all know that there's only 7 states that's going to make any difference in this election. Let's just concentrate on those so we can get to bed.
We don't need to keep every tab open, guys, but we can go back and forth. But Florida, that is big for Trump out of Florida. Duval County is within 1%. That's a good indicator for Georgia, a very good indicator for Georgia. So, again, Trump is leading the exit polls in Georgia, not like they mean everything. He's also, in some of them, he's looking good in Pennsylvania too. But is NBC News, do they even have like their exit? And again, the exit polls are not, 1 minute, they are an hour and 23 minutes until they put them in statewide. But Florida, 13% of the vote is in. That's good news for Trump. It is the early vote, as Andrew asked in chat. So, yeah. Volusia County, he's up by 19. What was Volusia last cycle? It was, a 14-point win. But again, it's going to probably get redder because the election day votes were redder. You talk about seniors, Sumter County, that's where the villages are. 91% of the vote is in. Trump is winning at 68-32. He won it, again, that's roughly in line with what he won it by last time. So not really a big improvement, but the election day vote probably does end up breaking his...
See Megan, no, there she is there.
Shop Christmas at notonthehighstreet.com.
Drive a diesel Jaguar or Land Rover. You might have a faulty diesel particulate filter that could be costly.
Serious doubts about that?
She's a shining example of some women getting hotter as they go older.
All I can tell you is that I'm very well aware that Trump's team they've been precinct to precinct to the swing states for the last 4 years. As you know, Trump genuinely believes, not everyone agrees, that he lost the last election, quote unquote, because it was stolen from him, that he didn't actually lose. And so he's had teams.
He didn't lose.
In the various counties of the various swing states, trying to put pressure on election officials to make sure that they understand they have a duty not to certify these elections if there's a question about fraud in the vote. So they do have eyes on these precincts in a way they did in 2020. And it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect. It could be so much better, though. So I guess we're sort of trying not to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I don't know, Catherine. We'll have to watch. Because the one thing I'll say is, like, if it's down to the wire, if it's Bush v. Gore stuff, like 536 votes or whatever it was, all hell's going to break loose. If it's a landslide victory one way or the other, maybe we'll have more peace and calm. Oh, famous last words. Thank you for calling. Okay, let's go over to Arizona. That's a swing state, and Brian is there. Brian, what are you seeing on the ground there?
Hi, Megan. So I went to my nearby polling place this morning, even though I already early voted. And I just did that to observe because got a mailer advertising that there was going to be a DJ, and that just kind of threw some red flags for me, and I sounded like that would be right for electioneering. And when I got there, the parking lot was pretty packed, but the polling line itself was very short. I do live in a more blue-leaning district in northern Phoenix, but that's just kind of what I've been seeing. And as far as what I'm feeling cautiously optimistic, not just for the presidential, but definitely down ballot here in Maricopa County.
I think that's where Charlie's based, Charlie Kirk, not loving the tweet he sent out. I'm not sure if you heard me read it, saying turnout is mixed. This isn't specific to Arizona, but I just think that's where his home base is. Turnout is mixed, not where we want it to be. We need more people to vote. We can't let turnout flatline. Text everyone you know, make more noise. We need more. That's disconcerting. Does it not match up with what you saw in terms of the lines and so on? I mean, of course, he's talking about Republicans.
I haven't seen his tweets, so I can't necessarily comment on them. I moved into this where I'm at now shortly before the 22 midterms, and I know like the parking lot this morning was a lot more packed than it was when I.
We're not showing up having read some
Dr. Steve,
some political ideology that suddenly is galvanizing us to go and revolt. No, we're revolting because we feel like our way of life is being threatened by you. We're not left, we're not right. We are a people with a unique way of life, and we're not going to allow this managerial class to come on in and destroy it. And so, yeah, I could see it. I mean, it seems it's not specific to any particular group. We're just seeing lots and lots of groups around the world pushing back on this kind of, globalist tyrannical impulse, as it were. From your perspective, for both of you, so what are you seeing in Pennsylvania on the ground here? It's election day. I just came back from voting a few minutes ago. What's the enthusiasm like, particularly in Lancaster County? Does it look like it's very promising, or are people are long lines and all that good stuff?
We had a long line at opening this morning at my poll. It's a small poll, 1,000 plus voters with all the Democrats, which is only 100 or 200. About 50 people in line when we opened at 7. And for about 2 hours, it was just nonstop. And we're going to hit a record number of voters at our poll. And lots of people coming in enthusiastic. You know, you greet them and you're not sure where they're going, but they smile, they take your information, they talk to you. The folks not voting your way, they're not very happy. They just keep on moving. But yeah, lots of it. That's my poll. And it sounds like similar results throughout the county from what I've heard.
So you were a poll volunteer?
Yeah, my wife is on the Republican committee in my precinct. And so I'm working on her behalf at our poll.
That's wonderful. That's so good. Yeah, I mean, there's only 4 states that give us data throughout the day. It's Florida, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Everything else is hearsay, right? You know, so I wish Pennsylvania were one of them, because that's I mean, the Keystone State is the key state in this election. But just based on, again, what I'm seeing and the eyewitness testimony we're getting, it's just they've just galvanized a huge army. I've heard it put. Who was it? James Carville, the Democrat strategist, described Pennsylvania once as Philadelphia on one side, Pittsburgh on the other, and Alabama in between. So I think the Alabamites are rising up to the occasion big time. Anyone, you can respond either way. Look at that story.
Let's go and see if we get anything else.
Trump v. Harris presidential election 2024 live.
Let's see what Benny's saying.
No more trips to the dentist. No more tooth extractions. This mouthguard solves gaps, missing teeth.
Is counting votes less than 1% in. 53-45, Donald Trump has been performing very well in Virginia. We'll see if this is an upset. Ladies and gentlemen, these 3 calls right in a row. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bong. Really fast. And here comes Donald Trump in Florida. 33% reported. Whoo, doggy. Look at that. 33% in. Donald Trump is up 200,000 votes in Florida. This is going to be the way that we navigate. Today, we also have Fox News, sort of going, and we're monitoring Fox to see if they have any interesting guests or any experts. We're gonna have our own experts.
Let's see Fox News. Let's go and see some of the other.
In D.C. And Nancy, what are you hearing?
Nora, I've been talking to top campaign officials, and they all continue to say that they're feeling good right now. They keep pointing.
Well, I think there's new senators, so I'm not sure how many of those are people who have been re-elected, or how many were originally Republican or Democrat. But it seems like the Republicans are certainly doing quite well in those seats.
To early results from Indiana, because that's one of the first states to report, where they say in suburban areas, former President Trump is doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago. And they are pointing to that as a sign of strength for the vice president in the suburbs everywhere.
So 2-1. So Trump's got 19.
It's evident that former. Other thing I'm going to watch all night.
The House Senate, so 218 to control the lower chamber or the House. In the Senate, it's not actually told us. So he's winning by 6 seats in the lower house.
Tonight, Nora, is turnout, because this area around here, for example, in Georgia, Metro Atlanta, I'm going to show it to you this way. I'm going to turn the state on its side, and what you're going to see is these higher bars mean more people.
So I think Trump has won Georgia 3 but I don't know who the three to Harris has been.
As we go through the night, remember, Democrats often have to run up their margins in big cities like that, and that's how you're going to get a deeper dive into what's going on in the state.
And it's also interesting to point out, in those metro Atlanta counties and Fulton County itself, which is Atlanta, 33% of the 2020 vote came from that part of Georgia. An enormously important part of the story. We'll tell you that and much more as the evening progresses. Nora?
We will dig into those numbers. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. And the road to tonight has been unpredictable and unprecedented. There were 2 assassination attempts against former President Trump, the incumbent President Joe Biden dropping out of the race, Kamala Harris's campaign. Remember, it's just over 100 days old. She would become the first female president if elected. Trump would be the oldest person ever elected at age 78. And the race for president has been incredibly close for weeks. And we may not know the winner tonight. And so we will say this a lot. Slow results do not mean that anything is wrong. Election officials want to get it right. So pack your patience. The night is young, but what a privilege it is to witness democracy in action, where your vote is your voice. We do have a lot of questions tonight that we're all going to be discussing. 1, how did the late deciders break? Will the fight for abortion rights power Harris to a historic victory thanks to women? Or can Trump offset her gains by running up the score with men? Will those young voters, Gen Z, actually show up? And what about seniors or Arab Muslim voters, Black and Latino men? Did the Democratic Party make its case to working class white voters? That's what we will be discussing tonight, and we have lots of data to share with you. But first, let's start with CBS.
That's quite enough of you. Thank you very much. Right, leave that open. Come back to you. Let's try for something else. CNN. Let's go. Oh, the Young Turds. Young Turks. Where are we? They're always good for a laugh.
Stay with what is more likely to happen, so Arizona's still red. Leave Nevada alone because it's going to be a linchpin. So assume that that the polling holds and Georgia goes red. So let's turn Georgia red, and then assume Wisconsin and Michigan stay blue, and that is.
This is so funny. This is what they did last time. I think they've matured a bit, mind you, since that one, but that was just the best ever. You should recapture the energy there from 2016.
Where the polling is for now. There's so many caveats to all of this. Remember, in 2020, Biden was up by 8 in the polling in Michigan and Wisconsin and only won by 0.6. But those unlikely voters that came in for Trump in those elections are now likely voters and calculated into the polling, theoretically, hopefully, right? So it turned those blue. So then what's left on the map is Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Nevada. So in my opinion, those are the 3 closest races and the 3 most important races. So again, if Trump wins Michigan and Wisconsin, this thing is way over, right? He'll landslide. Not really landslide, there's no such thing as a landslide, but within the swing states, right? And he might, if he wins those 2, he'll probably sweep them all. So I'm not going there because if you go there, Trump's already won. That's an easy calculation. So now let's bring the map back up and let's turn Pennsylvania red.
Ooh.
If Trump wins, okay?
Hey, old Amish. Hey, good old Amish.
So let's do all
the Dutch Amish.
All that. That's red. Michigan and Wisconsin are blue. Let's do that. Michigan and Wisconsin blue. And so that leaves North Carolina and Nevada. In order for Kamala Harris to win, if Pennsylvania goes red, she must win North Carolina and Nevada. Otherwise, she doesn't get to past 270. If she wins Pennsylvania alone, here, let's show you so turn those blue, North Carolina and Nevada. And then I hope you guys can see the electoral count when that happens. So you'll see that she barely wins when that happens. And so either she wins Pennsylvania or she wins those 2 states. There is no other choice. She's got to do one or the other. I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, but she barely gets past 270 in that scenario. And if she loses North Carolina and Nevada but wins Pennsylvania, she gets to 270 exactly and wins. So that's why those are the most critical states.
And two important considerations. Obviously, there, at least historically, have been reasons to want to win by a lot, to be able to say that you had a mandate. So theoretically, getting 320 electoral college votes would be better. Getting 10 million more votes in the popular vote would be better. I don't know if that's still a thing. Probably for the Democrats it is. Trump obviously in 2016 lost the popular vote and still,
It'll be beneficial if he's the president and he holds the Senate and the House. That would be beneficial to get rid of, to do some significant changes.
He legislated as if he'd gotten 300 million votes or whatever. So I don't know that will necessarily matter, but 270 is obviously the mark. And one reason that these alternate ways to win if she loses Pennsylvania, and you can go even a little bit crazier than that with some of the individual congressional districts, isn't focused on as much, is that these are not like truly independent variables. There are obviously differences between the states, and it is conceivable that were she to lose Pennsylvania, she could still win North Carolina and Nevada. But if she is losing Pennsylvania, a state that is like tied in the swing state polling, it's difficult to imagine exactly why she would then also win in states where she's actually down by a couple of points. It's possible, but less likely, which is why most people are not focusing on it in their analysis.
So I wanted to go back to what Cenk had said about the polling and how...
Now, I have to say, it's been very interesting watching Anna on her evolution, and she really has come on leaps and bounds. Less so Cenk, but even Cenk, I think, is maturing a wee bit as well, to be honest with you. But they seem to be more reflective as they're getting older on politics, and maybe reminiscing over mistakes potentially made, and we all made them, don't get me wrong, and especially as you mature. That's why the globalists are trying to kill off grannies and grandpas, because they've obviously been about a bit and realised that these people are assholes. Not Cenk and Anna, obviously, but the people in power, the globalists in power.
The methodology had been updated in order to avoid underestimating Donald Trump and the Republicans. But when I think about what happened in the midterm elections in 2022, they certainly overestimated the Republican Party, right? There was supposed to be the red wave. That red wave never happened.
That's right.
Now, Republicans, of course, took control of the House, but again, there wasn't a red wave. They have a slim majority in the House of Representatives. So I'm curious, Cenk, if you think that the methodology, like what do you think happened in the midterm elections with the polling?
So that's a great question, totally critical to tonight. I'm gonna answer it in a second, but I think Vermont got called. Because we're showing 3 points up on the board for Kamala Harris in the Electoral College.
Yeah,
that's been called since the turn of the hour. I expected that.
Yes, of course.
Say that again. Hey, I love it when they say that. Yeah, have that state.
But if she is losing Pennsylvania, a state that is like tied in the swing state polling, it's difficult to imagine exactly why she would then also win in states where she's actually down by a couple of points. It's possible, but less likely, which is why most people are not focusing on it in their analysis.
So I wanted to go back to what Cenk had said about the polling and how some of the methodology had been updated in order to avoid underestimating Donald Trump and the Republicans. But when I think about what happened in the midterm elections in 2022, they certainly overestimated the Republican Party, right? There was supposed to be the red wave. That red wave never happened.
That's right.
Now, Republicans, of course, took control of the House, but again, there wasn't a red wave. They have a slim majority in the House of Representatives. So I'm curious, Cenk, if you think that the methodology, like what...
Which is correct, but I can't remember who was one of the rhinos, one of the globalist shells were actually running the Republican Party at that point, but she had been removed, but she didn't do anything to help them get that red wave.
What do you think happened in the midterm elections with the polling?
So that's a great question, totally critical to tonight. I'm gonna answer it in a second, but I think Vermont got called because we're showing 3 points up on the board for Kamala Harris in the Electoral College.
Yeah, that's been called since the turn of the hour. I expected that. Obviously.
Yes, of course. So we're just telling.
I didn't hear what they said again there. I'm not quite sure what they said, the methodology.
And the Republicans, but when I think about what happened in the midterm elections in 2022, they certainly overestimated the Republican Party, right? There was supposed to be the red wave. That red wave never happened.
That's right.
Now, Republicans, of course, took control of the House, but again, there wasn't a red wave. They have a slim majority in the House of Representatives. So I'm curious, Cenk, if you think that the methodology, like what do you think happened in the midterm elections with the polling?
So that's a great question, totally critical to tonight. I'm going to answer it in a second, but I think Vermont got called because we're showing 3 points up on the board for Kamala Harris in the Electoral College.
Yeah, that's been called since like the turn of the hour.
I didn't hear a word that they said there. I don't know what. I think they said some place that's get called. I'm not sure which was.
Yes, of course. So we're just telling you, even though some of these are obvious, of course Kentucky went to Trump, of course Vermont went to Kamala Harris, but we just want to keep you updated.
Well, and of course, if Vermont had gone to Trump, we could probably save a lot of time today.
Oh yeah, or if Kentucky had gone to Kamala Harris, we're already done. You guys can all go home. So in terms of the polling, so they usually look at likely voters. And when Bernie Sanders won the Michigan primary in 2016, he was supposed to lose by 18, but he won by 2. And that was the biggest case of the polls being wrong maybe in my lifetime. And the reason for that is because there was a giant populist wave of progressives who went to go vote for Bernie who don't normally vote because Bernie got them excited. He seemed like he was the one politician who might actually get things done and was fighting against the establishment. Those guys don't generally.
That's a bit of a one-sided. That's a bit of a one-sided Florida Senate poll. 46 for Powell and 0 for Scott. Oh my God.
Before 2016, didn't come out to vote because they didn't have anything to vote for. Democrats and Republicans would get elected, make a bunch of promises, never deliver on anything. Okay, but once you have that election, they start then in the next cycle in 2020, they go, okay, those people voted now, so they're now likely voters, okay? Same thing happened with Donald Trump. He brought a lot of people out who were anti-establishment, didn't like the uniparty, etc. Now, we think he's a fake populist, but they didn't realize that. So they were unlikely voters. They showed up, and Trump way overperformed in 2016 and 2020, right? So then the pollsters take that into account. First of all, they then become likely voters because they already voted, right? But then the second thing the pollsters started to do was, and part of this is understandable.
Right, I'll let you listen to Young Turks for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to get something to drink and to make sure I can stay up for the duration of this long podcast.
But part of it makes me uncomfortable. They start weighting different things, and Nate Silver does this a lot, but they all do it, right? Where he's like, well, I'm going to use my judgment to say that this is what is the more likely composition of the electorate. Well, now we're getting into a second layer of guessing, right? Now, nevertheless, in past election cycles, I've disagreed with Nate Silver because his polling methodology usually is weighted towards the establishment. He was an enormous believer that whoever the party supports was going to win. I thought that biased his way of looking at the numbers, the frame with which he looked at the numbers. But for whatever reason, I think, in my opinion, for whatever it's worth, he's corrected that. And I have agreed with Nate Silver and Frank Luntz, the top Republican pollster throughout this entire election.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so they seem to be a little bit more clear-eyed than everyone else because some of the outlier polls are Trump polls, Trafalgar, Atlas, nonsense. So all they're trying to do is get the polling average to show Trump as the winner so they can cry later. It's absurd. It's so silly. Real Clear Politics shouldn't have that in there. It's total nonsense. And if I see an outlier on the Democratic side, I would do the same. But those are Republican outlets, basically, in effect. There's like Data for Progress, which is like a progressive outlet, but the rest are just normal pollsters. They're not Democrat, they're not Republican. And for the Republicans who don't believe that, then why do they keep saying that Republicans are going to win in a lot of elections?
So
it makes no sense, right? So those guys, I'm a little worried about how much they played with their assumptions about the electorate. So I've got it exactly where Silver and Luntz have it, at a dead even tie. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be a tie, guys. For those of you who haven't been watching the last couple of months, I've been saying this a lot. What it means is that we don't know. It is the most unpredictable election. But it's possible that Kamala Harris's independent women voters that don't normally vote got calculated in after they voted in 2022. Or there's an even bigger way because they came out to vote against Donald Trump and they are not calculated in which case she would then have a surge of voters that leads to an easier victory for her. But until you actually see the votes, that is impossible to predict. So that's why I'm confounded why both sides are so confident they're gonna win. They obviously both can't be right. And I think they're both massively overconfident.
Well, there was a lot of excitement over what I think is an outlier poll, and that was the, was it Seltzer poll?
That's the Iowa poll.
Yeah, the Iowa poll. So do you see that as an outlier, or do you think that's?
No, not necessarily, but then, so she did something interesting, and that's a really good question, because she has a poll that's usually very reliable. She got one election wrong, but her track record is really good in getting almost all the elections right, and usually within a point or two. So she's one of the more reliable pollsters. But she does not do a lot of that jerry-rigging of the assumptions that the others do.
Interesting.
So she's looking at it as, these are the people telling me they're gonna vote, I believe them, and so I'm going with this straight analysis. Now that's either very right or very wrong. If it's very right, Kamala Harris wins easily, because forget about winning Iowa. If she's within distance of Trump, reaching distance of Trump, then she's easily gonna win the swing states, right? If Seltzer is wrong and the other guy, all the other pollsters are right, then we're right back into the we don't know category.
And also bear in mind, some of these organizations, pollsters, they pop up, they do a bunch of like fraudulent polls, and who cares if they get it wrong? Like Seltzer, they track that cycle by cycle. Their reputation is worth something to them. It's very easy for the right to be like, they're just doing it to dissuade people from voting. As if a poll that shows that Harris might win is going to stop Republicans from voting. That is completely nonsensical. But it is still good to question it. And also bear in mind, it's one state. It's not a national poll. But also I do want to mention one thing. So obviously we're curious about some things that could indicate that stuff is going to be better for Harris than we thought it might be. So in Florida, for instance, right now we're at 64%. So there's still a lot of the vote to come in. But what I've been doing is looking at the results that we do have for some of the relatively blue counties and comparing it to the share of the vote that Biden got in 2020. And it seems like in most of them, Harris is doing like a point or two worse than Biden in these individual counties. So for instance, in Palm Beach County right now, bearing in mind that there's still a quarter of the vote to come in that particular county, she is at 52% of the vote. In 2020, Biden won slightly more than 56% of the vote. In Orange County, Orlando, so she's at 58% of the vote with 61% of the vote in right now. So at 58, Biden won 61%. So it is still possible that inside of the individual county, there's not an even distribution of the votes based on when they come in. But we have a good chunk in those individual counties, and it looks like she's slightly underperforming Biden. So not necessarily cause to believe that she's going to end up doing better statewide than he did.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, and whenever I read you guys' member comments, no disrespect to the members, we just haven't had a chance to verify them. So take it with a grain of salt whenever I read any member comment, including this one. Junk Rig Sailor said, Hamilton County, Kentucky, Harris doing 5% better than Biden. There's your nationwide polling error that has undervalued the Democratic voters. It's over. It's definitely not over, okay? So that's an interesting data point, but John just gave you a counter data point. Once again, getting back to, I don't know. And guys, if you've never watched The Young Turks, I love knowing ahead of time. I love predicting. And here throughout, I've said no prediction because there's just not enough information. The predictions don't come out of thin air. I'm not a Swami, I can't read the future. I'm just telling you my analysis of the information. So we're gonna take a break here in a second, and we'll come back. Some of you wrote some beautiful comments that I'd love to read as well. But right now, I wanted to say one more thing about what you're seeing on screen next to us. So you see why the Senate balance is 29-39 is those are seats that were not up for re-election in the Senate. So that's where we start the night, and then, but Democrats have more seats that are up. So don't get discouraged by the 39-29, it doesn't mean anything yet. Democrats have to hold more seats, which is more challenging for the Democrats, but they've got more incumbents in those races. So we'll see where that comes out at the end of the night. Put your predictions in at tyt.com.
I don't know what the hell's happened here. It's just stopped automatically. Restore. I don't even know if it's still live streaming.
Do you drive a diesel Land Rover or Jaguar? I recently...
Let's see if the guys are on live streaming on Rumble. Here we go.
And all that sort of thing, because Biden's got the dementia angle, right? So they obviously made that.
No way, there's Milo.
Calculation in that window of time that Joe's not going to beat Trump because he's lost his mind.
Well, it's a terrible misjudgment.
Well, and the debate. So although Milo say it's not inconceivable that Joe could have beat Trump. Well, the Dems didn't have. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place, weren't they?
Yeah.
The senile Biden or the violently unlikable Kamala. Either way, it's not. Yeah, they were going to struggle, right? But
sorry, go on, Milo. It was a misjudgment. The reason it was a misjudgment is that they're forgetting, as they keep forgetting, and as hopefully they've forgotten to do enough cheating in. They keep forgetting Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the key to everything in this election. Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins. Trump has a lot more paths to victory. He's got many more paths to 270. Than she does. She has quite a narrow path to victory, which is why I think it's a clear Trump blowout this evening. It's just psychological. It's just numbers. Elections are about numbers. Haha. But it's really about paths to victory. She has to win North Carolina. She has to win Nevada. She has to win Wisconsin. She has to win Pennsylvania. And if she loses any of those, she's sunk. Whereas Trump has a number of different combinations that he can put together because the states are in play now that weren't in the last election, that Biden took handily in the last election, states that don't like Kamala so much. The miscalculation they made was Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania elected John Fetterman, somebody who is, or at least was perceived during the election, he seems a lot better now, to be barely competent. I mean, some of us were wondering if he were even really alive, but he beat Dr. Oz. Now, Dr. Oz was a bad candidate, creepy, uncanny valley, rich, never even did, he couldn't place Pennsylvania on the map. You're speaking to a Greek man. You should. I know. I mean, I try not to. I always like bringing up Turks in front of Greeks. Listen, every time Hassan Piker comes up, there's a cockroach. I didn't mean to distract. It's fine, and I'm going to get very racist. And this is British Airways, so we can't do it. They took a lot of my family property in Nicosia, bastards. Anyway, so. The thing is, Pennsylvania had a soft spot for John Fetterman, had a soft spot for somebody who wasn't really entirely competent. They took pity on him. What was it about Pennsylvania that took pity on Fetterman? We'll never know. But would they have similarly taken pity on an enfeebled Joe Biden who nonetheless seemed to have a decent operation around him? Maybe. And if they had, Biden would have got a second term. Pennsylvania, the key state in this election, has already demonstrated that it is prepared to elect funny old eccentric, useless, half-wits, because they've done it already, and they did it very recently. They already elected a retard. And they're like, great, fine, where are ours? But they were perfectly happy to elect somebody who it looked during the debate, the Pennsylvania state debate, the Senate state debate, we weren't even sure if he was really awake for half of it. And for the rest, he seemed to be getting a lot of prompts. There was a lot of suggestion that he was getting additional help that perhaps the Republicans agreed to because he was not really mentally all there. He seems a lot more cogent and fluent now that he's crapping on the Democrats in all his interviews. But at the time, he was not really.
I think he had a stroke, or a tumour or something. the guy Fetterman. I mean, it's incredible that the voters would actually vote for somebody who is
this morning, Republicans
who is not completely compos mentis. Let's see what it's saying.
But Michelle Carrieri, she said, what have you heard about voting machines malfunctioning? So do we have any updates
so, ladies
on that?
and gentlemen, that's why we were
anything?
watching so closely. The state of Florida, 60% in. Here we go. Donald Trump pulling away. 50.
Bloody hell, 700,000. I don't really. We obviously know that it's not in play, but this is more these machines. I told you these machines are dodgy.
We got any new information? I know we've talked about the bomb threats, but are we hearing anything about the voting machines?
Bomb threats? Oh my God, Jesus! Welcome to America.
Do you have something, Liz?
I think there was a report out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. One of the voting machines wasn't properly closed and locked before the tabulation began. This was for early votes, and they were going to recount.
We count by hand, and the people count paper ballots, which is a bit. I can't believe they're using machines. What an easy way to manipulate and defraud the actual voter.
Now, this was something Laura Trump announced. They were going to recount 30,000 of the votes, but there wasn't an indication that there had been a miscount. It just wasn't properly secured.
The one thing I have heard about this is, and it's from Laura Trump, the GOP is all over this. All over this. Do we have Harmeet on tonight? Is she going to be joining us, Ricky? Okay. I think she's going to be joining us at some point tonight, but she's really with the GOP. She's in Arizona looking at corruption. And the GOP, unlike 2020, they are on it. So I think many of the things that we're hearing about, this trunk was open of this van for 10 minutes, I actually think those are good signs that we're seeing it, reporting it, and the GOP is on it.
Yeah, the difference, people should know this. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying the Republicans have done everything they should do, but the difference is remarkable. There are numerous efforts by nonprofits, by the Republican Party itself to be watching everywhere. There are numerous ways in which you can report anything you see. And then we have social media and Elon Musk opening up hundreds of thousands of people in a group on X just for this purpose. So this will...
Well, we'll go in there. Let's go on X. I don't know how you get groups. I don't know where the groups are. Pennsylvania voter roll fraud. 3,500 activists on the current voter roll in the state of Pennsylvania who are under the agree of eight-year-old. Most of them under the age of 1. Oh my goodness, Pennsylvania registering toddlers. They must have reduced the overall voter age to zero.
You do not need to show an ID to vote unless you're a first-time voter. What? So any random person can just go to the polls, say my name, and then vote on my behalf, all because I showed an ID to vote when I registered at 18 years old? How is that secure? People don't need to show any form of identification to vote in the presidential election. I need to show an ID every single time I go to buy a tequila. They don't just give it to me because I once showed an ID. And this is the presidential election, not a fun Saturday night out. It gets worse. Ballots must be received by November 12th. That is a full week after the election. So are we just going to wait a week to certify the election because mail-in ballots are still being received? Every single vote and ballot should be cast and counted by the end of election day. Part of a secure election is having a quick election. And this opens up the room for people to send their ballots in after the election.
Yeah, that's very clever.
Results already start coming in to have a greater...
That's absolutely disgraceful.
Effect on the outcome. It is not election integrity. And lastly, it says that you can drop your mail-in ballot off on election day. Why are you requesting a mail-in ballot if you're just going to drop it off on election day? Just vote normally in person. And people call me crazy for saying that we don't have safe and secure elections. So then explain this. How will the poll workers ever know if I showed an ID originally if they don't ask me for an ID in the first place and they have no idea who I am? How are we supposed to certify an election on election day when results are still coming in up till a week after? Why can any person request a mail-in ballot? This is all nuts, so just remember to vote early and vote in person. And don't let anybody touch your ballot.
Good advice. No citizen from China, non-citizens from China charged after casting ballot in Michigan. His vote is still counting. It was. Seems very secure. Laugh my ass off. Here we go.
I'm not. How you doing? Have you voted already? You did. Thank you.
Joe Biden, Obama on the phone.
Thank you so very much.
I'll see you at the next P. Diddy party.
It's so important that everybody participates.
Irrefutable evidence. Your government was overthrown on November the 3rd, 2020.
So it reversed the ballots. I would say at least like anywhere between 50 and 70 votes.
In what time period?
Within the first hour.
And how long did this problem last?
The entire day. So the person that identified the problem was the voting machine warehouse supervisor, James Savage. He arrived to our precinct about 2.5 hours after we opened, and he told us that the ballot barcodes were deformed. So when he arrived with 3 other gentlemen, and when they arrived at the poll to try to address the situation, he did not troubleshoot anything. He just made a statement, and he did not replace anything, and there was no work done on any of the scanners.
Jim Savage has been a high-level Democrat operative for years. He was vice chair of the Delaware County Democratic Party, vice president of the Philadelphia AFL-CIO, and even a DNC delegate. He's worked for everyone, from Obama to Bernie Sanders, publicly boasting that all he wanted for Christmas was Donald Trump and handcuffs. And now he's in charge of Pennsylvania's voting machines.
When I was there on November 5th, I observed Savage walking into the counting center in the Wharf in Chester, unaccompanied. He had a plastic bag in his hand.
Multiple occasions, I saw this personally. I brought it to the attention of the deputy sheriff who was there stationed, who was a senior law enforcement officer, and I brought it to the attention of the clerk of elections. I brought it to their attention, I objected, and I said, this person is not being observed, he's not part of the process that I can see, and he's walking in with baggies, which we have pictures of, and it was submitted in our affidavits, and he was sticking these USBs into the machines. So I personally witnessed over that happened 24 times, over 24 times. We have multiple other witnesses that saw it, including Democrat poll watchers. And we were told, I was told the next day by the solicitors, well, actually not the solicitor, but the attorney that we had secured, that they said every election they leave a couple of USBs in the voting machines and they're brought back, and generally the warehouse man.
That seems very fair. That's quite interesting. Real Robert.
So how did they get the letter before I got it? But aren't you the chief of staff to the individual who wrote the letter? You guys, you're part of the government, right? Is working in hand with legacy media outlets to target journalists from doing their jobs. Is this Janine Mary Lassier?
Yes, it is.
Maricopa County Chief Comms Director?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Hi, did you leak a letter to the Washington Post about James O'Keefe? Did you talk to the Washington Post reporter? My name is James O'Keefe, and you're friends with the Washington Post reporter, are you not?
I wouldn't call it friends. We're professional acquaintances, yes.
Yvonne Wingate Sanchez, are you a professional acquaintance? You leaked the letter about me to the Washington Post, didn't you?
No, there was no leak.
So how did they get the letter before I got it?
I don't know how Yvonne was tipped that the letter was coming. That's a conversation you would have to have with Yvonne.
But aren't you the chief of staff to the individual who wrote the letter?
All I know is that it was released to her per the provisions of the Arizona Public Records Law.
Okay, I haven't gotten the letter. Could you send me the letter that your boss wrote? I'd like to see the letter.
It's on its way to you. You make yourself difficult to find.
Huh?
You make yourself difficult to find.
Huh?
You make yourself difficult.
Let me explain it to you.
Please.
Okay. This process is very slow and grueling.
That doesn't matter if we're online.
Very slow and grueling.
It doesn't matter if we're online by 4:30. We have the
The
right
reason
to
why it
vote.
had to close was because a high volume of people wanted to do this, slow and grueling.
Well, then they
So
have to
had
wait till everyone's.
They had to cut the line at 1:45.
They cut the line at 1:45.
1:45.
You hear that, everyone? They cut the line at 1:45.
Here's your.
This is voter fraud, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Oh, voter protection. I heard about that on X. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Contact
Voter protection. Let's see what
Contact the county commissioners to complain.
This is, and so you don't think this is voter fraud? This is voter fraud.
American history where we actually have a free speech platform in X. And spend a few minutes on X today and you're going to see so many examples of voter fraud, glitches, anomalies, mistakes happening all across the country. We have a woman in Colorado who leaked the passwords for our voting machines in Colorado. We have people in Kentucky that can't click Donald Trump on the digital screens and the vote automatically goes to Kamala Harris. We have arsonists burning ballot boxes, destroying Americans' ballots. Never to be seen again. Ballots are being burned and destroyed. We have so many.
Sounds like a great system. That's the last time I am going to tell you guys there is no voter or election fraud. Stop. Dear.
Just like this? Yes. Okay. Wait and see if it tells you if it's okay. It lets you know that you voted the way you wanted to. Can you see?
Yes. Yes, I can. So that's all we need, right?
And you have to do page 2 because you voted the
Next
back side. There
page,
should be a way
yes.
to say next or something.
Yes.
And then
Cast.
you should be able to cast your vote.
Okay.
And you got a ding. You're official.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a great day.
You can leave this up, and then when you put it in.
A voter shows that they have Trump spelled incorrectly as Trump. Is that why it's so votes aren't registered for Trump? No.
Yes or no?
Look at that. Dear.
I am the Vice Chairman of the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners and also the Chairman of the Lancaster County Board of Elections. As we, the Board of County Commissioners and the Board of Elections, have said throughout this entire election cycle and years prior, Lancaster County runs each election with the principles of integrity.
Democrats will stop at nothing to win. They have gotten away with voter fraud for years. Lancaster County Board of Elections, Pennsylvania, found major voter fraud up to 2,500 fraudulent voter registration applications. Holy moly.
An address, so we allow them to use our address if they register to vote and to get Georgia State ID. Because you have to have proof of residence, and so although we're not a shelter, we do allow them to use 201 Washington Street. Okay. So I can't even begin to tell you how many people have that address on their ID. And we've never run into any problem with that until this election. And one of our board members got wind that they thought we're doing things not on the up and up because so many people have the address. But we've not heard any repercussion from it since. So
Oh my goodness. What's going
Election
on?
I voted in was Trump's. I've never voted in a midterm. I've never voted.
What?
I have never voted in a midterm election. Ever.
All right.
Say that I've never voted in a primary. Ever.
Tell us that again.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so what we see here is someone voted in your name for a midterm primary, and then we've got 1, 2, 3 presidential elections. You're saying you did not vote in.
I can tell you,
and
I can tell you, I'm a bad patriot. First time I got involved with politics was President Trump. That's my first presidential election. I have never voted in a midterm.
Philadelphia on 5th Street. Right here is the Philadelphia City Commissioner's office the day before Election Day, and across the street is an NGO called Saiba. That's Saiba, and they are telling people to vote. They are telling people that all you need is what's called a TIN number. That's ITIN number, and you can vote if you're not a citizen of the United States. So we sent an undercover reporter to this NGO right across from the place where people are early voting, and she got confirmation that yes, in fact, she can vote with nothing but an ITIN number.
Yo sí puedo votar, aunque no sea residente ni ciudadana.
And then we went into the city commissioner's office to speak to the man who works there, working for the city government, confirming that you only need to be a resident of Philadelphia.
But when I say resident, that means of the entire United States. But you're just worried about Philadelphia. Oh, you don't care about anything else. You just want them to have a resident of Philadelphia. After that, you confirm that, you register, whether you have a social security number or not, you can vote.
Obviously, it's extremely loud here. Music is very loud. So we're gonna go ahead and walk across the street and talk to these people.
Hello! Mira, están jodiendo estos mamados.
Are you
Aquí están jodiendo.
Are you Juliesa? Are you Juliesa? And these people over here across the street are saying that you can vote if you have an ITIN number. This is the document that they gave us.
What again?
ITIN.
I cannot comment because I don't know, no idea.
It looks like they're cheating, as usual.
Did it for our the President Obama's administration. Before you guys did it for our the President Obama's administration. Before this, we have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics. You guys.
Possible, and it exists other places, and it's slowly existing. It's slowly rearing its head in the UK. You're seeing, I think the number of people that have been arrested for just social media posts is bananas. It's in the thousands.
Yes, several thousand people have been given prison sentences in the UK for social media posts.
I'll come and talk about that Lispy prick soon. So I'll do a podcast on Poofy Keir Starmer.
Where there was no explicit link to actual violence. But they just said it encouraged violence. I'm like, well, did anyone actually do anything as a result of that media post? Well, no. But they just... And then they have a prison overcrowding situation in the UK, so they're quite literally releasing convicted pedophiles and putting people in jail for Facebook posts. That's an actual thing happening in Britain.
That is so wild.
Yeah, you're not kidding. There's horsey face.
Here, I guarantee you more news.
This is good.
Has broken with more voting issues, more line issues, more machine issues. As the elections start to get more into the day in the West Coast, you'll start to hear issues, I'm sure, in Arizona and Nevada and everywhere else. Why can't we run elections? They don't seem to have a problem in Florida. They don't seem to have a problem in Texas. But man, you get into these battleground states and it's just errors and machine shutdowns and power outages. Now you have bomb threats. Now listen to Raffensperger, who I think is a Republican in name only. I think this guy's working for the Democrats. I think this guy's working against Donald Trump. He comes out and makes this statement: a bomb threat in Georgia, clip 12.
Threats at only places that we've heard about one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any point places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats from Russia?
As he said, is a bomb threat.
So Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did it?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to no mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
I'm starting to think that you're not our friend, actually.
Yeah.
He goes out there and makes it about Russia and then exits stage right. It's funny because here's the actual story about the said bomb threat, which is being reported everywhere except from Raffensperger, the Secretary of State. The guy who threw Trump under the bus. The guy who threw Georgia under the bus. I'm starting to think Raffensperger's the problem, not Russia. Here's the actual story. Georgia poll worker accused of threatening to bomb election workers. A Georgia poll worker was arrested Monday for allegedly mailing a threatening letter to other poll workers with rape, a beatdown, and a bomb threat. He was working at the Jones County Elections Office on October 16th when he had a verbal altercation with a voter, according to the DOJ. The next day, he mailed a letter to the county election superintendent, written to appear as though it came from the voter he had argued with, said the DOJ yesterday in a press release. And then he made himself out to be the victim. So it goes on here with the bomb threat and the
InfoWars. I wish I had. Oh, here we go. Here's P. Diddy. Hey, P. Diddy.
Just a handful of votes in every. Folks, this election is going to be close.
Hey, because you've rigged the ballots. What did P. Diddy tell you?
In some states,
Baza.
Just a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner.
Yeah, you and Big Mike should be definitely voting with your P. Diddy Mad Squad.
So you need to get out there and vote. So tell.
Yeah. So I came back to the P. Diddy parties and the pizzas and the plastic wrappers.
Call your family, talk to your neighbors, make a plan, go to the polls with your friends, and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris.
No, don't vote for her. Don't vote for her. Stay cool, everyone. Stay cool, everyone. Here's Marina. She's always good for a laugh. Sparsely populated Republican precincts are quicker to count and more densely populated Democrat ones. Look out for the blue shift from the cheating. Yeah, like all of the British establishment. Where's that wee poof? I think it's on there. Where is that? There he is. We're loving that. This is quite funny.
Miller's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna
gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Margarita. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Margarita. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country.
Hey, what was I looking for there? Where is that wee thing? Oh, here he is.
All the power.
That's enough of you. That's quite enough of you. Okay, where's all the feminists? This guy's brilliant, this guy, Mr. Mahmood. Where's all the feminists supporting the young lady in Iran?
A microcosm of what's wrong with empire. We can stop the genocide simply by the...
That's enough of you. That's enough of you. Oh, here's all the Amish.
Hey, Donald Trump is your president, and if you like it or not, keep the energy you had with Barack.
Where is he, man?
To operate like Florida. Florida seems to just have it smooth, figured out.
It was all smooth till 2016 when Trump won, and now it takes weeks.
Yeah. Everyone else, pay attention.
Obama was out today saying, it's normal. 2020, it took a long time.
No.
Yeah, the new normal.
No, the American...
Yeah, they're trying to nobble your political decisions. There's the British farmers. No farmer, no food. Support your British farmers. Fuck Keir Starmer, the wee prick. Where is this? Where's that? Diddy? Hey, Hague. Where is that Willie? Here he is, yeah. Yeah, what a wee twat. Right, let's see, he did a video of William Hague.
William Hague.
Another fake conservative. So here we go. Where's his videos? Media. Oh no, that's not very good. What was he on? William Hague. What was he on? Latest, this, come on, where is... there he is, radio.
The most powerful man in the world, or certainly in the democratic world. Somebody who finds it totally routine and normal to...
How come he looks like Mr. Magoo? Him and Patrick Harvey are trying to outdo each other for who looks the most like Mr. Magoo. Another fake Tory.
Threaten and bully and intimidate opponents who did try on January 6th, 4 years ago, to instigate an insurrection against the Constitution.
Oh, I've never seen an insurrection without any guns. And people walking between the gilded lines of red awnings to actually make sure they stay in between the barriers. Ever seen an insurrection like that?
Of the United States, and to overturn entirely...
But we Baldy Hague here, didn't I mention about the communists, the Antifa and the Black Lives Matter Marxists killing 30 people? But yet the only person that died was an innocent woman who apparently that get covered up as well.
Legitimate election results. That is definitely dangerous to give.
I think you're dangerous, you and the fake Tories, the globalist Tories, One Nation, globalist, left, shell, open border Tories.
Huge power to such a man. So I think, it's not just distaste. I mean,
we're all get distaste for the Tories now anyway. I think you've got about 20 seats, and I think that's even going to go down even further.
The distaste is obvious. He is a rambling...
Well, you're meant to be a conservative, and they're meant to be conservative, but you're not. You're just a shill like Kamala Harris. You're just a shill, even though Kamala's a commie. You're just a shill for the actual Democrats, because they're all shilling for the globalists as well.
Nasty individual, but he's actually positively dangerous. And that's why, although there's lots wrong with the Democrat Party.
Yeah, which you seem to be shilling for now, don't you, William? Shilling for them. Everybody's voting reform.
So, many things we don't know about Kamala Harris and what she would actually do. I'm not saying she's a perfect candidate.
She's not even on the pitch. She's an absolute dough ball.
In this choice, it is really.
So we've got a so-called fake conservative, some baldy twat selected by central office with all the globalist fake conservative Tories to actually now rail against Donald Trump. But the wee baldy twat here, with his wee baseball cap saying I'm a globalist shill, who was selected by, and I don't think Kemi Badenoch's going to be any better. I've thinks that her posturising as somebody on the right is just as much nonsensical as this wee baldy twat posturising as somebody on the right.
Important, really consequential for the world that Trump is not elected tonight.
Oh yeah, that's great. Aye, well, thank God you didn't stay very long in your political position. Let's see what the boys are saying. Let's see.
Considered by most voters, even people who voted for him, as being entirely compos mentis. And they voted for him. And I think they would have done so for Biden too. And if they hadn't done so, it would be over.
People underestimate the likability factor. And this, I
well, it's female voters. It's female voters. It's pity. Women feel sorry for, it's the.
Hang on. It's not just that. Like, you can say a lot of things about Fetterman, but he's actually kind of a likable guy. He actually doesn't seem like
very
a bad
likable.
fellow.
Very likable. He's very likable. He's reasonable. He's relatable. But he's also got the bird with the broken wing thing. And it's
absolutely.
It's catnip to female voters.
Exactly. So you could see yourself having a beer with John Fetterman in a bar, and also if you're a sympathetic woman, you want to mother him. Okay, fair enough. I can see why you won. And again,
same with Biden. They got the granddad thing,
Yeah, but Biden, and again, a lot of Republicans don't like to hear this because, of course, Biden is evil. But he's also charismatic to the sort of people who don't intrinsically see him as evil. Right? He is.
He's so charming. I find him charming. I think he's likable. It's basically a nice.
Just to explain how this works, if you make a sufficiently lucrative comment on Rumble, you go on the list. If you are a gold or silver tier subscriber, you go on the list. And also there is a donations page under the description where you can juicy £200 donation on Rumble from Sad Wings Raging, who says, thank you all for what you guys do and supported Trump. Well, I haven't actually said who I'm supporting yet. I will be announcing that later.
Wearing the hat. Hat. Kind of a dead giveaway, Dan. Come on, you're wearing the hat.
No clues yet. No clues yet.
Unlike my value-free analysis. So, go on.
Where did it go? Oh, there he is. I've lost it now. I'm sure the rest of that comment was absolutely wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you for all the guys do support for Trump's. I have one request. Use part of this to buy a book, The Sword and the Shield. Sword and the Shield. The Metrocan archive, and have all the presenters read it. Right.
Finish my dinner. Look, this is a man the likes of which we haven't seen since maybe the 1950s. What politician takes a bullet to the ear traveling at 3,000 feet per second and then goes back to the site of the crime? I was there. I was sitting right behind Elon Musk in Butler, Pennsylvania a few weeks ago. Nobody does that. Likewise, no politician who's almost assassinated doesn't exploit that in a mercenary fashion. President Trump didn't, because he cares about one thing and one thing alone: to save the nation from those who are destroying the Keystone State for a reason. I had somebody who's been chasing ballots down there on my national radio show today, Cliff Maloney, and he said what he's seeing, especially in the urban areas, they're just not coming out to vote for Kamala. They're just not excited. And who would be? I mean, when you have Obama rolled out saying behind the scenes, the brothers aren't voting for her like they should, what guy, black or white, reacts well to that? So, look, if she doesn't get Pennsylvania, it's good night Vienna. So, fingers crossed, guys. I'm going to jump now. God bless everyone at the Lotus Eaters, and tell Sargon to get back on my show.
Absolutely, we'll do, sir. Enjoy. Years, right?
So I've got a question, because over here in the UK, we only get a certain view of American politics, and we don't get the whole picture. So as an American, I have a very important question. What was Kamala Harris's campaign? Like, actually, what was her campaign?
I'm not Trump.
Because that's as much as I've got the
Lots
impression
of cackling.
She seems to have been going for like an
official lamb. Correct me if I'm wrong, George, but it seems to me that when everyone said that Biden isn't going to seek re-election, she was sort of placed there because a lot of other Democrats.
She was sort of placed there.
Didn't want to be there.
Well,
they seemed to me to have thought that Trump would win.
I heard that Biden went rogue by endorsing her, actually, which is why like the Pelosi types and that weren't big fans. So I think there might be a bit of discord in the Democrat camp, but I think you're right in that like Gavin Newsom didn't want to put his name forward and waste his potential run in a few years. Yeah.
Well, that was the only other choice. I couldn't think of anyone that had the name recognition that would have gotten anyone even remote. Basically, he's not pro-life enough. And then the joke was, oh, Kamala wins by 1 vote. Not that that's how it's counted here in the States, but the joke is basically a person who says, I'm not going to vote for Trump is handing another point, popular-wise, to Kamala. And there seems to be enough people on the right, not to be too angry about it. I am rather angry about it, but like, is that really the only issue on the table?
Right, let's go and actually try and find some. Where's Red Eagle Politics? Where are you? There it is, here. Here we go. What's my God, you are buffering. You're having problems buffering. Let's see if we can. There we go.
So votes that are okay, these counties move left in the midterms. They move right now. So any midterm warriors out there, they're the ones taking the L's on that front. But you talk about the turnout. When you have a less educated electorate compared to the midterms, Republicans are going to do better, especially for Trump. So, again, we're watching the counties, but the counties that are all the way in North Carolina, rural North Carolina, hit by the hurricane, Trump is doing better than he did in 2020. Steve Dow says Trump 50 Harris 48 was bearish for Trump. We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
95
way to go.
So this is how. Is this? No, it is. I was thinking this was actually the House votes, but I think this is actually they've won. So that's not Georgia.
Kansas, Kamala Harris has taken the lead because of Wyandotte County. Again, that's not going to hold. Kansas is not at risk. Don't worry about Kansas. You're wasting your time and your energy.
What's happening in Virginia? And Pennsylvania?
But, yeah, I mean, Ghost Crusader. Jay Shook says Amendment 3 and 4 in Florida. Did they really? I wasn't even looking at that. Hold on. Florida. All Florida results. Okay, that's another thing. We talk about this. Rick Scott won by double digits, as I predicted.
What's that he's looking at? New York Times. Where's the map? Where's the map? Let me see the map. Reject all. Continue. Updates. Continue. Sign-ins. Guerilla TV. Should be thanking me. How did they get that bigger? Oh no, we don't want that. What's going on in Virginia?
Allah, Alaska, Arizona, Ark, California, Colorado,
How did I make the whole thing bigger?
GA, Hawaii, Idaho, IND, Texas, Utah, VT,
That's quite enough of that. Right. So Virginia, Kamala's 34% of the vote. Kamala's winning by 2%. So if he overcomes that, Pennsylvania. Oh, right, I see. So it's only the large states, none of the smaller states are in. So Kamala Harris has got 160,000 votes. And Donald's only got 58,000 with 31% of the vote counted. Yeah, but that's the Noble's in. The fix is in. Where else are we going? Donald's winning in Texas. But we want Virginia. So she's ahead by 2% in Virginia. Hope you guys all got out and voted. So a lot of these, she's ahead in Kansas. Only 7% of the vote cast. Missouri. She's ahead in Illinois by 19%. Michigan. Kamala's ahead by in 62% just now in Michigan. Wisconsin's not counting. I can't believe this, man. That's Kamala's up in 18% of the vote in New Hampshire. It's called for Kamala. 64% in Connecticut. Massachusetts, she's called 51 votes. 51 votes, 76%. Is there only 51 votes in 11 electoral votes? So 8% and Kamala's and 72% are 382,000 votes. I can't believe America's going to vote for this dough ball. Georgia, Donald's up 55%. So Kamala's up in North Carolina. Kamala's up in Virginia, although that's close, that's only 2%. How much has been called? 36%. It's only a third of the votes been called. 16 electoral votes in North Carolina. Ohio, she's winning in Ohio with 39% of the vote called. She's absolutely tanking it in Pennsylvania and 72%. She can't fill a stadium, but she's got 72% of the vote. She's winning in Kansas. She's winning in Illinois, 63% of the vote. Can't believe all this. This looks absolutely ridiculous. Let's see the Young Turks. They must be delighted.
Not be like last time, and we're already seeing that.
Yeah. Did anybody see what was happening with Google earlier today?
Yes.
Elon Musk tweeted it out about how Google was showing you all of the information on Kamala, but not on Donald Trump in real time. It was
Google.
It's electioneering.
Other companies, or it looks like Zuckerberg's backing off. The Washington Post is backing off a little bit. Google is still evil.
Yeah.
Let's just make that clear.
It's just so strange that their slogan used to be "Don't be evil."
To the corruption
right?
point, I think what Steve said earlier is really key here. The kind of corruption that still exists is old school. It's machine politics.
Yeah.
When you control
Black
a
the
large
windows,
area.
you can't watch it.
You're right. I mean, it's not done yet, but marijuana, they didn't crack 60. Abortion, they didn't crack 60. So abortion as a winning issue for the Democrats, they were banking on it. Yeah, Ohio. So we have the needle back. The needle's back. Texas is likely R. Georgia's still a toss-up. North Carolina's a toss-up. Ohio's likely R. Pennsylvania and Michigan are toss-ups. New Jersey, and they have going likely D. But Virginia's only lean D. Maybe they don't have enough intel. But yeah, you're looking at Ohio. There's no trouble in Ohio. There's no trouble that I see. Let's go. Okay, let's see. We have the needle. It's a toss-up. The needle's back. The needle's back, and it's a toss-up right now. Folks, hold on. We're getting there. Delaware County Delaware County's not flipping. Scott B says, rep stream for MVP. Stop by others, not worth it. Nice work, sir. Your coverage is second to none. Keep up the great work. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's done very well. He's been doing this Red Eagle Politics. Has been doing some great commentary, great polling analysis over there as well.
15,000 people in the live chat. So Georgia, let's see. Cobb. He's at 42% in Cobb County, folks. 42%. I think that's what he got last time. So he is holding his own in the early vote in Cobb County, the Atlanta suburbs. If that holds and some of these places get even redder, Donald Trump might walk out of Georgia with a flip in the state tonight. Texas, look at this. Even Fort Bend County's within 2. Fort Bend is within 2. Democrats had hoped they would flip the state of Texas by 2020 or 2024. It is not happening tonight. It is just not there. It is just not there at all. So let's see. North Carolina. Wanted to check some of the down ballot races, see what's going on down ballot. They say Trump is expected to win right now, but the needle can move. But let's check in any of the... All right, so we're back. Yeah, Robinson is getting cooked. He's getting cooked badly. But it doesn't seem like it's affecting Donald Trump's performance right now in the state. He currently is on track, according to the needle, to win the state. Nothing in out of Union County. Union County, these are very red areas around Charlotte. Nothing's in, and what is in is technically early vote. That's going to move Democrats. So there's a lot of room for Trump to grow in North Carolina. So far, which counties are mostly in the state? If we took a look at that, it's a little bit of a different picture. So he's doing better than 2020 in the rural counties in North Carolina, which is good for Trump. And these are mainly only absentee ballots or early votes. So again, there's a lot we don't know, but some of these counties like Swain County that are all the way in, Graham County, that's what they're showing. And that was the canary in the coal mine for Ted Budd in the midterms, that he wasn't getting turnout to do better than Trump in those counties. But Trump is getting that. He's doing better. It comes down to these suburbs. Robeson County, that's big for Trump. He's doing much better so far, but we don't know which vote that is or what's in. But Orange County, 82% of the vote is now in. This is in the Research Triangle. A lot of universities, a lot of college-educated whites. Trump is at 21% in Orange County. What did he get last time? 23.7. So there's more vote that probably even favors Trump that's outstanding in that county. So we'll see. LinRx52 says, can you recap what's happening in North Carolina? Donald Trump is the favorite right now. We don't know by how much, but the needle is closing in. But Trump has the advantage in North Carolina as things stand today. Kamala Harris really hoped for North Carolina. But if she can't pull it out, her math is going to get a lot more difficult for her if she's unable to. So let's see. Falco Kunze says Virginia plus Trump plus 6 Alexandria plus 8 Arlington plus 2 Fairfax plus 3 Prince William plus 4 Loudoun over 2020. Yeah, but I mean, it depends what goes on in certain parts of what you're talking about. Let's see if we can get back to the main map, because it is true. So we have Missouri. Donald Trump is probably going to win Missouri. He's going to lose Illinois, but we'll watch the margins there. Ohio's about to flip back as it stands right now. Virginia's only lean D. And it's like, yeah, Loudoun, he's doing 8% better on net in Loudoun County. That is insane. Like, those are, I don't even know, what did Youngkin get? I think it was like within 10, but that's still huge. Georgia's lean R. They put Georgia as lean R. They understand what's going on here in terms of the way that he's at 68 in Forsyth right now. He was at 65. So he's doing better in these red exurbs. Paulding County, 62%. Paulding County there, 64. So maybe he does gain a little bit with what's outstanding there. But Fulton County, he's at 28. I don't think there's anything in out of DeKalb. But Clayton, yeah, he's already matching his totals. Rockdale, 86% is in. 75-25 in Rockdale, there's still room for him to possibly grow there. So lean R, yeah, I mean, you could say that it's looking good for Donald Trump all around. Columbia County outside Augusta, 63-37, 62-36. So, maybe just a little tiny bit of movement. But still, let's check the House map, guys. Let's check the House. What's going on here? Someone said we flipped a seat. Kiggins is going to hold on, probably. Vindman's up by 4. I don't know if that's going to... He probably will hold on, sadly, but some of these places. The 23rd district in Florida is somehow not even called yet. Democrats probably hold on, but that's insane with what we're seeing there. So already you can look at the presidential map and you can see what's going on. We'll go to Pennsylvania, and you have very preliminary votes in Susquehanna County. A lot of that's early voting. Trump is up by 11. In 2020, he won the state. I mean, he won it by more. He won it by close to 40. But there are more votes that are being banked right now. Trump takes the lead in Ohio. He took the lead in Ohio. Now he's taking the lead in Virginia.
Oh.
And now things get interesting. And again, Democrats are likely going to hold on to Virginia, but 39% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is gaining in the state of Virginia significantly.
Ooh.
Which is not this state is not supposed to be close. Biden won it by 10, but you're seeing a shift of a lot of independent voters in places like Loudoun County to Trump. Prince William so far holding strong. He's up in Stafford County. He could hold on to that. It would be a flip. But this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a very different than 2020, where they called it at poll closings, and you could even make the case it was justifiable, even though I wouldn't call it that early. Trump County, Illinois, which is where Chicago is, he only got 24% there last time. So again, it's very early, 2%. But still, it's interesting to see what's going on there. But Illinois is not a competitive state. New Jersey, though, I mean, it's within 10. Bergen County is still holding strong for Trump. Let's check right now. I don't know if that holds, but he lost it by 50. So he's improving everywhere. Warren County, which is close to the border of you have the Pennsylvania area. Some of these other counties like Gloucester, or however you pronounce it, yeah, that's going to it might get redder. Right now it's going for Harris. But it's good for Trump in New Jersey. Ohio, which counties are mostly in Ohio? Because it seems like it's starting to fill out. Let's see. Cincinnati, he's at 35. But again, it's the early vote. It's good. All these counties are going to get redder, and he's already got the lead with 40% of the vote in Ohio. So that is huge. Hawk 2001 says Trump skyrocketed in the betting odds.
Wow.
Let me see. He's at 68. Pennsylvania is kind of going back a little bit, but again, it's the early vote. People don't always know how to interpret it. North Carolina, 77%. Georgia, 85%. Texas is not even on the table. Neither is Florida, obviously. Thomas Martin says Bernie Moreno seems to be pulling ahead, but what are your thoughts on Hung Cao, how close Virginia is? Well, let's check the presidential versus the Senate. So Trump is up there, and Cao is actually down. So again, I don't think that if that holds, it's going to really be good for Cao. if he's going to be going under. So someone says, make the picture of the map larger, but make me smaller. These are graphics. I can't necessarily, I could try to zoom in more.
Yes, I feel sorry for him. It's murder trying to actually get things to actually do it for you. Yeah, he would have to change the actual layout, I think, of the actual thing. Whereas if you superimpose it, but I like his graphics. His graphics is great on this as well. He's looking brilliant.
But I can't exactly do it. So Dave McCormick right now. Okay, Mike Rogers is at 40% in Michigan. McCormick's at 27% in Pennsylvania. Let's check this. McCormick is running in line with Trump, and Rogers is only down by 1 compared to Trump. Oakland County is narrowing. Look at that, 59 to 39. If that gets within 10, Trump is a real shot in Michigan. Wayne County's not going to stay red. That is very early vote. Washtenaw County doesn't look all that good for Harris. Macomb County, very early. Eaton County looks great for Donald Trump. I think John James lost that county. So if that margin holds in Eaton, in Michigan, which that's what I'm focused on. Eaton, look at that. Trump barely won Eaton. So if Eaton stays like that for Trump, and he's doing well among these white working class voters in the Rust Belt, then that's great for Trump. But again, is this a red mirage or not? There's a lot we just don't know what's going on in Michigan. We got a lot of conflicting data. It's very early. But Georgia, now Trump is at 55% of the vote. Gwinnett County's in. Trump is at 39% in Gwinnett County, Georgia, in the early vote. Let's check Georgia. Yeah, 40%. So he's running in line with his final margin in the early vote that we've seen. So that is huge for Trump. And he's really running it up in these exurbs like Hall County, Jackson County's at 78% in Jackson. And again, that's holding his margin, but how much of the vote is left to count that could favor Trump? I mean, there's plenty. He's doing better now in Clayton County. Coweta County's at 67, so he's holding his own there. So the exurbs that move left are not moving left, which is good for Donald Trump in Georgia.
Wow, do you see that? That's gone up 101 now, I think they're at now. To
North Carolina is neck and neck, razor thin. Cabarrus County's going blue, but that's not going to likely hold. There's plenty of votes left. Cleveland County, Trump is at 67% in the early vote in Cleveland County, North Carolina. That's more than he got in the county in 2020. So there's plenty of counties where Trump is actually improving in the early vote over his end totals, which is massive. And I will say that early vote data, when you talk about the partisan lean and registration, it does add up after. He lead Montco in Texas last time. Montgomery County, Texas, 71-27. So you're already seeing that shift. That's what the main focus is on. So, okay, we can also call Arkansas for Donald Trump.
So 101 to 49 so far.
Bill Clinton's home state, Donald Trump has won it. That puts his total at 101 electoral votes, which we can update.
So he just needs 169 now. So he's going to get Texas, which is 40 votes. 40 votes anyway, but 40 seats or whatever it is that they get, booby prizes. So he's got 40 of them, so that would be him up to 141. So he needs probably about another 129, and a lot of this is all going to go for him as well. Could be this. Think this is blue, and the rest of all of this is going to potentially go red. All of these seats here. I think he's going to win it. Let's go. let's go and see what the Young Turks are going to say.
On the scorecard. So
we'll come back to you, buddy. Where's the Young Turks?
I don't think many people know that only socialists publicly advocated genocide in the
Do you drive a diesel, Jaguar or Land Rover? So I recently learned that you could claim up to 16...
It's not quite there yet, and it's something we're going to be tracking tonight. And Florida has overperformed for Trump, certainly, and it's overperformed here in these ballot measures that had polled a little differently than this.
Okay, so I want to ask you something in a second, Michael, about Florida. But first...
North Carolina's got Trump ahead. It keeps confusing me with the red and the blue because obviously we're the reverse. But not that the Conservative Party are very conservative, but North Carolina is at 53%, 20% in. Michigan, I think it will go to Trump. And Georgia's up as well. Man, they must be spitting chips.
Guys, you can tell who's the good guys and bad guys based on how much they fight against democracy. So in North Dakota, there's a story. Was it South Dakota? Now I got the Dakotas mixed up.
You already called South Dakota.
Oh, yeah, because of that. No, there was a ballot measure where they said you're.
So he's obviously she's up to 71. So she must have got something else there. So they're up. He's up on the Senate seats, and he's up in the House as well. Wow!
Not allowed to take lobbyist money anymore. And then the legislature was like, I don't like it, so I'm just going to get. They voted to get rid of the ballot measure, which is not a thing you're not supposed to be able to do, but they did it. And then they said, all right, let's crank up the amount of votes you need, the percentage you need to get any ballot measure passed. Same thing they did in Florida. And the reason they did that originally was because the citizens of Florida said if you're a felon, you can come back and vote after you've served your time, which turned out to be nice for Donald Trump. But the Republicans didn't like that because they thought those votes are not going to go for us. So they got super angry. They limited it to its effect in some ways. And they said, okay, that's...
How do you get that? How to support my raise funds? I'll get it in cryptocurrency. Need to get something like this all set up, won't we? Get you guys to donate.
We hate the people. We don't want them just being able to change our laws by getting to a majority. That's democracy. We don't want democracy. We have the legislature totally gerrymandered, so it doesn't matter how you vote. We're going to win no matter what, right? And so they moved the threshold to 60%. So that you have less of a voice. So now when I go to Miami, I can't get high. Thanks a lot, right? But more important, of course, like kidding aside, 1,000 times more important.
6% knows.
Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is winning 70 points to 29. Not sure how this is going to affect Virginia when Republican. That's going to be very interesting.
44%, which should make you rejoice if you want marijuana legalized. Well, because there is Republican control of both houses there, they changed it to you needing to have 60% for a ballot measure to pass.
Right, that's a bit boring. Let's see what the guys are. Hopefully the guys are cracking jokes. Come on, boys, let's have it.
And even if it was, like, Kamala's super...
Glasgow's
professors target the gals first who tend to lean towards a hive mind type of mentality. They don't have hierarchical thinking. So if
they do, but it's different
agree,
to men's hierarchies.
Yeah, a lady's hierarchy is like, oh, we all agree, right? There's nobody standing out, right? Because that would be weird, and we're going to have to kick her out of the group. So they all have to agree, and no girl wants to be the one that stands out, or it's a rare woman who is. So once you get all the gals to agree, which is not too hard because you use peer pressure like the Mean Girls movie, then you get the guys who are just, they don't care about any of this stuff. They just want to get laid. So now it's like, oh, I met a nice girl at a party and she's very pro-choice. I don't really care about pro-choice or pro-life, but I'll agree with her. I'll say I agree just to get laid, whatever, just to have a girlfriend. And that's how you end up getting past the guy's firewalls. Whereas a guy would say, Last Jedi sucked because there is no gal at that table, let's be honest. She's not watching Star Wars.
There was one, but she was going out with me and still is, so she had to agree with my opinion. Well, she still does.
She's the only girl that's comfortable getting kicked out the group because all those girls are autistic and therefore they don't understand social dynamics.
My missus isn't autistic. She's just going out with someone who people think is, but I'm not.
she's
I'm
fine.
I'm finding it amazing that guys are actually changing their entire political persuasion for some pussy. For some bad run through college hippie, unwashed, hairy armpit pussy. It's like the worst kind.
Spoken like a man that's getting divorced.
What? Oh, bro, by the way, see how everybody complaining these days, like, oh, women are such whores these days. Oh, thank God they are. Man, fuck me, I've been missing out. This used to be hard.
Well, a lot of guys that you see are going pro-Trump.
So we've had a little update on Dank's personal life. Glasgow's even easier than it used to be.
To be fair, it was pretty. It's Glasgow.
They've not gotten any better looking
I remember being in school and there was girls in my class who were pregnant.
Yeah.
Well, the pro-Trump guys here in the States, at least, are very. They tend to be sort of the dismissive, not dismissive, but like, I'm gonna believe whatever I want, and if a gal disagrees with me, dominated by their ladies, and I. But yeah, I do think the white men for.
Of course, they're not working.
Just 500 years ago, you'd all be my concubines, and I was like,
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Oh, yeah,
that's exactly it.
Wild.
And those are the white dudes for Harris.
Yeah.
It's not organic at all. If you go down the street to any like liberal town, like I live in New Jersey, which is fairly a purple state leaning blue, but I think we're going to be surprised this time. Like you don't see those types of men anywhere except like colleges, college towns, the hipster types of guys, where I saw a guy wearing a face mask with dreadlocks on a skateboard with a backpack, and he was like 30 years old or something. It's like he's every stereotype, college stereotype.
They're the type of guys that you know own a fuck ton of Funko Pops. Those guys.
Oh, God. I was going to say, don't be mean about Temple.
What? Oh, Tim
Well,
Pool?
there's nerds.
Oh, God.
There's nerds who
I
might
can't believe
that.
Joke, I love Tim.
I do like Tim as well, but I mean, it's like
Get off the skateboard, man.
You hired people you met in the skate park, mate. Of course they're not working.
I won't comment on that. I won't comment on that.
I can't believe all these pot smoking skaters that work for me are lazy.
Anna Claire's lovely. It's a shame, etc., etc. Anyway, moving on.
But yeah, I do think
like
the
Tim.
white men for Harris thing is completely fake.
Clearly it's a like you say, it's fake and it's manufactured, because I'm sure their internal polling and anybody with eyes can tell that, generally speaking, white men are going to be the least likely demographic to vote for Harris. So they had to do something, right? They had to do something specifically to target those guys, which is also why you've got the absolutely hilarious adverts come out recently where a guy's jerking off to his phone and a white guy, a white guy in a suit
senator,
grabs the phone off.
A
It's like,
Republican.
no, you can't watch porn anymore.
That senator's my favourite character. Did you see the one where he's literally having sex with his girlfriend?
Yes.
He goes to the closet and he's like, I didn't wear protection or whatever. He shuts it and the guy materializes like Candyman behind him in the mirror. Possible in the European continent. It's actually just in the Anglosphere where this
closure.
Right. Enough of the frivolity. Let's get back to proper politics.
There you go. Donald Trump officially hits the triple digits before the others do. Now, look, Michigan, I don't know, that probably comes back to reality somewhat, but there's not a lot of votes counted. Oh, Trump's now at 43, though, in Michigan. Ohio, he pulls ahead by 3. I think we might be ready to call Ohio. Harris County's only... wait, really? Wow. Harris, Houston. Houston is only D+5. And we could talk about the House. Scott, I see your super chat. It's early, but the 28th district is huge. The 34th is, again, 1% in. We can't really extrapolate much from that, but seriously, this is huge. Virginia's now 47% reported, and Donald Trump still is holding strong. Now, probably not going to hold it, but watch the margins. They're coming closer in New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. Yeah, Maryland's. We know that, but New Hampshire, are any of these counties mostly reported? Doesn't seem like a lot of them are. Trump leads 3 counties so far. He only won 2 in the last election. But it's probably, New Hampshire probably goes blue. Nothing out of Maine. We'll watch the 2nd district. But Ohio, I mean, when the votes come in, it gets redder and redder and redder. And it's done that. Trump leads by 4 with half the vote in. Much of Cleveland's in. I mean, there's still more votes out of Cuyahoga. Trump's probably going to gain on net percentage-wise. There's votes in Hamilton. But there's a lot that looks good for Donald Trump right now in Ohio. They called it for Josh Stein. That's not surprising, in North Carolina. But, yeah, Ohio getting close. Has anyone else called Ohio? Decision Desk, have they called Ohio? They tend to be a little bit more bullish on Trump this year for one reason or another.
Let's see if I can get YouTube. Kemi Badenoch, what did I say there? Kemi Badenoch in 3 colossal challenges she faced the Tory leader. For the party not to completely collapse because you just lie all the time. Tyson inciting the Tyson Fury versus it must be a rematch on the Grill. So, what are we doing here? CNN, let's go for something else. CNN. CNN not live reporting here. What's going on? Oh, here we go.
Let's go! So we have Akamai API security to the power of N.
That's pretty shit, doesn't it?
This is the moment that sparks social media allegations that Kamala Harris faked a phone call with a voter.
I think it was Obama. I think it was Obama.
You did, thank you.
At a Democrat headquarters, Harris, who is facing Donald Trump in the US election, appears to be on a phone call with a voter. However, she turns the phone around and the camera app appears to be open. Many online have accused the vice president of faking the phone call. However, many have suggested she may have accidentally pressed the iPhone 16 camera.
Yeah, she's a keeper, that one. Oh my God. Right, what have we got? We've got anything? Oh, here we go, BBC.
It is 7 p.m. here in Washington, midnight in London, and we are off to the races. We have our first poll closures of the night. Now, polls have closed in 6 states, including that all-important swing state of Georgia we were just talking about. Now, voting has also ended in Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. As you can see here, together, these states make up 60 electoral votes. A presidential candidate needs 270 votes to win the White House. Now, results for these states will be coming in throughout the night, and in some cases, over the next couple of days, can bring to you. We are seeing now that the state of Kentucky is projected for Donald Trump. Again, the state of Kentucky projected for Donald Trump with its 8 electoral votes. This is the very first result of the evening. Now we can also bring you the state of Vermont projected for Kamala Harris.
Oh, that's great. Oh, it's Soy Cracker. It's Soy Cracker.
She gangster. Yeah. She says rush over here with this stuff. Hey, can anybody translate? What happens when she does? And Doug's expecting it too, by the way. Get him quick or he'll slap you, Orlando. Edge him. Oh, fucking hell, I'm in so much trouble. Meanwhile, who else is... I'm surprised that they brought Katy Perry out to stump for Kamala Harris in this home stretch over here, this final few hours. Why didn't you go with Cardi B? Maybe, fuck you, I can see why they made Cardi B. They brought this mountainous piece of shit to a Kamala Harris rally, and they said, you need to just read off your fucking phone. You are not allowed to speak off the top of your head. If you even could, who knows? But just read this script. We'll airdrop it to you and go out there. Let's see what happens when she doesn't have a phone to read, and why she probably wasn't invited to anything that was going to be live and off the cuff.
Now she finna do it.
Oh, she finna
And
do
she
it.
promised me, and she looked at me in my eye like a gangster. She was like, watch. I'm gonna change this shit the fuck up. I promise you. I was like, oh. Yo, she a little gangster. I ain't gonna lie, because my like a gangster. Yeah. Period.
What?
You sucker ass motherfuckers.
Hey, can anybody translate ghetto trash for me? I can't find this gangster. And what is wrong with her mouth? This chick was born with 2 upper lips. What the fuck happened over here? Is that a vaccine injury, you weirdo? That's how we born in the hoods. Shit in the hoods, because we so oppressed. We're all born with 2 upper lips. She finna to change shit up. She finna to get her gangster on. She finna to get all this all fucked up. Why wasn't she finna to fix it the last 4 years? What finna happened the last 4 years? Somebody still don't go. That doesn't make sense. I don't know this. I don't speak stupid. What the fuck is going on here? Gonna require all night long, and we need to swamp these sons. We need to swamp the swamp before we get there. Trump's telling everybody stay in line.
Our Republicans, we're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Fuck, man. That dude has been. He did a rally, last night? At 10 o'clock at night. This dude is unstoppable. How is he even standing at this point? He's pushing hard all the way to the finish line. This dude he ain't no ways tired. He can have an abortion. I know that's weird. Yeah, we should arrest you just for saying that. That's weird. Single minute now in our country. Wow, that's a weird thing. You got your
You'll never have to struggle with trimming your balls again. That's right. It's impossible to accidentally cut yourself. You can use it.
And, people like Elon and people like Bobby Kennedy, who I respect, and Trump was the ultimate outsider in this. I think that it's going to take people coming from the outside who are thinking people, who, by the way, all of us who I just named, don't agree with each other on 100% of issues. Right. And that's cool. But that, I think, is going to be the character of the new Republican Party going
forward.
forward.
It is new. And this really is going to, and this is a concern for me, wreck Mitch McConnell's retirement party. I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just wasn't around in politics enough to know enough about that legacy to even care about it.
So let me just bottom line it by saying that's a good thing.
Yeah. It just doesn't matter to me.
Vivek, I think we're going to have a long conversation later this week.
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we're going to know. I really am too.
Yeah.
About what comes next. Yeah. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
All right, so nobody has done more live events. No one's been on the road more. No one has asked for less credit than our next guest, Donald Trump Jr. Don, how many events have you done?
I actually don't know. I know October 2020, I did 104. So I met.
Wow. Travis Tucker. I want to get back to the there's the Carter family.
Putin's ally warned that if Trump really tries to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine, he could face a JFK assassination style.
I like the guy's hats, man. The guy's looking fantastic. Big shout out to the Carter family.
They've declared he won't
much better with the Mike's voice.
be able to stop the war, not in a day, not in 3 months. And if Trump pursued peace, he could become the new JFK. Medvedev also said to Kamala Harris, calling her stupid, inexperienced, and controllable. How do you respond to this story?
I mean, I can't imagine anyone would actually try to assassinate Donald Trump.
That'd be crazy.
Oh, wait, they already did. Oh, but I couldn't imagine anybody who was involved in the Ukraine war effort would try to assassinate Donald Trump.
They already did.
Oh, wait, that's exactly who did. By the way, do you know, guys,
You know that Donald Trump's second assassination attempt, okay? Do you know that that guy was a convicted felon who was...
Mark, that basically Russia just basically said that. Was it Russia or Ukraine?
It was
Ukraine.
Russia. Whoever got the Kremlin.
Donald Trump trying to stop that war. He's going to end up like RFK.
It's not RFK.
That's the story that's going on right now.
Convicted for possession of...
RFK is running right now.
I'm an idiot.
God damn.
I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Hey, man,
you acting like RFK with worms in your head right now.
Holy shit, fellas. Here we go, Black Conservative.
Energy supplies don't want you to know about this trick to warm up houses for practically zero cost. This space...
I gotta say, I think that that's with the present conditions in the country. I mean, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50% they traditionally. Let me just finish my point. Which is just that if she is able to overcome those numbers and still win this election, then she has done a remarkable job of somehow separating herself that she's part of the solution and not part of the problem.
It's really... All right, guys, so I know a lot of you guys are wondering, where the hell have I been, right? Where am I at right now? Why am I not live streaming the election results? Well, the reason why is because I feel like it's just better for me to live stream when I have enough data to give you guys an informed opinion about who I think is going to win the election, okay? So as of right now, I am going to live stream later when we have more data, when more results.
Independent swing. It's wild.
It's a huge swing, and I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%.
A lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20%.
With Trump. That, honestly, is right in line with what I've been telling you guys about realistically what Trump would get, right? Considering all the hype around Trump and the black vote, I said, okay, he'll probably get 15%. 20% is probably best case scenario. Now, again, 25, 30% probably unrealistic, but 15% is right where he needs to be. Again, it is really hard to see Kamala Harris winning Georgia with those numbers, okay? And as of the making of this video, almost 8 p.m., it looks very good for Trump in Georgia. However, we have to wait until the blue counties come in, okay? The counties, the precincts around Atlanta, more specifically in Athens. We're going to have to wait a lot longer to see what the actual results will be. Is that, okay, well, it wasn't really that big of a deal in these two states, so it seems as of right now. So, again, these are some really, really, really good numbers coming in for Trump early on. Again, it's still early, and I don't want to get people's hopes up, but I'm just saying, if this holds up, okay, if this trend holds up, it's going to be a good night for Trump, okay?
The same thing. Donald Trump with slight leads in some of these other places. Very few counties are...
Wow, it's up to 171 now. Oh my God. So just 99 seats still to win. 99 seats and then that's it. The election's over. And now we will go to my bed. What time is it? 2 o'clock in the morning? My God, how time flies when you're having fun. Can't believe we've been doing this for 4 hours. That's supposed to be one of my longest streams. Here we go, let's go.
All the way.
99 seats left, and that's it. And Texas, I don't know if Texas has been called yet.
In Michigan, but it's going to count faster than these other states. And Ann Selzer there, down she goes. The question is it enough? I believe it will be.
So Texas is not... Oh, it's 120. And Kamala's at 99, 120. Wait, now, hold on, that's just 171. So what else is in then?
If not, we'll look at
Texas in.
Wisconsin, where polls have closed in Wisconsin and Minnesota, home of Tampon Tim, the vice presidential nominee for the Democrat Party. So, Montana will close at 10. Utah will close at 10. New Mexico's drunk right now. They are off their rocker. I don't know. They must be testing. It's not real. But look at this. Oakland County, Trump is now at 42. So with the early vote, he's only down by the margin he fell short in the primary. And again, Oakland, there's a big white working class portion of Oakland County. Livingston County, he's at 67%. Again, Donald Trump went there a couple times over the summer. Eden County improves for Trump as more votes come in. Folks, I mean, if this holds up, which is a big question mark, Michigan may go to Trump as it stands now. It could be early vote. I think it is going to come back down, but if it's anywhere close, like look at Livingston County, which almost voted for the Secretary of State candidate for the Democrats in 2022. Trump won it by 23 points. Right now it's going red by 36 points. That is a massive turnaround. You're talking about redder suburbs than 2016 in some of these places, or exurbs in 2016 if that holds, which is a big if. Of course, Washtenaw County is coming down to reality, but Oakland County is doing the same thing. Donald Trump with slight leads in some of these other places. Very few counties are all the way in Michigan, but it's going to count faster than these other states. And Ann Selzer there, down she goes. Down she goes. It's likely are. Yeah, we can honestly make a major projection. Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio. Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Once a bellwether state in the nation, no longer. He'll take its 17 electoral votes. He'll extend his lead. We can make that call. I believe it's almost a certain 188 for Donald Trump. 95% plus confidence Donald Trump is going to carry the state of Ohio. So already, that is huge. That was the swing state that went his way in 2016 that said, okay, this is a different night. A lot of people thought he was going to win it. They didn't think he was going to take the state by 8 points. Right now, we can at least project with a very high level of confidence that Donald Trump is going to carry the state of Ohio in his column. The New York Times has not called it, but it's evident that that's going to be the case. He may even take it by double digits, and at that point, that does carry over into Michigan. It does carry over into Pennsylvania. And Georgia is now a 6-point lead for Donald Trump right now, and that's with most of Atlanta and DeKalb County in. This is crazy right now. If you're in Wake County, 75%, and then Donald Trump is running in line with his 2020 numbers in the early vote. Mecklenburg we're waiting on, but that was Wake County that came in that narrowed North Carolina, but it only cut it to a 5-point lead, and we're still waiting on a lot of red areas, but we have Stanley County in. It did move to the left, very narrowly to the left in North Carolina. Some of these counties are moving right. A lot of them are moving right. Some of them are moving left. But that's not moving left by a lot. 0.1% is a rounding error. He hit his target. If you look at Stanley back in 2020, how much did that move? That moved to, it did actually move to the right. So maybe you're talking about being a little maxed out in that place or certain growth, what we're seeing, but not a bad thing at all, because there hasn't been a county that's moved left in North Carolina by enough for Trump to lose the state outright. But do watch those big metros. How do they end up? How's Orange County? You see Trump gained. He's at 22% in Orange County. Orange County, he got to 23.7, so a 43,000 vote lead for the Democrats. They lead by just around that, so you probably expect the remainder of the votes to come in a little bit 50-50, which is not good for Kamala Harris if that's true. But Trump in Virginia expands his lead to 1.5%. That is big. But yeah, New Mexico's drunk, guys. I'm sorry. New Mexico it's drunk. Falco Kunze says Trump plus 18 in Chesapeake, Virginia, massive swing. Yeah, Apex Caliber says Virginia's a nail-biter, decision desk call, but not New York Times. Yeah, I don't think it's good to call it. You could say it's probably going to go blue, but I don't believe in calling it like that. The questioner says, remember a certain pollster said Kamala would win Iowa, it's likely Trump. Yeah.
Let's see, I don't know what they're talking about in the Times. So Virginia is how much in collar counts? 53% in Virginia, and it's there seems like quite a lot to be counted. I don't know if there's more red or blue states, but it's 1.3%. Trump's winning Virginia by 1.3%. I thought it was the other way around. Donald Trump's winning Virginia. Holy moly. Georgia, Donald Trump's winning by 6%. And it's 71%, that's getting called. That'll get called soon. 6%. Donald Trump's winning in North Carolina. So all of these are going to go Trump. The whole of the East Coast is going to go Trump unless there's some miracle that's happening. That Georgia's going to get called. That's another 16 votes. Another 16 votes from North Carolina. 5% up. Wow. That's a toss-up. Toss-up, 5% up. And 1.3% up in Virginia. Kamala Harris is leading just now with only 18% of the votes being counted. And she's winning Pennsylvania by 61% to 38%. But I think because these are all going to go red, that's not going to matter. And she's up 53 to 46 in Michigan. Donald Trump's winning in both Minnesota and Iowa. Missouri, alright, that's it. Kamala Harris is up in Missouri with likely Republican. That tells you they're likely Republican. Lean Democrat. Toss up in Wisconsin. Although he's 1%, 62% of the vote. Toss up again, and even though Kamala Harris is winning 53%, 46, still a toss up. Right. And still a toss up in Pennsylvania, although she's winning 60% to 39. Lean Democrat in Virginia. Even though he's 1.3% up. Lean Republican. Wow. Kansas Republican. Oh, Colorado is going very likely Democrat. Lean, New Mexico's only a lean Democrat. So if she lost that as well, so that's going red, and I think Virginia's going red as well. It's going to be very interesting to get right through here in New Mexico. Oof. Right, let's go. What you say, buddy?
Yeah. Oh, but Seltzer can never be wrong. Really? Like, this is far from a done deal, folks. But, I mean, what we do know is that Ann Seltzer was ridiculous for releasing that poll. And I believe it probably was a suppression poll. Vinyl Guy 54 says AP hasn't called Texas. It's going to go red. There's no way it doesn't. Look at Harris County. These suburbs in the Sun Belt are not doing what the Democrats would like them to do. Collin County's R plus 12. It was R plus 4. I mean, I thought Trump would hold it, but I mean, what we're seeing now is not. This is in some of these states a nightmare scenario for Democrats. I can't look to a single area where I'm like, oh, this is problematic for Republicans. Look at Ohio again. How do you keep finding votes? Like, they move red once and then they do it again in these places. Appalachia, like, look at these counties. Elliott County never voted for a Republican before Trump. It voted for Obama. It voted for Donald Trump by 62 points. 62 points, all the votes are counted. North Dakota's a little bit all over the place. And I mean, Kansas, the Great Plains are a little weird. But what we do know is that Donald Trump is so far, like, he's going to win he's going to win Kansas, even if Kamala leads in Kansas, because most of her lead comes from Johnson County and Wyandotte County and Douglas County and a little bit from Topeka. There's so much of the red part of Kansas that's not in. So while Kansas is not the state it used to be because of that growth from Kansas City, and it's a good thing it's growing on the Kansas side more so than I guess not anymore because Missouri's not competitive. But, yeah, Kansas is going to go for Trump, and Missouri will as well. Like I said, do not panic whatsoever. Aaron Alexis, check Pennsylvania. Fox says she's up 2% in the early vote, and no, I'm not watching Fox. It was told to me by a friend. Yeah, that can't be true. But look at this. It's narrowing. It's now 23. Trump's at 31 in Allegheny. He leads in Westmoreland, Butler County, Pennsylvania. That's where Trump got shot. Currently, Donald Trump is in the lead. So thank you, Aaron-elect, for converting to Red Eagle from the mainstream media. Nick Alamer says, Red Eagle, love the content. Use this for a Red Bull. Should be worried about Ohio and Pennsylvania. No, you should not be. Not right now. Ohio's, I mean, they called it. They called Ohio. It's going to get redder. Pennsylvania's going to get a hell of a lot redder. Just sit tight. Johnny Hart Dog says, is tonight going better than expected, worse? I honestly better so far, but you understand we can... okay, we have a major alert out of North Carolina. Donald Trump has made it to the lean category. It's lean R in North Carolina, and that is big because if he gets North Carolina, he can walk off with Pennsylvania if he can win it. But we're not there yet. We are not there yet. Colorado, I mean, you can honestly get ready to call that state for Kamala. That is not the same state it was before, and it sucks that that's the way it is. But yeah, we don't have enough votes in some of these other places. New Hampshire is like very heavily in the Democrat column right now, but that is not what's happening in other places. But Georgia, I mean, yeah, they got to be getting close to calling Georgia at this point. I mean, 6-point lead with 71% reported. That is huge for Trump. Menace 712 says Nebraska and Missouri. Well, again, like I said, these races are like, okay, so they dumped St. Louis in. We called Missouri. It's not going anywhere. If they can call Rhode Island when Trump is leading, we can call Missouri, which Trump's only down 7 in Rhode Island. In Delaware, he's still down 15. Braden Maraschini says, I'm from Butler, was told at the voting office the best turnout they'd seen in years, Pennsylvania for Trump. People forget that Trump was literally, like, he survived a miracle in Pennsylvania. And they think that that's not going to change the dynamic of the race. You go from Scranton Joe to San Francisco Kamala. Now, if she wins Pennsylvania, she wins Pennsylvania. But as of right now, this state, just because the early votes are for her doesn't mean she's going to be able to cross that finish line. Trump is at 13% in the early vote in Philadelphia. Chester County is the only one of those suburban Philly areas yet to report. And we have no counties that are like almost all the way in.
So we've got now for Donald Trump to win with this live coverage. What's that? 18 to 80. Sorry, talking rubbish. 70 would be 12. Aye, so 88 seats. No, that's not, that's rubbish. 12, 82 seats. 82 seats he needs to win, 40 from, which is not counted, 40 from Texas, which would bring 42 other seats, and he's going to win a lot of the Midwest as well.
And I'm trying to find one. Lycoming County's 52% in.
What's the Young Turks?
And we could check.
Do you drive a diesel Land Rover?
AI is fundamentally changing the way we do things.
Where did the Young Turks go? There.
Or Jaguar. I recently learned that you can claim up to £16,000 for a faulty diesel particulate filter, whether you're experiencing issues or not. Here's how you can check. Visit johnsonlawgroup.co.uk, enter your vehicle registration into their eligibility checker, and you will find out instantly if you can start a claim. If you drive...
So both abortion and marijuana would have won easily in Florida if we had a real democracy and you had to get past 50%. So what else is DeSantis going to do? Okay, I don't like any you guys having any goddamn...
Pennsylvania 60-40 to Kamala. I think that's reducing. Wisconsin is now 62% for Trump, but there's only 2% in mind.
Power. I'm going to make ballot measures now 98%. You got to get to 98%. Otherwise, no. Whatever we say, you have to deal with for the rest of your life because we just...
So there's a different electoral college. And Trump's up and everything.
Gerrymandered the crap out of Florida. All right.
That's an example, Jink, of rigging it. I mean, he rigs it. You want to talk about rigging? That's exactly what DeSantis did. Don't forget, in 2020, Florida, the state that went for President Trump, also is the state that voted to increase the minimum wage. It is also the state that said that ex-offenders, returning citizens should be able to have the right to vote, only to have the governor of that state with the legislature change the rules of the game and have what I would call, and other historians call, a modern day poll tax. So they always want to talk about unfairness and rigging, and they certainly do a lot of that. It is an abuse of power. I wish Florida would wake up and just, I don't even know how they, I don't know why they would pick somebody like DeSantis, but here we are, the voters have spoken. And when it comes to the Democrats, I mean, we need to be a pro-universal health care, pro-peace party, instead of the let's pretend to be Republican light party, let's trounce around the country with Liz Cheney and act like she's the better than sliced bread, knowing that she voted almost 100% with Donald J. Trump. But you think that's a beautiful thing to trounce around the country with her, and then talk about being honored to have the endorsement of the warmonger number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, her father.
Oh dear. Let's see this.
Since switching to my Google Pixel 9, instant outfit inspo has been in the palm of my hand. I'm running late for an event, but I have no idea what to wear. I've been looking at the same skirt for the last hour, but don't know how to style it. For inspiration, I've turned to Gemini. It is magic.
I agree, which rhymes with it. By Gyatuan, thank you for the donation. Then you should check out oversimplified video about the Second Punic War. Fun video, but oversimplified, well, yeah, of course. You could add a lot on top of it. That's another very good idea. That is a very good idea.
Not quite sure what's going on there, but I don't think the gentleman's talking
opinion about if
Young Turks are a bit boring this year. Let's see, Benny.
Trying to create what is called a firewall in Pennsylvania and in every state, where Kamala Harris starts out with this massive advantage and Donald Trump can't make it up. But here, ladies and gentlemen, the dumping ground has happened, and Donald Trump, as you can see there, the state is now going to just begin to turn bright ruby red with
President Win Chance last updated at 9:15 Eastern Standard Time. Nearly 70% Donald Trump.
All these counties, all this Amish country through here, all of these counties will begin reporting, and this is not a good firewall. Now, we were very public about what was happening in Pennsylvania this morning. Pennsylvania is terrifying to Democrats because urban areas are just not showing up in the numbers that they needed to win. Black men are not showing up in the numbers they needed to win.
Big shout out to the black men, African-American fellas, man. Well done. Oh, here we go. Here's Doozy. Oh, it's going up. 195 to 113 for Harris.
No, hang on. Anyway, Arizona. We also have Georgia as a battleground, Michigan, Nevada, and North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So keep an eye on these. And if we quickly have a look, Georgia, they're still counting, but Trump is leading. But also we have Michigan. Is looking good for Harris, but it could change. Nevada hasn't been called yet, has it? No, Nevada's 6 electoral votes, so we have to wait for that later. So that will come later. North Carolina's gone red.
North Carolina's going red. So I said that. Oh, North Carolina's going red. I don't know if he means that actually it's gone red. Is this updated? Hold on, let me just refresh this. Let's get this bigger. So 76%. Yeah, still 5% lead. So there's 25% of the vote or 24% of the votes in, and there's a 5% lead for Trump, 3% lead for Trump in North Carolina. So that's 16, another 16, 32 votes there. Ted Cruz up 6. So that's looks like it's starting to toss up for Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's still in the lead in Virginia, but still lightly Democrat. So that's down, that's gone down 0.9%, so it was slightly higher a while ago. Kamala Harris in 53% in Michigan, but only 12% of the vote. Donald Trump up in Wisconsin. If he gets one of these, Wisconsin, that's another 10 electoral votes. I think he's going to become the next president. He's up in Minnesota as well, but still lean Democrat, toss up lean Democrat, even though he's in 57% of the vote. Maine, he's up. Donald Trump's up. Lightly Democrat, mind you. Still lightly Democrat. 2% Maine. %54% New Hampshire. Lightly go Democrat. Very lightly Democrat. Very lightly Republican. Missouri, that's Kansas and Missouri. Yeah, I think there's some interesting stuff. That'd be very interesting if that didn't actually lightly go Democrat and went actually Republican. So Colorado with 10 votes is very lightly Democrat. And it's just a lean Democrat just now, 4% up in New Mexico. And none of the far west has, I don't know if they've not finished voting yet. So Ohio, Montana, Idaho, Nevada. So these two are possibly likely to go Republican as well, which is another 17 votes, or 17, whatever it is. I don't actually know what you get 17 of. 17 state senators, maybe, I don't know. But whatever they get, anyway, 17 votes for the president. So if those two, this and these two, so this is likely, depending on if Nevada goes, it's another 6, 11. And that's 54, so a lean Republican. This is actually closer than you would think. Let's go back to Radio. He understands this in a far greater degree than I do.
In fact, we've got a bunch of races to call. None of these are, well, some of them are, we don't have any swing states to call yet. I can at least give you a little bit of information up front. We can give you multiple Dakotas. That's right, North Dakota has been called for Donald Trump. 3 electoral votes to Trump there. South Dakota also called for Donald Trump. 3 more electoral votes. Wyoming as well goes to Donald Trump. 3 more electoral votes, putting them together slowly. Nebraska has been called for Donald Trump. Now, we have 5 on the board here. There is 1 congressional district that may very well go the other way. That one has not been called yet. So really, technically, only 4 of the 5 called for Donald Trump at this point. Louisiana, 8 electoral votes going toward Donald Trump. And did I say Mississippi yet? Mississippi, 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Now, over on the Democratic side, Kamala Harris winning some states, a couple of big ones here. Illinois with 19 electoral votes as well as New Jersey, 14 electoral votes. They come in big clumps for the Democrats. 3, however, in Delaware, getting a little smaller state.
Are winning 2-1 in the election day turnout. Trump vote, Eric, and I like.
And that's why they were in, I think, North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
So that is quite interesting. Yeah, that looks like how it's going to go. I mean, Nevada could be, but even if they lose Nevada, it's only 6. That would be 281. So that 19 seats. So he's got to, even if he loses the rest of the Rust Belt, he would have to win Pennsylvania. But if he wins Virginia but loses Pennsylvania, he'll still win 19. So that 19, it would be 70, 60, 68, 68. And if he won Virginia, so I think he might lose Pennsylvania. That looks like it's correct. He'll lose Pennsylvania, but might win Virginia. Be worrying if he lost Nevada. So the math could be quite skewed on this one.
Pennsylvania these last few days, run up the margins on the East Coast, run up the margins in Pennsylvania. You don't even have to worry about Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. It's possible. It's probably one of his clearest paths to victory. So obviously, as the night goes on, we're going to be all over the place. But at least for the first few hours of the night, watch Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, finally. Watch Pittsburgh, watch Allegheny County. That is not as deep blue as Philadelphia, but it has a lot of suburbs. And if Kamala Harris is not doing well in Allegheny County, that is a really bad sign for her.
So, I mean, if that's the ball game, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
That's it. You wouldn't even have to. I mean, obviously, we would all want to stay up to have fun, but if you wanted to, you could go to bed knowing Trump would be the 47th president if that happens.
Eric, we really appreciate your X feed, man. You put a lot of work into it. I want to pop it back up. Go pay a visit here and make sure that you are following along, because he does such an exceptional job of making the data digestible and bite-sized, where you can really see where the country is headed. Eric, you do great work, man, and we hope to have you back on the show very soon.
Thanks, Benny.
Very interesting. Let's see. That's my
Developers improve your images at scale with AI through Gen Restore. Support all aspect ratio.
4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden, 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. They're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, like 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved.
All right, we're getting big news now out of North Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. North Carolina was just decided for Trump. That's the big news that we're getting right now. Let me stop sharing this so I can share the new one. Let me open up a new tab for you guys. Let's go here real quick. Open up a new tab. Let's go back here. And I think they're calling North Carolina for Trump.
Wow.
Could be wrong. Let's get an update here real quick. Decision desk. That's where we should be. Decision desk. See, I'm not sure how accurate they are, but apparently a lot of people are saying that they're accurate. Latest results across the map. Not sure. Election coverage. I gotta view all results. Let's see what we have here. All right, so that's not gonna work. First one.
That's interesting. Let's go back to Red Eagle. Where is he?
That's what he got last time in the final vote in Philadelphia. A little bit less than that, but he's catching up, which is what's important. In North Carolina, 55. We're still waiting on Mecklenburg, but it is close to callable. Georgia, Henry County came in, and Trump's still up by 5, by the way. Fulton and DeKalb, a little bit left there. But, I mean, there's a lot of these rural counties with a lot left, too, and that's a big difference she's going to have to make up. That's a 100,000 vote difference in Georgia. Can she do it? She's got to have to really stay alive right now. And I don't know if she can, because North Carolina seems gone. Arizona probably does, too. So, let's see. But this is something. This is really a tremendous showing so far for Donald Trump compared to, in some places, compared to my expectations. Now, I don't think Virginia's going to hold. But could it be like that Harris by foot? Yes, it could be. So again, if in Michigan, there's not a lot we have, but it looks good so far in Livingston, Eaton County, very good. The I-94 corridor for Trump, but we don't have votes out of Wayne or Macomb. But Harris is not, it's not even just the black turnout, it's also the youth turnout that we're seeing slip, or Trump is winning voters over. And we'll see what happens in Wayne, but that Muslim vote does play a role. It might be overrated, but it does play a role. Jay Shug says, what do you feel now is the percent chance of a Trump win? Well, it really just depends. He's at 80% on Polymarket. I don't want to jump the gun and say 80, but it is looking good for Donald Trump. First of all, did I not call New York for Kamala? I think I did, as someone put in chat. He's gaining in Wisconsin. So, okay, we'll watch Wisconsin because this is crucial. So Waukesha, he only leads by 20. Ozaukee leads by 7. But Milwaukee County, 66-32. If you look at Wisconsin here, Milwaukee County, 69-29. And that's 25% of the vote in. Dane County, 29% of the vote in. Trump is holding strong at 29% or 28% of the vote. He's up by 18 in Kenosha. So maybe Waukesha County, maybe it does move left. We're not quite there yet, but Washington County is big for Donald Trump. We'll see what he does there. He's up in La Crosse, which I don't think holds either. Eau Claire, he leads, but it's 7%. So we're waiting on a lot of counties, but the counties we do have in, they don't look bad for Trump. Greene County's red. Look at Greene County. Greene County is red. Another white whale county, very rural. Minnesota. Ramsey County. Oh, it's too early. I don't think there's really any really anything to take away from that, but that's okay. So Wisconsin they have as a toss-up, and these states are close. But Kamala might need all 3 of them. Trump just needs 1 of them. And if Trump does lose Georgia, he could pick it up with Arizona and Nevada. Both states the early vote data looks good in. But look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania now is within 7 percentage points. And this is huge. Washington County's getting redder. And we could go compare to 2020. Washington County, so yeah, he's going to catch up. I mean, there's a lot of vote left. He's going to get there. Probably. But there's not a lot of counties that are like all the way in where you can point to and say, oh, that's like a danger sign for Trump, at least in the Rust Belt. I don't even think in the Sun Belt there is. But, I mean, some of these counties, like Cherokee County, Trump won it by what looks to be 60-some thousand votes, and it barely moved left. And he might have expanded his raw vote totals in Cherokee last time. He only won it by 57,000. So the fact is, yeah, technically Cherokee moved left, but Trump got, I mean, well, he won by, I think actually about, no, he won by more. He won by 10,000 votes more. That's what you got to look at too. Mike Sun says Glenn Youngkin announced Trump could still win Virginia. Well, the needle hasn't moved back just yet. But Prince William is, 40% in Prince William, 95% reporting, and Trump is leading in Virginia. That is huge. Again, I don't expect Virginia to hold, but I don't think if those suburbs are that close, I can't see Pennsylvania at that point. NV Gunner says Decision Desk is 88 million votes for Trump. I don't think he's going to have that many. I mean, you don't even have California. And if you're talking about a final estimate, that's crazy. But we heard all this talk about Republicans don't have a ground game, this, that, and the other thing. And the question is, I don't know how you explain this unless Donald Trump is a one-man ground game. And the one county in Pennsylvania, all the way in Elk County, rural county, moves 2 points to the right. That is huge. Ancestrally Democrat county. It voted for Obama in 2008. I think it flipped for Romney, obviously. But you're looking at these numbers. These are big numbers so far. Westmoreland County, Trump is at 65%. That is early. But if that percentage holds up, that's a huge improvement in Exurb and Pittsburgh. He's going to need to run it up. Nothing in Butler or Beaver counties. Pennsylvania right now is a toss-up, but it is leaning towards Trump ever so slightly. Trump by 0.9% on the needle. That's where you'd like to see it right now. Wisconsin, so far, it's also a toss-up. Waukesha County, now it's a 19-point game there, but there's a lot of vote left. I can't imagine he'd win it by much less than that. But Dane County, he's still holding strong at 27. So we'll see what happens in the rural areas. We'll see what happens as the night goes on, but I think all eyes are focused on Pennsylvania. But Door County, half the votes in, Trump leads. It's just like, how are the votes being counted? That's another question. So let's see if we can. Yeah, Wisconsin will finish counting by tomorrow morning for sure at the very latest. So Oakland County, half the vote is in. Trump is, the margin is not bad for him there. Nothing out of Macomb. So Michigan, we're waiting on a lot right now. In Michigan, it's not indicative as it stands. But Georgia looks good. North Carolina looks good. I know Decision Desk has called it. I might wait a little bit for that, but if another network does, maybe we will. Rhode Island is within 10 points. Now, I don't know if that's going to hold, but Kent County could flip back. He's doing much better in certain parts of Rhode Island. We talked about the future of possibly Red Rhode Island. I don't know, obviously not going to happen this time around, but it could be within like 15 if that holds. New Hampshire is down to a 9-point lead for Kamala. Not a lot of votes are in. No movement to the left up there. But we got a long way to go. But we see what's going on here. States that are counted, Louisiana, Trump is decimating her in Louisiana so far. South Carolina, look at this margin though. 60-39 with 70% of the vote in. Rapid shifts right across the board. That is not easy to do if you're Donald Trump or any Republican. And yeah, it probably comes back down. But still. Look, Pennsylvania, see, Trump is catching up. There's a blue mirage, then there's a red mirage. It's catching up. So the Senate races, I think that Ohio, we might be getting close to a call here because Bernie Moreno is a 3-point lead. But keep this in mind. McCormick's running behind Trump by around 1-2. Rogers is running behind him by a little bit. And Eric Hovde, so far, he's running ahead of Trump in Waukesha and Ozaukee. But across the rest of the and it's nowhere near as blue as it was. So we'll see if that
Oof. Headkill election. Let's see what the guys are saying.
Yeah, Matt, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I suppose I have seen a lot of social media posts to that effect from Trump world, like, men, get out there and vote. And it's I suppose it is kind of a given. You would assume that they would, and you would assume that they would vote conservative, generally speaking. But to your prior points about being discouraged, many years of being told you suck for being a white guy can get your motivation down a little bit. And the interesting part about the sales pitch, some of it is explicit in that way, when I see tweets to that effect or something, but a lot of it is just baseline discussion of what used to be given. Like, men aren't that bad. We do need strong men. We do need masculine men. They do have an important role in society. So, yeah, I have picked up on a lot of that, although I guess there are two ways to look at that. One is like good. That is a comeback from what I think has been a feminist takeover over the last decade or so. But I always try to men and women are disrespectful.
The burden of civilization, so everyone else can raise children, be happy.
And as we've strayed away from that and
is the rediscovery of mythos, classical mythos, because it's the most once any kind of he saw every society as having secular dimension to it. It's got a sacred side. It's got a
What are we looking at here?
I'm sure very, very proud of the race that election.
Yeah.
Well, that would be nice. I would like that. I'd like that an awful lot.
I think it's so interesting to look at a lot of these changes. Like out of Wisconsin, this NBC exit poll has Trump's support among black voters doubling, a little more than doubling, 8% in 2020 to 20% in 2024. That's just fascinating to me, especially after they've been calling the guy a Nazi for how many years now? Not just the past few months, but like 8 years. It's just not working.
It's remarkable to me, the campaign that they ran. At first, all they did was mirror what was genuine at the RNC campaign. It was right after the assassination, and there was.
Oh man, come on, ready, go, let's go. Ready, go.
That, he might be running under, but yeah, 70%, 66, but it's going to get redder as more. But will that come down? It's most likely going to. The question is, by how much does it come down? What votes are outstanding? Nothing in Racine that should help Trump. Dodge County, just this southeastern region outside of Milwaukee, Madison, and the Wow counties is going to be very, very determinant on if Trump wins the state or not.
I think we're not going to have to. I was going to stay up to about 6 o'clock, but I don't think we're going to have to. I think if when they call Pennsylvania, or if they call Virginia, or if they call Minnesota, or one of the other northern constituencies or states, that they're going to. That's it. It's finished. I don't think we're going to have to wait till actually seeing the 270. All we're going to have to see is the end of the calling of the west to east to near east states, and I think that's it. Unless something miraculous happens in the west, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to go pretty much the way it's always gone. Or it has gone in the last number of elections. So really Pennsylvania, Virginia, Wisconsin, Minnesota are and it's only if he wins Virginia but doesn't win Pennsylvania, he would have to win Minnesota or Wisconsin. That's it, finished.
Not a lot of.
I gotta say, I think that's with the.
Scranton's all the way in. That should tell you something about a lot of these other counties up here, because if that's 2016 margins, you'll see a lot of these other counties revert to that too.
Let's go and see what the New York Times is saying. So that's 76% and still a 5% lead. 77% in. Yeah, that. So they would have to get 5, so that would be up to 82%. 82%. So there's only 18% of the vote still to be really. It would have to go for Kamala. So pretty much all of it plus 5%. He's 3% up in North Carolina, so that looks like that's done as well. Oh, I thought she'd overtaken him there. Still a lightly lean. And he's up 2% in Virginia. Yeah, I don't think that's a lightly lean at all. Unless some very funky. There's still 36% still to be called of the votes. And unless it's very democratic for the last 36%, don't forget that's only 34, so she would need to get 36. She would need to get 36 would be 10, 15, 18, 20% of the, and he would have to get 16 of the things that are remaining. And that's just closing in Pennsylvania. I think this is going to be finished when these call. When this calls, that's election finished. If he gets all of those states, I'm going to bet. So that's quite tight as well. Although that's 53 to 45, there's only a few tens of thousands of votes there. And she's only 2% up there, and there's only 31% called and 13% there. Donald Trump is up in Minnesota. So Michigan, and he only needs one of these. And I think he's potentially going to take 3, certainly 2. But if she takes those 2, I think he's only going to need one of these 3 states. And it's done. She's quite high up in Iowa. And she's winning, that's lightly red, very lightly red, Minnesota. Missouri. Very lightly red in Kansas. My God, I'm getting tired. And she's now winning in New Mexico. So these were expected to go for her anyway. So these are all expected to very lightly red. My goodness, it would be quite a bit of a turn up if she won Iowa. So he's up there, 62%, only 1% called, mind you, that's nothing. So 32%, and she's up by just 0.9%. Yeah. She's up 8% there, but only 30%. 38% called, and she's only up, oh my God, that's come right back. She's only up 1% in Pennsylvania now, my God. 38%. Donald Trump's leading in Maine as well. That's another 2 electoral votes. Yeah, I think Donald Trump's going to become the next president, and I don't think that this is. I don't think Virginia is going to go Democrat, and that's Pennsylvania's so interesting.
And that's big if that holds. But we got to watch the Philly collar. It will be blue, at least in these 3 counties: Delco, Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery. How is Bucks County going to go? That's another question. We don't really know, but still. Pennsylvania, they have going to Trump in the needle. I don't think that's a bad take at all. That is big right there. So, and honestly, Bob Casey took that county by a lot too. So I think the McCormick call might have been, in terms of a prediction. Yeah, McCormick's only running behind by 5 right now. Trump is running. What is Pennsylvania? It's 3 now. Okay, so Pennsylvania is a 3-point game, and every county that's in is shifted right. Lycoming, there's a lot of votes there. Wyoming, Lackawanna. I mean, we are waiting on a lot of vote, but usually when counties come in like that and they're different types of counties and they are shifting to the red, shifting to the right, that's huge. Now, turnout does matter in these places in Philadelphia, but Trump is at 19% with a third of the vote in. If he gets in the 20s, it's going to be difficult for her to win because it doesn't seem like she's going to get North Carolina or Georgia at this stage in the game. So Virginia, Trump still leads. Let's see what the final margin is. Look at that. Harris plus 4.8. Hey, where's Christian Hines? Because his model is on the nose. His model's on the nose. This guy that predicts Virginia uses the model. It's on the nose. It's on the nose right now. He's got look, I feel like apology forms need to be put out for him because he was right on the money. And if Virginia's that close, you're winning the election usually. I'm not ready to go there yet, but usually you win the election. So we'll look at the House. Any updates in South Texas? Not really, but yeah, this is looking to be a good night for Donald Trump. And Derek Anderson and Eugene Vindman, they're in a close race. Close race so far.
Secular side. It's got the side of that.
I don't know if everyone else wants us to talk about it. Denzel Jones says, what are the chances that the peanut event will swing New York City for Trump? I don't think that the chances are very high personally.
No.
Yeah, I really don't think so. W.T. Freeman says, God willing, Trump will win. This might be getting a bit ahead, but who would be his successor after he leaves office? What do you think about this? I think he will win.
That's a very interesting question. And I've thought about this as well. And I don't think there's a standout candidate just now. Elon, even though he's not the greatest orator, but because of who he is a very good potential. He's been a wee bit over the place in his politics, mind you. Again, being even the world's richest man and doing some amazing things, I think he's great. Doesn't necessarily lend you to politics, although having cut all the staff, all the waste at Twitter X, if he was to do that, I'm sure he would be very successful in government. That's certainly what we need to do here.
It's like an emotional roller coaster. It's like with every other election. US election, it goes like a roller coaster. You're a bit optimistic, then a bit pessimistic, then a bit optimistic again. Right now, I'm a bit optimistic.
In terms of successor, I would like to see Barron Trump, young Trump. He'll be a good leader, I reckon.
Yeah, you want the successor.
He's seen his dad shot in the ear, so...
Right.
I'm not sure that he's the natural success as well, though. He seems like a nice guy. I'm not quite sure he's the guy.
He's got the fire in his belly now, I reckon.
We are told to wrap up. One final comment.
I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against him, but he's standing as president. But I'm not sure he's the guy. I'm not sure. My jury would be out in that one.
Granbury Bina, interesting statistics from the BBC of all places exit poll. 54% of women voting for Harris. Sounds great. Biden got 57. Have the women just not turned out? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So now you're going to have to watch the fourth panel.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us. Check out our limited edition election merch, which won't be available after tonight. Thanks for supporting us.
We good? Hello everyone, we're back. Glad to see you all bright-eyed. Joined by Dan, Lewis, Mr. H Reviews, and a very tired Countdown Killer.
I'm quite sleepy, yeah.
Updates, it's all looking very good for us. New York Times says 71% chance Trump victory. At the moment, Virginia is trending red, and that's with 61% of the votes counted. So, I mean, if we're counting walk-up votes, that might be a Trump flip, which is mad to even discuss. It's all trending very well so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, Trump seems to be taking a sort of 5 to 10 point lead kind of across the board. Pennsylvania is weird. I don't quite get what's going on with that. But, I mean, he can win without the Rust Belt. It's just a lock with the Rust Belt. But yeah, it looks like Trump's on track, unless we get 4 a.m. shenanigans again.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Amish votes probably would have been walk up on the days, so they won't be rolling in yet. So Pennsylvania is going to look heavily blue for the first bit. Let's hope it's a blue mirage.
I saw the picture of all the wagons as well, like lining up. Did you see that?
See the interview with them as well?
No, I didn't see that.
It was a good interview with them. They were like, we're coming out to vote. I was like, yeah, good.
What's my man saying?
Ohio.
Oh, come on, buddy. What's the Young Turk saying?
Legal politics.
To vote in favor of it rather than a simple majority. So you need 60% just to get that ballot measure passed. And, you know, it's easy to say, leave it up to the states, but when the state is run by, one party mostly, they get to decide what the rules are for the elections as well.
Yeah, so now you know what it feels like to live in California, Anna.
Oh, I know what it's like to live in California, believe me.
Yeah, but it's a fair point. Yeah, but and it's like I hate the platitudes like learn to code or just move or anything like that. Like it's so easy just to pick up your entire family and move somewhere. But look, you got to keep fighting that fight. I think that constitutionally speaking, it definitely has to be
so 4% in Arizona, Georgia on 77%. That must be close to call. Michigan is a lead for Harris. And North Carolina is Trump with 3.3%.
adjudicated the states. If there becomes a problem, or rather if a problem arises at the state level, then we have to address that, certainly. But that doesn't mean we, stop listening.
Pennsylvania is now joint. Pennsylvania is a toss-up, and so is Wisconsin. And 34%, or 43% and 34% respectively. Wow. My goodness, this is close. Quite exciting.
To the Constitution, obviously. It's
come on, where's Red Eagle? Let's go. Are you up here, buddy? What's going on? Have they affected you?
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, good man. Oh, no.
And he's really, look at Butler County, where Donald Trump dodged a bullet, came an inch away from his life. He currently leads by 30% so far in that county. Keep in mind, he only won that by 32, and it's been a left-moving county. So if he's able to perform a little bit better there, juice turnout there, that's going to benefit him down the stretch. But there's a lot of votes left to be counted, but that is razor thin in Pennsylvania. But I would rather be Donald Trump in PA than I would be Kamala Harris. I absolutely would. You look at how the early vote came in, a little bit redder than a lot of people expected. So the election day votes, they're going to, it depends on how they come in, but so far the target seems very easy to hit. And look at that Erie County very early, another bellwether for the state, but Northampton is on the verge of flipping. Bucks, not a lot is in Bucks or Chester or Montgomery. Delaware County, Trump's at 31%, but Philadelphia City proper, he's at 20. That is massive so far. And another college town so far that Harris might be underperforming in Center County, she's only up by 3. And, maybe that will catch up. But Washtenaw County, 58% of the vote is now in. She only leads by 32. We would like to have more out of Wayne. We would like to have more out of Macomb. We don't have any out of these deep red counties that have a lot of people. Flint's coming in red so far, but it's just 5% of the vote. Eaton County is a 14-point Trump lead with 78% reporting. Those are numbers you look at and say, wow, because that's a lot of the vote in there. Maybe the margin dips, but St. Joseph County, Trump's at 67% there. Is he going to match his margin from last time? He's going to exceed it if that holds. Muskegon County's coming in red. So across the nation, you're seeing a recurring theme across the nation. Let's see. Resso says huge Georgia and Arizona dump. Okay, we have a huge dump out of Arizona. Here it is, and Donald Trump is in the lead. Donald Trump in Maricopa County in the early vote dump. Yeah, I mean, if I'm Fox, I might make that call for Trump this time, because you look at that, Maricopa County, that is the early vote. These are Republicans. Some of them were Republican. A lot of those, not so fond of Trump Republicans. And already he's running ahead of his end result in Maricopa County. That is massive. 54% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is at 49%, and it probably just gets redder from here with the election day vote, which we saw overwhelmingly favor the Republicans. Pinal County, again, Donald Trump at 58. That is the early vote dump in Pinal County. He leads that county by 58-41. That's a recurring theme. That's the end result. So can he drum it up from here? Probably. But when you're looking at Arizona, the border's a big issue. A lot of things going on there. Not that favorable for the Democrats. And you look at all the new registrations and people say it's not indicative. Well, it's been indicative tonight. And Pennsylvania, his lead goes up to 0.7%. So you look at that, and that is massive. He's still at 20% in Philadelphia. He's climbing in some of these suburban counties. Berks County's up to a 9-point lead. May even go up from there. But you're looking at the counties all the way in. Scranton's a fast reporting county. You look at Kamala Harris underrunning Joe Biden. Scranton Joe no more. You're seeing what's going on in a lot of these places, a lot of these counties. I don't think there's a single county that's shifted left that's fully in Pennsylvania. That's not what the Democrats would have hoped for to be happening right now. And Trump still leads by 5 in Georgia with 84% of the vote reporting. Fulton's at 91%, DeKalb's at 86%. So obviously Gwinnett County, a lot of vote is left there. She might gain there, but she needs to gain 200,000 votes in the state of Georgia. I don't know if the math is there for that for her. I mean, that is absolutely abysmal. Like, she might gain, but Trump winning by a lean margin, that is presumably what's going to happen. 82% shot Trump wins Georgia. North Carolina's looking like, obviously more of Mecklenburg came in, and Trump is holding steady at 37. So North Carolina, you see what's going on here. 3.4 is now the margin of victory that he's expected to win by. What's happening in the Attorney General's race? Because people were worried about Mark Robinson impacting down ballot. So it's close. Jackson is in the lead. So you talk about down ballot. That is interesting. Yeah, some of these races probably were impacted by Mark Robinson's presence on the ticket. He right now is losing big time. It's now a 13-point ball game, but he's still losing by 13. Trump is supposedly going to win by around what the margin currently shows here. We have 80% of the vote in Gaston County. His lead went up. So it's looking good for Trump. Down ballot Republicans, though, at the state level in North Carolina, might be a rough night for them compared to what many would have hoped.
So let's see what the Times are saying. Yeah, I'm surprised that's not been called. I mean, there's only 16% left of the votes to count and 5% difference. So it's getting that's going to get called, and that's also 5% as well. So that's 32 seats, another 32 seats. There's another. That's one electoral seat gone to Trump. My God, that's quite hefty. In Maine's, it's only 7% called. Wisconsin is up 2%. Oh my God, he's up 18% on that. And he's down only 2% there as well, with only 18% of the votes in. And 38% looks like he's going to win that. Canvas going to win that. They've already called Colorado. 10 electoral votes. Oh, New Mexico, obviously on the border, is now flipping. But it looks like it's going to still lean blue, but it looks like it's moving Republican with Donald Trump 6 points ahead already, only 23% in, mind you. And that's quite close in Arizona. Donald Trump's at 71% in Oregon. Lightly Democrat. So they're now, obviously, I don't know, I think the West Coast is closed. Yeah, I don't see her winning at all in this one. I think they're just doing this to increase the excitement, so as YouTubers have got a pot to piss in. 19 votes, and it's still a toss-up, and lightly Democrat, very lightly Republican. Yeah, so these two should go Republican. And Donald Trump, obviously, there's only 1% of the votes in there, so I mean that could be anybody's. But yeah, those two are going, and he's up in Maine. So I think one of these three, if one of these three goes, and he's still a percentage up in Virginia. Yeah, I don't see him losing this. I don't see him losing this at all. Unless they bring in the suitcases. So he's up 30,000 votes, 70% called, which is to me, I would have thought was a toss-up, but he's still ahead. So obviously it depends on what other constituencies are left within that state or counties. So he's up 2 in Pennsylvania now. So that's gone. He was well down in Pennsylvania and he's now leading in Pennsylvania. 51% called. Yeah, unless there's some real jiggery pokery going in here, I don't know. I can't see him losing. He's only 2% up in Michigan, but only 90% has been called. Yeah, I don't see it at all. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to win.
Good. Please do.
Come on. We like the Amish.
It only took 8 years for word of mouth to reach the Amish.
Yeah.
But then they said, okay, well, we'll let you speak. We'll only give you 3 minutes, but give a warning to the states. So the whole point of me being there was to warn Americans of what's to come if they don't vote the right way. And to say, look how crappy things are in the United Kingdom right now because we let the Labour Party. I personally would like him to be more pro-life. I would like him to say, actually,
if Virginia flips or New Hampshire and sweeps the Sunbelt, then Harris has no path to victory. Morning, lads. Morning in America, lads.
Just ban abortion on a federal level. But that's unconstitutional. And this is a constitutional republic. So it actually wouldn't be the right thing for him to do.
One body, let's have some good news. Give him a wee like there. Give him a wee like.
But Maine 2nd District, Donald Trump is at 60% of the vote there. New Hampshire, it's down to a 7-point lead. So we can call Montana and we can call Colorado, but Arizona, that Maricopa dump, Donald Trump is well within reach in Arizona. In fact, now it's lean R. That is big. Wisconsin wins it. Wisconsin will possibly be able to win it for Donald Trump, depending on how these things go. So they haven't called Nebraska's first, but it's probably going to go for Trump. Nebraska's second is probably going to go blue. But we can make a call. Montana goes for Donald Trump. Colorado goes for Kamala Harris. And we're going to watch the margins in Montana. It's kind of drunk right now. I guess they're testing. No pun intended, but tester. Yeah, what's going on here? It's just a mess. Okay, that could dictate the Senate. But Bernie Moreno, they might have to call that soon because that would mean Republicans take the Senate. Casey's still leading in Pennsylvania. Tammy Baldwin is now losing to Eric Hovde. And Eric Hovde, like I predicted, is running in line with Trump. So, you look at Wisconsin. This comes down to what we're going to see. Milwaukee and Madison are halfway in. If Democrats net that same amount of raw votes in both of those counties, they're going to net a lot. But there's a lot left on the table in Washington. There's a lot left on the table. And, I mean, Racine is in. Oh, look at the margin there. That's not going to hold. But Kenosha came back down to reality a little bit, but still a very good margin for Trump right now. We'll see if that's going to hold up in his favor in Wisconsin. He still leads in Greene County. He's leading in Sauk County by 8. He leads in Door County by 5. We don't have any counties all the way in, but look at Iowa. I mean, folks, Ann Selzer, what are you doing? I mean, these are all these red shifts in Iowa. And Donald Trump is taking the lead. You know what? We're going to call it. Donald Trump will carry the state of Iowa. It's 6 electoral votes. Ann Selzer, your career is done and it's over. So 204, Donald Trump will cross the threshold. 204 electoral votes for Donald Trump. I believe that Kamala Harris is at 112 right now, so we could fill that in. So already a very, very, very good showing so far for Trump. It is not done yet, but he's at 204. Harris is at 112. So let's see. Vinyl Guy 54 says Newsmax called North Carolina for Trump. Well, they also they did prematurely call Georgia in 2020, but I do think now it's likely are in both. Okay, yeah, we're getting close to calling them. Those are 2 dominoes that would need to fall, but Trump is going to need a Pennsylvania. Arizona looks great for Trump right now. This is a vibe shift of a century. He probably could even flip Maricopa. RZ410 says Trump leads the New York Times popular vote projection. That is a big that's a big development, I guess you would say. He still leads in Virginia, by the way. John says Trump leads Oregon by 1. That's not going to happen, though. It's very preliminary. Mason Guritz, thank you for 10. Resso says Needle's almost at 2 in Pennsylvania. That's huge. John Nadeau says Polymarket at 90% for Trump. New York Times 75. Richard Burton says, thanks for the coverage. Chris Evans says the shenanigans have started in Milwaukee. I haven't seen anything about that, but...
Oh, sorry, I'll go to powder my nose.
Aaron says, Iowa update. We called Iowa. Want to make sure we answer at least all the yellow and above super chats. Apex Caliber says, tune into TYT and Lickman. I'm focused on looking at the race right now. Look at New Mexico. And you talk about the Hispanic vote being closer. I don't think any of these counties are all the way in, but, well, he gained a little bit there. But you have to gain by a lot in a lot of these other places. I think he will gain in Sandoval when all the votes are counted. But Santa Fe, I mean, there's a lot of vote left. Thomas Martin says North Carolina and Georgia are likely are. I saw that. Pennsylvania so far, look at this. Donald Trump with 51% of the vote in has a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania. And this is Fulton County moved right. Indiana County, Clarion County, Jefferson County. Oh no, a county moved left, but it moved left by 0.4%. And let's check the turnout, because counties moving right and left don't tell us much. Well, they tell us a little bit, but look at the turnout. Jefferson County, Trump won it by 13.4K. Now he wins it by 13.5K. So he actually netted votes there despite it moving left. That's not good news. All these armchair analysts that have tried to say, oh, well, we're going to try to predict these states and we're going to, just get caught lying and promote polls that we like and polls that we don't. Well, what do I have to say about that? I think that there's a certain reality, and it's not done yet, but you look at Pennsylvania, there is a lot of room, not just to grow in the rurals for Trump, but also in some of these suburbs. The question is he going to get these people out? He's now at 44 in Bucks. It does seem like Pennsylvania, it's tilting towards Trump by 2 as it stands now. If it hits Trump plus 2, I think they gotta move it to lean. He's at Butler County. Look at that. That was a county that was not supposed to move right this election cycle just because of the dynamic of it. It's like, Waukesha County, Wisconsin kind of. But the event in Butler definitely, I believe, is something that has boosted Donald Trump. He's really made a play for this region. And Democrats, I mean, we'll get to them later, hopefully, but we're not there yet. York County, there's still room for Trump to grow. And of course, there's room for Harris to grow because there's a lot of these suburban areas that haven't reported. But guys, Philadelphia is halfway in and Trump is at 20%. They said she needed 700,000 votes, or even if you make it 600,000, she might not get there. Maybe she gets there because of the mail, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be enough to win the state. Like Erie County, that is not going to hold for Kamala. That will not hold. That is the early mail dump. Luzerne, I'd expect Trump to do better. We talk about the Polish voters. Joe Biden had that appeal. Kamala Harris doesn't have that appeal. She desperately said, oh, well, Trump likes Putin or whatever, even though Trump kept Putin at bay. And then, most Polish people were like, wait, we don't like Putin, but we also don't like war, endless wars, etc. And a lot of people in the more populous parts of the Rust Belt don't. So I never doubted for a second that Donald Trump, when he ran a campaign that was a lot more populist than his 2020 campaign, and in certain ways you could even make a case for 2016, is going to... Let's see. Trump is still leading in Virginia. Oh, Kamala Harris finally took the lead in Virginia. I guess Maura Fairfax came in, but still a very solid performance for Trump. What is the final needle now in Virginia? Now it's 4.7. All right. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania. I don't know where I've disappeared to. Oh, I'm back. Oh, no, I'm not. So it looks like I'm recording, but I'm not on this. That's very weird, but anyway. Looks like I'm here. Oh, I'm popped back again. Right, let's see. She's in the lead in Virginia. 76% in. And a 6-point lead in North Carolina. And a 3% lead with 91% to go. And he's got a 3% lead in Pennsylvania. But it's still 45% to go in Pennsylvania. And he's up 1% in, or just under 1% in Wisconsin. Iowa is up 7%. So very lightly, it's up 5%. And Kamala's only up with 51%, 0.8 in Arizona. Yeah, that's certainly flipped as well, as has Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think Georgia's going to get called soon. Still a bit to play. Quarter of the vote still to come in for North Carolina. It's not finished yet, but it's certainly getting there.
Something's wrong at Decision Desk. They have Wisconsin 95-5, but did not reverse the Virginia call. Let's look at Wisconsin, guys. Let's look at Wisconsin. Okay, Madison, 72% of Madison is in. Trump is holding his own in Dane County. He's up in, well, again, nothing really changed out of Racine, but he's got a comfortable lead in Kenosha. Dr. Phil's forehead says, what's wrong or what's up with him being down in Arizona? Well, here's the deal. They count their early ballots first. This is pretty much par for the course, and there are red counties outstanding. So he might win the early vote outright in Arizona. When he lost it by, the margin in 2020 that he did, Fox called Arizona for Biden with like 60-some% in. So will they do the same this year? Probably not. I'm not going to make that call. But, yeah, Georgia. Okay, Georgia narrowed. Gwinnett County's mostly in. Trump gained percentage-wise. Harris gained on net in terms of raw votes. But she's only up 140,000 with 91% of the vote reporting. And you've got Cobb County mostly in. There's very few ballots left in Fulton. There's a little bit left in Savannah's area, the metro of Chatham, and maybe a little bit in Columbus, but I don't really see enough ballots outstanding for her to take Georgia. It's going to be really tough. North Carolina, I mean, there's definitely ballots left in Charlotte. Is there enough to overcome 260,000 votes of a deficit in Charlotte? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so. I don't see it, especially with what's outstanding in the rest of the state. But there will be a lot of ballots there, but there's a lot of other places in the state that haven't reported. Randolph County, that should benefit Trump. There's some left in the Research Triangle in Wake, but it's not much. So again, this red shift, it's going to be tough at this point to see the Democrats end up taking the state. So you're talking about North Carolina. You're talking about the state of Georgia. He needs to win both of those and lock them up in his column. And then it takes one more state to win, Pennsylvania, which he currently is overwhelmingly, you could even say, favored. And he leads by 111,000 votes. Now, there's a lot of Democrat votes outstanding, but there's also a lot of Republican votes outstanding, too. He's got a 3-point lead. Now it's a Trump by 2. That ticker is almost venturing its way into the lean column in the New York Times for Pennsylvania, that needle. Center County is red. Would you look at Center County? Look at that. It's red right now. Center County is red. Another college town so far underperforming, but we'll see. In Northampton County, as King of Swing mentioned, that is a big flip, and he needs to hold it. And there's a lot of room to grow in Erie. He's gained a little bit in Luzerne. There's more room there, too. Washington County. Greene County's 95% in. Let's look at Greene County last cycle. 71-28, 72-27. So marginal improvements for Trump in Greene County. Turnout goes up too. That's huge. Turnout is huge, and that's good for Trump. I mean, everybody showed up. They showed out today. Monroe County's still close. Lehigh County is relatively close. Berks County, Trump now leads by 13. Democrat. Shout out to you, Carlos, for 2020.
One of the Trump events I was at, he actually got pretty much chastised for this. He was at a Turning Point USA Faith Summit, and he said, "Look, I mean, the crowd were all roaring along with him. You know, he gets people energetic and they were loving him. But then he said, I agree with abortion in some exceptions. I think he said rape and incest, which is a very common thing. It's wrong, but it's common. And he got booed. It's the first time I've seen him get booed by his own audience. And you can see he was taken back by it. It's like, whoa, this is my core, and they're not liking this. And I think that was important because they made it clear that Christians and conservatives are pro-life. And if you're not pro-life, you need to address that.
And I think I started to get texts, around 4 a.m. and it started to look pretty dark. So everything looks fantastic as it stands. I mean, I just heard New York Times saying 81%. That's amazing. It's going to be very hard for them to come back from this. You know, it's difficult to say Trump has an 81% chance of winning, and then, you know, poof, something happens. But, you know, I mean, as Calvin said, they just don't care. They'll do what they've got to do. It may be in the too big to cheat category, but I don't know. I mean, it looks like we live in a fascist America.
I wonder how many dead people turned up today to vote.
Yeah.
Many, many, many dead people.
We were talking very briefly. Sorry,
Yeah.
go for it, Dave.
No, I was going to say, you were talking about Florida and Miami-Dade. I live in Miami-Dade, and I'll tell you, the vibe shift is real. DeSantis won Dade by double digits. I think he won by 10 or 11 the last time around in 2022. So this is really the second time I was on board. I've got a friend who wrote a very good piece, actually, in National Review.
Yeah. This is getting
real
finished.
joy. You know, for the first time I felt, wow,
that's a big one.
Such an incredible night here, and let me tell you, this crowd is so close to erupting because they can feel. I think what you guys are feeling there is just the excitement and knowing that we're so close, but you just need that confirmation, Glenn.
So when we get close to calling, any of those states, will you let the producers know right away? Because I'd like to get a feel of the room, you know, came out of the woodwork to say social justice is good. And I tried to explain at the time, there is a difference between what you're talking about. And I'm really happy to see that the Catholics have cleaned that up some. Enough Catholics know the difference between the two. And the other thing I want to say about Catholics while I'm here is, I was at a
system here, such as it is, where we call it based on a couple of different factors. Jordan Yule's running our election blog on tyt.com. I was reading it when I was on the break. I was looking through all the different parts of the website. It looks great. Make sure you're participating there, election games. In fact, let's do a poll now, right here live on the chat too. Who's going to win, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? But North Carolina is in deep trouble. So if it's not gone, as Decision Desk says, it's close to gone. So that puts us in a very perilous spot. So if you do the math, Arizona and Nevada are not enough. She's got to win the entire blue wall. Without North Carolina, and Georgia doesn't look overly likely either. We'll go there right now.
Let me just tell you a little bit just briefly about North Carolina right now. Wake County is at 80%. That's Raleigh. That's a big population center in the Triangle. Mecklenburg County, which is where Charlotte is, a big city of Charlotte, 17% counted. That's why some of the bigger outfits are waiting to call this race. But 7% is a big number to make up at this point, and you know, at this point it's 53-46. That's why some people are calling it. But there are big numbers still to come in two big parts of that state.
Yeah, guys, what's not biased is, in this case, are the statisticians that work at Reuters, AP, New York Times, etc. I've covered countless elections. When a Republican has won, they say a Republican has won, and they're not shy about it. They're not reticent about it. The reason they're not calling North Carolina is exactly what Michael just told you. Now, having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting. You're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong.
There weren't a ton of people who thought that. I mean,
almost every. Every Democrat I talked to thought that.
Well,
I didn't see a lot of that.
I said the blue wall is going to go to Harris, and may be wrong about that. But honestly, I don't think that there were a lot of people. There were people who said if it's a landslide, they would predict that it was a Harris landslide, not a Trump landslide, which is different than saying they were predicting it's a landslide.
Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to the discussion of the terms of landslide or big win or whatever. But no matter how you slice it, big win for Kamala Harris, poof, gone. That's not going to happen. A big win for Donald Trump is still on the board. A win for Kamala Harris is still on the board. Let's go to Georgia.
Okay, so in Georgia, we're theoretically closer to a call, even though it is a tighter race. So he's up by 3 points right now. The issue is that there's only 9% of the vote left to be counted, and so it is quite likely at this point that he will end up winning that. It is tighter than it was earlier in the count.
So more counties are coming in favor of Kamala Harris. From Georgia's a slight upside, but 91% reporting. You really got 3%'s not undoable. It's not undoable with that tighter window, but that window is getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
It is. Those numbers coming from Clark County, 21% yet to report in Clark County, which is where Athens is. Chatham County is, I believe, and that's where Savannah is only at 37% counted. And then if you look at Gwinnett County outside of Atlanta, 77% counted. That's a big number, Gwinnett County, but it's going, about 3-2 for Harris, and that 3-2 is across a big population, which is why, again, there's no call yet in Georgia.
Okay, so Michael seems to be right for now. The discussion we had this morning when we were talking about what might go, I thought North Carolina was more likely to go to Kamala Harris than Georgia was, based on the polling I saw, et cetera. Michael thought Georgia was more likely. Right now, Georgia looks tighter than North Carolina, for what it's worth. At the end of the day, it's worth nothing if you don't win the state, right? Unless, of course, you're Donald Trump. If Kamala Harris loses and she is the state of Georgia and she's like Donald Trump, she'd call up Raffensperger and go, why don't you just find me the votes I need? Who cares? Just find me the votes, right? But Democrats don't cheat like that. So Democrats do other things that are problematic, but they don't cheat like that. Only the world's biggest cheater in the world, Donald Trump, does that. So I'm getting revved up. Let's go to the blue states. Farron, I'll come to you in a sec. Let's go to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so Pennsylvania's at 57. They're all toss-ups currently at this point, but he's at 51 to her 48. Both Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are very tight. Wisconsin and Michigan are tighter than Pennsylvania.
So Pennsylvania, he's got a 3-point lead. Again, if he wins Pennsylvania, good night, Irene, this election's over.
Well, that is definitely true. So right now he's up by, I believe, about like 110,000 votes. Chris Wallace is saying that at this point in 2020, he was up by 200,000. That's an interesting factoid. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to come back in the way that Biden did.
In 2020, Trump was up by 200,000.
At this point in the night.
Okay. By the way, in that brief time that I had, I read a bunch of stuff. Carville's despondent over the exit polling. On the other hand, Nate Silver switched to Kamala Harris being the favorite.
When?
What in the world? So that apparently happened a little while ago. So that doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was earlier in the day, so I didn't get a sense of the timing. All right, so before we go to, actually, real quick, just read us Michigan and Wisconsin, percentage reporting and what the race is.
Wisconsin is at 55% of the vote. He's up by 1 point. So it's 50 to 49.
Okay, that could go either direction.
So super close. Michigan's only at 25% of the vote. He's up by 0.7% of the vote.
Okay, could go either way. All right, Farron, what do you make of all this right now?
We all knew this was going to be a tight race, and I do think it ended up actually being tighter so far than what a lot of people thought. I don't want to say it's reminiscent of 2016, but wow, it feels reminiscent of 2016 with everybody going in maybe with a little too much optimism. I saw a little bit ago Michael talking about all these people with the fantasies of Texas is going to turn blue. I've been covering, this is my 6th presidential election, and every cycle you get all these liberal, magazines and outlets. They're like, this is the year that Texas is totally turning blue. I've been reading those articles since 2004, right? Like it hasn't happened.
Let's have a wee look at New York Times and let's see what they're saying to it. 91% of the votes in. Is this refreshed? Let's just make sure this is refreshed. %, 3% lead in Georgia, North Carolina, 3% lead, 85%. So that must be coming close. What would that need to be? 97%. 97%. So it's only another 6% of the votes need to be called in that. 85% in. Donald Trump is still in the lead by 3 points in North Carolina. Oh, and Kamala Harris has actually flipped Virginia. I thought that was going to go to Trump, but there's still 23% of the votes, and she's only up by 0.9% in Virginia. 60% of the votes are in, and he's up 3% in Pennsylvania. Wow. Wow. Oh, and Kamala Harris is now overtaking him in Maine. She's winning in New Hampshire. 60% votes in New Hampshire, only 13% in Maine. He's winning in Michigan. He's also winning in Wisconsin. And that's 56% of the votes. Yeah, I don't see her winning at all. And he's up 60% with only 5% in Minnesota. Oh no. And he's leading in Arizona. Oh, and she's overtaken him in New Mexico, which is a bit strange because I thought New Mexico would be getting affected by the border, and none of the West Coast is in. Yeah, I wish they would hurry up so I can get to my bed. 91, 85, 78 and 61. Yeah. If Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Georgia and North Carolina come in, I think the tea's out. These are going to go red. And just now, Arizona is only, Arizona's a tie, virtual tie. My goodness, 53% in, and it's, I wonder what that is. That must be some, I would think that's some sort of city. Tuscan. In Phoenix. Yeah. Certain counties haven't even started counting yet. Let's see the Senate. Can you give us an overall in the Senate? Interesting.
Harris, and you expect her to win when she's just burdened by what has been of this administration. You could put that pun as intended. It's like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, it's not done. It's not over. But the fact that we're talking about Virginia not being called in it within 1 with 80% reporting, or New Jersey being within 6, or even talking about the popular vote at all should tell you that something is going wrong with how these people have been viewing elections over these years. You know, 2020, Trump would have, if you had the current RNC with lawsuits, Trump would have won handily. And that's another thing, because people are worried about things like fraud, and obviously it's not done. But you look at what's going on right now in this election, it does seem as if whatever efforts were taken were relatively solid. We're getting faster vote counts in some places, and the RNC is catching people. They're fighting back with lawsuits. Stuff like that adds up. Stuff like that does matter. And We're seeing it in real time. Now, is Trump going to cross that finish line? We're not quite there yet. But still, he's in a very good spot. He's at 85% in the needle. And we know the needle has been, a little bit cautious on Donald Trump in the past. So we'll see how it shakes out. But Pennsylvania, all the counties that are all the way in, Lackawanna, Wyoming, every single one. Cumberland didn't, but I thought Cumberland would move left by a few points. If Cumberland's all the way in and he's not losing ground in Cumberland, I don't think he's losing ground in Bucks. I don't think he's losing ground in these other places. I don't think he may even lose ground in Allegheny, because Cumberland is one of the most left-leaning areas in the country, and that means Scott Perry is probably going to hold on to that Senate or that House seat there, and he currently does trail. But keep in mind that, again, there's a lot of red that's left. Dauphin County's coming in very blue, so be patient. But Michigan, nothing out of Wayne County yet, so we'll see. But some of these results we're seeing in counties that are mostly in, like Oakland, where he's only down 10. He's going to gain a lot in Macomb when real Macomb reports. Kent County, he probably might gain on net with what's left. And we can make a projection out of Maine. Kamala Harris will win a single electoral vote in Maine, Maine's first congressional district. Also, Donald Trump, Nebraska's first. We can't make that call yet. Harris still leads there, but she's not going to lead for much longer. I think most people can understand that. And it seems like a lot of my state margins so far are holding up that I predicted. I did not predict South Carolina going red by like 17, but I say live by the swingometer, die by the swingometer. And that's what we've done tonight. And the Rust Belt's not done yet, but there's a reason why Donald Trump is the clear favorite in this election. He's now at 299. I think they gave him Nevada or something, or they're just giving him a number that's like the over-under. But the popular vote is Trump +1. California, she's going to bottom out in California. But you talk about these are two-time never-Trumpers coming on board to Trump. You don't think that happens in the swing states? Where the Republicans are registering voters like crazy, and you want to come at me for my analysis and try to pretend like I'm the one that's wrong, when you've been wrong about everything the past 5 years. Even the things you've been right about, you've been wrong about for the wrong reasons. Even the things I've been wrong about were largely innocent mistakes, and when you look back at them, it's like, okay, this makes me more confident Trump's going to win. It's not done yet, but these are good numbers, and he has won at least probably 3 of those big 7 swing states. North Carolina now at 85%. Mecklenburg's at 92%. Donald Trump is at 33%. He might gain with the late drops there if what we're seeing is a pattern nationwide, but he's already ahead of his 2020 numbers in Mecklenburg. This is something interesting. This is honestly something special. It really is. But Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin lean R. Buffalo County, another driftless county. Look at Iowa. Oh man, when I told you that poll belonged in the garbage and I said I'm going with Trump.
Now they're actually allowing postal votes to be counted after. I don't know how many states have done this, but postal votes to be counted after the election, so they can totally gerrymander this whole situation by getting postal votes after this tonight as the election and tomorrow's election. Or today as the election. They can totally gerrymander this by saying that there's postal votes coming in 7 days after this election or today's election. That's just unbelievable.
Trump by 10 in Iowa. I was right. In fact, Iowa is going to vote just like Nebraska when it's all said and done. I know Missouri's going to get redder. I think Hawley's going to win. I'm not worried about that, but folks, he's close. If we have to stay up until Wisconsin finishes counting, we're going to stay up until Wisconsin finishes counting. I'm not going to go anywhere. I don't need to go anywhere. But I will tell you that this is something that a lot of people probably even here didn't expect. Donald Trump to go out there and compete, let alone have a great shot to win. And in Ozaukee County, he's up by 15 points. Ozaukee County, Wisconsin, which he only won by 12. White college-educated suburb area, he's up by 15 points. I don't know if it's going to hold, but that is just a massive shift. Racine.
We are indeed doing another massive Load Seater's live stream to cover the US elections on Tuesday, the 5th of November. We will have a giant roster of guests, both in the studio and remotely via Zoom.
Let's see what the boys are saying. That's it. Let's see what they're saying.
No, I mean, it's a good question. What does it look like to you guys across the pond? Is it like you think a vibe shift? You think it was the Democrat agenda getting too far left and too batshit crazy, or do you think at the end of the day it's just the economy? Because the economy is total shit.
I think it was the people in power just not giving the tiniest shit about the common man. That was the main one. Yeah. Just nobody felt like the government cared about them at all.
Yeah, and particularly young men. It turns out that calling you an irredeemable white oppressor and the architecture of patriarchy that makes it literally on the precipice of the Handmaid's Tale doesn't make young lads want to vote for you. But Dave, I'm getting the call from my studio manager that we have to wrap up. Thank you so much for your time, sir. We hope that we've added to the jubilant atmosphere of a potential Trump victory. We shouldn't go to bed dooming just yet. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure as always. Right, we will be crossing over to the second room with all of your comments, but
we'll pick up with the guys later on, see what they're saying. Let's go and see what the Young Turks are saying. Here's the Young Turks.
And then every time you just set yourself up.
That he didn't win in 2020 and he lost the presidency. So that does matter here. I mean, we're still looking at a map that has some fluidity to it. It doesn't look great. And then when you see that Virginia hasn't been called yet, of course, it looks like it's going to go to the vice president, but it's still not called. She needed Virginia to be called a little earlier tonight. And so that's what the trends you are seeing, especially in those counties outside Washington, D.C., Fairfax, Prince William, those sorts of places.
Yeah. By the way, Larry Hogan, I guess that has been called.
Yeah.
I don't know if we mentioned that.
He lost.
Okay, yes.
He lost. And notable, two African-American women will be senators, Lisa Blunt Rochester from Delaware and Angela also Brooks from Maryland for the first time in U.S. history in that esteemed body.
That's good history and also still deeply, deeply sad.
Well,
yeah. I totally agree. Okay, so I want to check in on the Nebraska Senate race in a second. But guys, this is definitely not a call. But if you made me guess right now who's going to win, Trump. And not only because he's leading in those states by a little bit, but Virginia is deeply concerning. Can you pull up Virginia? So when I was on break, I noticed Virginia, and that's where I was going to go next. And the fact that it isn't called yet when it was supposed to be solidly blue, or solidly blue enough that it would have been called by now, is very problematic. So read those numbers, John.
Yeah, it has been slightly closer than it is at this point. She's currently up by about 2% with 79% in.
That is very bad news.
But Richmond is at 32%, right? These are very, very populous parts of the state. Richmond is at 32%. Henrico County is at 43%. You go down to Norfolk. Norfolk County is at 80%, but the counties around it, Chesapeake is at 23%. Newport News is at 84%. Hampton at 10%, go over to Roanoke, which is almost all counted at this point. So the places where there are significant numbers of voters seem to be around Richmond, Virginia. But if you look at Fairfax County, right, 91% of the votes are in. Harris won by 24%. But these numbers are not as big as they were for Joe Biden in 2020 in those parts of the state.
Yeah, so look, I've been 50-50 on who's going to win for the last 2 months or so, maybe even longer. And I've been 50-50 the entire day, the entire night. I am no longer 50-50. I think Trump has at least a 75% chance of winning at this point. So
I don't know where you get that, but
okay. I'm getting it from my experience in covering elections.
I know.
So you're losing. So you're barely winning in Virginia. You're losing in all of your blue wall states. And yes, you can come back. But look at the trend, Michael. I mean, if it was like spotty, okay, you say
this
spotty.
is where we were in 2020. We knew it was going to be a close election. You were right
weren't.
This morning. Yeah, it basically is where we were. There's no state that has been called for the Republican that at this point that it wasn't called.
So there's only 60. There's only
Arizona, and he's doing better in the blue wall and in North Carolina. And again, North Carolina, a lot of people would have said that Trump would win it. So it's not like it's a big, giant, shocking development. A lot of people would have said that Trump would win Georgia. So again, we come back to the blue wall. Again, Kamala Harris still has plenty chance to win.
Yeah, you have to understand too, there's not one state, I don't believe, that Donald Trump is winning or has won tonight that he didn't win in 2020 and he lost the presidency. So that does matter here. I mean, we're still looking at a map that has some fluidity to it. It doesn't look great. And then when you see that Virginia hasn't been called yet, of course, it looks like it's going to go to the vice president, but it's still not called. She needed Virginia to be called a little earlier tonight. And so that.
So it's only 60 seats that Trump has got to get to win the presidency. So Virginia's not been called. North Carolina, that's 30, 32, 32. So 32, 42, 42, 8, 50, 28 seats that's required. And Nevada, I think it's 11 or 12. So
that's what the trends you were seeing, especially in those counties outside Washington, D.C., Fairfax, Prince William, those sorts of places.
Yeah. By the way, Larry Hogan, I guess that has been called.
Yeah.
I don't know if we mentioned that.
He lost.
Okay, yes.
He lost. And notable too, if going into today, we talked about it. You said this is a close election. I have no idea how to predict it. I said I'd rather be the Democrat because I'm playing a home game. I'm playing in Michigan. I'm playing in Wisconsin. I'm playing in Pennsylvania. And if I win those three.
This is called a Shishibo cube, and let me show you what it does. Shishibo.
Of my vote changing the election, not particularly high.
I also did not vote. I've only voted once. I am a committed non-voter at this point for various reasons.
Why did you vote once then?
Apps are beginning.
Oh, sorry, Benny. Well, I'm there. Where did you go now?
The freak out was merited. And ladies and gentlemen, this is so special. This moment. You remember this moment with Vivek Ramaswamy? Calling for Rana to resign. None of this would be happening if we still had Rana as chair. We made an entire documentary about this. You want to know what a movement you're a part of? You want to know what a movement you're a part of? Vivek called us, and this is not to pat us on the back. I want to begin by saying this is Vivek. Vivek called your boy, and he said, come help me with debate prep. I said, totally. I flew to Miami. And I said, we're going to cook something up that's going to change the party forever.
We are indeed doing another massive load seater in Trump's second term, or perhaps we'll be having a massive meltdown. Who knows what the future holds. See you then. So we are joined by our first guest of the night via Zoom, one Mr. M. Yiannopoulos. Are you there, Mike?
What have we got? Right, come on, let's go.
Live by the swingometer, die by the swingometer. And Donald Trump so far has done everything we've asked.
So, Georgia's called. What's up? 226 just now. North Carolina's not called. That's another 16. That's 242. 242. And those 19 in Pennsylvania would take it up to 60, 61. And then it would just be one of these other states. I mean, Arizona would bring it home. I think he's going to get, that's another 10 seats there. So, but that's not including any one of these, or if he gets one of these. Man, it's not looking good for Kamala.
Him to do. He's gotten Georgia. He's very likely gotten North Carolina. Pennsylvania, 32% of the vote left. If it comes in and he wins, it's lights out. It is lights out. This election will be over. Yeah, honestly.
So let's see where the actual numbers are now. So 66. Oh well, that's I'm back in the senator. Right, we don't want to do that. Trump. So that's good. I like that map. That's handy. Oh my God, he's 3% up in Pennsylvania now. 68%. Oh, I think I'm going to go to bed. I think this is done. 68%. Can you imagine waking up in the morning and find it's not? He's now up 2% in Wisconsin. Another 10 electoral seats. He's up 3%. It's nearly 70%. Coming up for 70%. They're up 3% in Pennsylvania. This would have to be a big turnaround for him not to win. He's up in Arizona, but only by 0.2% and 53% called. Carla, did she just get given? Kamala Harris just get given the votes? No votes cast. 54. Kamala called. Well, Kamala Harris. So I think these two have gone. So Kamala's up to 179 versus 214. Oh my goodness, how exciting is this? So it's certainly not going to be one in the far west. So yeah, so Ohio. No, Iowa, Ohio, and Nevada. So should go to Trump. That's already been called for Trump. So really, we've still not resolved anything because this is all the same. I think they're doing this deliberately. If they've called all the other seats, they've called even the ones in the West Coast, and what they're doing, they're counting the one at a time. Hurry up and go on with it. I want to go to my bed. So this is very interesting. This is only 0.2%. Most voters cast ballot by mail, and counting typically takes days. Officially in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 2 weeks, 10 to 13 days. Absolute nonsense. Lean red, lean blue. Well, it looks like they were just weighing them in California. That doesn't look like it. Nobody counted the ballots there. Or in Washington. I don't know how they have managed to decide quicker than the East Coast, considering there's a time difference. And the only one in the West Coast looks like it's counting is Oregon. So Kamala is at 78%, Donald's only at 20%, with only 9% done. So we're going to say that the West Coast is all going blue. And she definitely looks like she's going to win New Mexico. And Arizona's tight. So 93%, still 3% up. So there's only 7%, 3%, so another 2%, it must get called, that must be called. So just keep me up tonight, aren't they? And that's another 3%, very lightly red. Yeah, I think this is finished. And she's 2% up, very lightly Democrat in Virginia. Lean red, oh, it's leaning red in Pennsylvania. Lean Democrat. So she looks like she's going to get a couple more votes here. Toss up. Lean red. Oh my goodness. Another 10 votes there. Lean red as well. So these are all going red, and that's lean red. So it looks like, yeah, I can't see him not winning this. They'll have to do some heavy cheating to stop this happening. 42%. Oh wow, that certainly redirected itself quite quickly, isn't it? 59%, 38%, 42% of the vote. Yeah, that's really tight in Arizona. A toss-up as well, 61% of the vote. Yeah, this ain't looking good for her at all. So let's see, he's in 214, 32, so it's 46, 46. So I'm going to leave out Pennsylvania, 46 and 15 votes. 46 and 15 is 61. So he would just need the Michigan and Wisconsin, and he could actually lose Pennsylvania and still win. And I'm not even including Arizona in this or Nevada. Yeah, I think this is finished. Let's see what's happening on Twitter. Oh, yeah. I heard a confession. Rambling and dangerous. Yeah, what a twat, man, honestly. Where's William Hague? Embarrassing. Our political leaders are absolutely embarrassing. Turns out my biggest mistake might have been believing people weren't inherently good. See, this one's filled with our own self-righteousness. It took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as we make your voices heard today. Thousands of election workers around the country are working hard and respect them. Aye. Just for tonight, Alex Coke, Kremlin sanctioned Edinburgh West MSP. That's about right. Kremlin sanctioned Edinburgh West MSP. Well, certainly not a Liberal. Leader, Evening News columnist, ally dad, and a raving commie. I think that's we'll just keep a hold of that one. one in the pipeline. It's a lovely design, aye. There we go. The prophecy has been fulfilled.
The gentleman forgets who was in power for the last 14 years and who failed to build any...
That's quite enough of you. Ultra MAGA.
We're doing really well.
Yeah, this is incredible. This is incredible, yeah. I think it's finished. Let me go into the Young Turks, see if they're crying some more, crying harder. Come on.
Yeah. TYE Election Day 2024 coverage.
TYE election day, 2024 coverage. Fox News, so they're never going to turn around. But I am curious about the smaller right-wing shows online, not even smaller, just online media, because in my experience, they have not been robots. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
Look, I think there was an opportunity for the right, if Trump were to lose, to potentially find an identity that was not just tied into Donald Trump. But now, if he does win, then again, they are going to have to be 100% deferential to him. If you stick your head up, your head will be chopped off. You're not gonna be able to criticize him when all of the other outlets are being more pure and fawning and focusing on, hey, don't worry if Donald Trump's tariffs, spike the prices of every retail good. In Oregon, a trans person joined the diving team, and it will work. It will work for many of them, unfortunately. And my fear, one of the big things, we keep talking about democracy. Look, if he ends up winning,
election day,
if he gets more
2024
votes,
coverage.
we're not the right. We will acknowledge that actually happened. They can't acknowledge when any of their candidates lose. We don't have that problem. But I do think that there are a lot of people on the right, not the regular voters you're talking about, but definitely their influencer class that are way past done with democracy. I think they're gonna want Donald Trump and governors to lock in more structural constraints against the will of the people. We've been talking about it in Florida on the ballot measures. Doesn't matter that more people wanted legalized marijuana and abortion. We're not a democracy anymore when it comes to Florida. And obviously we already have the disproportionate composition of the Senate, the Electoral College, the ramifications that has for choosing Supreme Court justices. I think they're gonna want even more.
Yeah, so I want to go back to the numbers, but I'd say one last quick thing about that.
I just want to say, nobody's won this race yet. It's not.
I know. That's why I'm going back to the numbers in a second. In fact, a little bit of a comeback here in a second for Kamala Harris. So listen, guys. So we've proven ourselves over 22 years, and TYE election day, 2024 coverage. TYE election day, 2024 coverage.
You prove yourself over what? 20 years? Oh my God. You've been away with the fairies for 20 years. Anyway, it's very interesting they managed to call every state in the middle when the ones at the end have not managed to count. But anyway, I think they're just teeing up the excitement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 6, 7. So maybe these two as well, although Nevada's not started counting. But this is the all the swing states, all the ones that would make the actual difference to the election are still in the process of counting. So they're getting on a bit on these ones. New Mexico's nearly finishes 6% up. Very close in Arizona. But he's not going to need Arizona if these comes through the way they're leaning just now. That's 10, 25, 25, 44, 44, 44 and 36 is 44 and 36. Well, it's well over 270 anyway. 44 and 36 is 80. 80, so he's going to be in 294. 294. So he could lose 24 votes out of that 294. And he would still, so he could lose Pennsylvania. He could lose that. And he would have to probably win Nevada. Yeah, I'm going to bed. I think we've seen enough of this. I think this is done. And I'm not expecting it to change anytime soon, unless there's obviously a swing or something. They try and fiddle it again like they did last time. Or maybe I won't go to bed. Maybe I shouldn't go to bed. Maybe I should actually stay up and see the fiddle. See the fiddle. Where's the fiddle going to come in? How are they going to fiddle it?
No tweet from Kamala Harris HQ in 4 hours. Bernie Moreno winning in the Senate. So exciting for us. Okay, boys, I've asked for a couple of videos. Let's go ahead and lock and load. We've been teasing a lot of this stuff. Because Pennsylvania has not been called yet, because Pennsylvania still looks like this, okay? 71% in. 150,000 vote margin for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania has not been called yet. I want to show you what absolute, chilling, blood-curdling panic looks like on MSNBC as they talk through the dominance of President Trump's performance in Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, this is MSNBC all but admitting that it's over. As I can report to you that the Secret Service has now moved massive security vehicles to Mar-a-Lago. It's happening. It's happening. The Secret Service has now moved a full presidential detail to Mar-a-Lago. They know. They know. The internals are already there. Elon.
What does that mean in president general election? And that's got to be all the votes in the country. I'm not sure what that is. Seems a bit strange. 58.9%. Kamala Harris is in 39. I don't believe there's 350 million houses, only 1.4 million votes. I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
Elon Musk just tweeted, game, set, match. Elon Musk just said, Pennsylvania's won. We're finished here. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't called it yet, so we're going to stay locked in. Stay locked in. But here's what they're saying on MSNBC. This is doom for them. Let's go.
Another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final two-thirds of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to two-thirds of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With two-thirds of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Trump has dominantly rolled through the Keystone.
Oh, so they've called Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. So that's quite interesting. So I think these Nevada and Minnesota, Michigan, whatever, is potentially toss-ups. But yeah, that's a win. That's a win. Ready, go. Where are you? Ready? Ready, go. Where is he? Is he still going?
But cheers, gents.
So, and then also with the special relationship that America.
He wouldn't, security guards walking past you.
Financed a car with any of these lenders before 2021, you could be owed thousands.
Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve. Welcome, welcome. Trump went into the election day today with a very impressive 8-point lead over Harris in Florida. Okay, that's the average. That's taking all the polls, the good, the bad, the ugly.
Out there on the inner zones, who knows, boys? Who knows how it's going on in the inner zones? Probably bomb threats and shenanigans and broken ballot machine. Oh my God, everybody. Who knew election day was here? Everybody. Everybody knows election day. It's like every 4 years. It's actually like every 2 years, but the general is like every 4 years. It's not how'd you miss this? Oh my God, Dez! Elections be so hard. They're not hard at all. You guys are just criminals. You're just criminals. Ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. Call me Kevin. Is it election day? I don't know. What are you in Ireland? Yeah. Shake up your field of greens if you got. I want to vote for that. Nobody's interested in voting for that. Put that away. Put some fucking clothes on. 5% of it is just sparkly fucking lights. So this chick's only got to do like 5% of her own rally.
This is a bad
she
night
exhausted
for
bigots.
Kamala Harris in Michigan.
She get that
it's
bitch
not
some
I wouldn't put
adrenochrome.
it as lean R.
Maybe she's got a
and they
little
called
bit
Tim
of the
Kaine's
sniffles,
re-election
boys.
victory. That's no
I
surprise.
can commiserate
Now
because I think I've got some
Pennsylvania's
sniffles
back to
too.
leaning Trump,
But these sons of bitches are going to start
67% odds of
blowing
victory.
stuff up. Prepare yourself. That's right. Tonight's first hour brought to you by TWC. Thank you, TWC.
We got 23,000 live viewers in chat. Probably would have been a little higher if it wasn't for all the glitches, but that's okay. Let's see. Leading Trump, more super chats. We have any?
Let's start from Michigan. Trump is now on 52%. So he's leading by about... Dean says, thank you. Great presentation. Love watching you. All you comment on this is brilliant. English bloke in Arizona. Wisconsin is now Trump's. I've got the latest on that.
Wisconsin.
Did we report Wisconsin?
No, it's Wisconsin. Where?
Yeah. It's still white on my map. So that's to be expect that to go.
Yeah, 6-7. Pennsylvania still 3 points up. Oh my goodness. They're just prolonging this. I think that's already been called. Virginia's already been called. And so has... I think they're just prolonging this. Georgia's been called as well.
You know what? And that's another thing. Iowa, Trump up by 14. Yeah, you know what? There's this rumor that Ann Selzer shelved the poll that had 67% odds of victory.
Oh.
Okay, apparently they lied. Splice Stream says, when Fudd Bucker makes a call, I sit my ass down and listen. Yeah. True. And I mean, it's getting there, but we can't make... No, the Rust Belt is way too early to call. I think Trump is probably favored in all... Well, Michigan, I would wait on Wayne County, but Luzerne, obviously, it hasn't fully come in yet. But Luzerne, 23,000 vote lead for Trump in Luzerne. What was it in 2020? 22,000. So we already gained net votes. We'll see.
So they've not called North Carolina, Georgia, and that's another 16 seats. So we're up to 246. So there's only 24 more that's required on the back of that.
See how the rest of the ballots come in, but those Polish Americans, Donald Trump making his outreach to them. He was hanging out with Duda and all that. It's like, yeah, the foreign policy thing. They think that Donald Trump's foreign policy was a failure, but they haven't looked in the mirror, and they make these ridiculous excuses. Donald Trump won that debate against Kamala Harris, and I think that most people, I said at the time, they said, oh, you're crazy. And it's like, no, just cut out the noise. She did better than people thought. She did better than I thought. But Trump, I feel like, yeah, he had the upper hand big time. I don't think it impacted the race much either way. But if anything, the undecideds, yeah, I think Donald Trump won a lot of those undecided viewers. And you're seeing it across the state, these white working class voters, but also in some places, Lancaster's all the way in and Trump gained. Maybe that's the Amish bump, I don't know. But Lancaster's a big metro area. If you're gaining votes in Lancaster, Franklin County, Allegheny's all the way in and Trump gained. Yeah, I mean, they got to be getting ready to call. This race is going to be called before we go to bed at the rate things are going, if that is true, because I don't see it. Obviously, the Philly suburbs, there are question marks there, but I mean, you can't imagine he's going to lose a lot of ground. He's at 22 in Philly. Like, the mail might mitigate that, but he's honestly on the verge of flipping bucks. We're going to see what happens. I'm going to get some water, guys. I will be back. Don't leave the chat. I'll be back in about 40 seconds at most. So
I quite like this is quite professional in the way he does it. I quite like that. So 19 votes, 77% called, 3% up, 3% up. Donald Trump 6% up with only 35% in Michigan as well. My God, yeah, this is done. 3% up in Georgia, still up 53%, and they've called Oregon as well. And Nevada's obviously going to sleep. Still a toss-up, 16% in, 61%. Lean red. Lightly, so that's all going to be blue up there. And yeah, let's see what the Young Turks. I said, I'm going to call it a night. I don't think there's any way that this is not going to be. This is going to be a hell of a getting the buckets of fake electorates to actually overturn this one. I think this is done. Let's see what the Young Turks are saying. Let's see them moaning.
And here, even in this election, I said, let's do a populist revolt before we find out who won. And remember, I did that when I thought Kamala Harris was a little bit more likely to win than Donald Trump. And so go sign the populist pledge at tyt.com. You'll see 6 super popular policies that all of America wants and none of our crooked, corrupt politicians ever passed. So we're genuine. There's no question about that. I am super curious if anyone in right-wing media is capable of being honest and genuine. I know the Drinking Bros are. I've now done 3 shows with them, and so I'm positive that they're true right-wing populists, and that's a conversation we can have and continue to have. Everyone else, the jury's out. John is totally possibly correct. Like, I don't know, but I mean, if I had to bet, I would bet that John is probably right. I think you got at least that they'll just go and kiss his ass, right? And they'll just be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump. Oh, we're for freedom, but he's arresting people who protest. Great, we love it. Take away their freedom, right? Oh, he wants to shoot them in the leg. Oh, great, yeah, let's shoot protesters. Screw freedom, right? So we'll see. My guess is that they're going to be probably the majority of them are going to be enormous hypocrites, but maybe there will be a fraction that actually realize what's going on. Okay, Wesley Gill, Jeremy LaPaglia, NJ Johnson, Tyrone at home, Jesse, Box News. Thank you to all of you guys. They just hit the join button below the video on YouTube and became Young Turks members. I want to check our poll in a second too, but John, go back to North Carolina because here comes Kamala Harris.
Okay, so as of what I have right now with 88% of the vote in, it's still a 3-point race, according to the New York Times.
I saw it close to 2. Did it get any tighter?
Okay, let's see if we can get, I apologize for that. Let's go back. Yes, a lot of this is rounding and that can hide some of the actual movement. Hold on, we're trying to reload our map here. North Carolina.
I thought this was your fantasy football team or something.
Which I have. I am booking fantasy WrestleMania for next year, but okay, so
maybe your Dungeons and Dragons fantasy football team.
That sounds pretty fun.
Fantasy team.
Okay, so slightly less than 3 points. That's looking like 1 point and a 2.7.
2.7 with 86% reporting.
88%.
88. All right. Not impossible. Not
impossible. I mean, Mecklenburg came in. Most of Mecklenburg is in. Wake County, which is Raleigh, in the middle of the state, there is only at 87% in. But the other sort of surrounding counties, if you go to Guilford County, go to Guilford, which is where Greensboro is. I think that's Guilford County. Yeah, that's 81%. These are the population centers where votes could spring up. Not big numbers. Could it close that gap? It's about 135,000 maybe, but it's going to have to be. I wouldn't put my money on the vice president there, but it certainly could close it. The votes that they're waiting for are mostly from districts and counties that would favor Kamala Harris.
All right, next TYT reporter says this feels like a red mirage. It could be, and I hope you're right. And what a red mirage is Donald Trump gets more day of voters. The Democrats get more mail-in voters, and it takes a while to count the mail-in voters. So it looks like he's got a lead, but then last time Biden closed it because of that phenomenon, and maybe Kamala Harris will close it here. Which goes to the point that Michael was making. This is a little bit similar to where we were with Biden. It doesn't feel that way, but I understand that point of view. CB1 hilariously says, I'm sure the real estate guy will fix housing. Of course, that's a joke because there's no chance that Donald Trump is either going to fix housing or even going to try to fix housing. He has no plan. He has no concepts of a plan. And when private equity guys are buying up all of our houses, driving up prices tremendously, but all they got to do is give Donald Trump like $50 and he'd be like, yeah, do whatever you want. So that's how that's going to end. Let's go to more.
I want to mention one state, and this is the frustrating thing that I'm trying to figure out. There are different sites that are tracking the numbers, and they're getting it from, in some cases, the same place, in some cases, others. And generally, the differences between the two are small. We have one case here where the differences are not small. So I've been following Michigan. Generally, we're using as our main source of information the New York Times. And they have had him up between 4 and 5 points, okay, which is significant. CNN, with almost the exact same percent in, has her up by 3 points.
Where is this?
In CNN, in Michigan. So massive gap between the two.
So CNN has her up 3 and
New York Times has him up by rounded to 5.
With the same percentage reporting?
Not the exact same percentage, but they have, for instance, Donald Trump as, let's see, with Michigan, he's got 937,000 votes. They have her with 941, him with 890. So we're gonna see it maybe as more comes in, they will start to come into parity. But it is the only case in which the lead is dependent on who you're getting your information from.
Okay, so guys, our last poll closed. I'll get you guys final numbers on how it did, but obviously a lot of people thought Trump was winning, but he was ahead by he was in the 80s when the poll closed. I didn't know polls closed on YouTube. Let's do another one. who's going to win the blue wall? Okay, no, I'm serious. Just do another one.
Polls close on YouTube.
Yeah, who knew that the polls would close before Cuyahoga County came in?
Right.
Anyways, live chat, who's going to win the blue wall? Okay.
Speaking of Cuyahoga County, the Senate I've been looking at, and it's not looking terrific right now.
That's what I was going to go to next.
Sherrod Brown with 91% of the vote is down 5%. Well, there you go again.
You're going to close 5 points.
Cuyahoga County's only at 70% population center, and Toledo 83% in population center. Cincinnati, Hamilton County, and that's in the big numbers. And then when you look at Athens County, that's in a big number. So if you look around Columbus, Ohio, and the surrounding, what they call the collar counties there, that's all in. Again, we have to see Cuyahoga County coming for Democrats, and Summit County, which is a suburb of Cleveland to the southeast a little bit, Summit County. That would be where, oh, there it is. You see it highlighted there. Still a lot of numbers to.
Is Nevada on strike? What game are they playing? Is it just well, we'll do it in a few days if that's okay with you? Where's the votes? The whole of the West Coast is already. I don't know. They must have been weighing the votes in the West Coast. Seems a bit dodgy there, and yet these 6 votes are not. Nothing's happened to them. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. So it looks like there's quite a lot. Lean left, lean right, lean left. Lean right. So all of the blue wall, the northern Rust Belt states at this precise moment, with still a bit to count, are all up for Donald Trump. That's gone and that's gone. So that's, I don't know why that's not been called. Seems a bit strange. And that's still 3%, 14% still to be counted. That's pretty much gone, but yeah, that's still got 20%. There's still play in some of these states, but I think it's done. 230, so he's got to get 40 seats. 40, they've not included that then, so that's another 16. That's him up to 46. 24 left to do. So if he gets Arizona, and Michigan, that's all he needs. He would only need Arizona and Michigan. He could lose all the rest of them. And it's leaning right. If we're not going to know it tonight, I don't think there's much point, and I don't understand how they managed to do everything else so quick in the middle, yet these 7 seats are taking like a year and a day to actually get counted, and I don't even know what Nevada's doing. I think they must be on a work to rule or something. Let's go and see Red Eagle. He's big shout out to Red Eagle Politics.
Decision desk called a race, according to, well, the source is not. The source is not exactly if you name yourself Futtbucker, maybe I'm not inclined to believe it until other people claim that it's true. But Rodney Benfield says 248K votes left in Georgia. Trump's up 130. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. Apparently, some people are saying liberal hive mind sent people. Well, that's good to hear. He's I haven't talked to him in a while, but he's done good work. He's helped out the channel quite a bit, and I'm grateful for that. Make sure if you guys are new, subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Oh, Kamala Harris wins Oregon. We actually projected that before they did. Yeah, no red Oregon this time, but that's okay because Oregon's not going to get us to 270. What's going to get us to 270 is getting out of one of these 3 states with a victory. And so far, he's favored in all 3 of them. That needles 91% Trump. Oh, man. That is not what they wanted. Poly Market, 94% Trump on Poly Market. He's got all the momentum. It seemed like when the first results dropped that it was underwhelming. Okay, apparently they lied. Splice Stream says, when Fuddbucker makes a call, I sit my ass down and listen. Yeah. True. And I mean, it's getting there, but we can't make, no, the Rust Belt is way too early to call. I think Trump is probably favored in all well, Michigan, I would wait on Wayne County, but Luzerne, obviously it hasn't fully come in yet, but Luzerne, 23,000 vote lead for Trump in Luzerne. What was it in 2020? 22,000. So we already gained net votes. We'll see how the rest of the ballots come in, but those Polish Americans, Donald Trump making his outreach to them, he was hanging out with Duda and all that. It's like, yeah, the foreign policy thing. They think that Donald Trump's foreign policy was a failure, but they haven't looked in the mirror, and they make these ridiculous excuses. Donald Trump won that debate against Kamala Harris, and I think that most people, I said at the time, they said, oh, you're crazy. And it's like, no, just cut out the noise. She did better than people thought. She did better than I thought. But Trump, I feel like, yeah, he had the upper hand big time. I don't think it impacted the race much either way. But if anything, not like the whole landscape hasn't changed. Of course the landscape's changed. I mean, this is incredible. And for them to say, and now he's at 93% on Polymarket in Wisconsin, 87 in Michigan. I want to pull this up. It might cause lag again, but we've kind of been, and hopefully it's less blurry than it was before too. But Polymarket, let's look at this. And we have nothing out of Nevada. But you look at, North Carolina, Georgia, done. Pennsylvania, 92. Michigan, 86. Wisconsin, 94. Arizona, 90. Nevada, 79. That's just, that's incredible. That's all I'll say. Jay Shook says, Wisconsin officials say count finished between 3 and 5 a.m. Okay, well, we'll see. There's a lot, and there are a lot of Democrat ballots there. I'm not worried particularly about what's left in Milwaukee. Even if you want to say it all goes, let's say every vote in Milwaukee, again, will go to Kamala, which is probably not the case as much as last time. But if all of those mail-in votes go to her with what's left and what's remaining, she is not, she's not even hitting the target that she needs to hit. Now, it depends on what the end result is, but he's at 70 in Washington. Ozaki's kind of gone back down to the 2020 numbers, but all in all, it's like, yeah, she's not getting what she needs in Madison. She's not doing too well in these other counties either. Racine's not even in at all. I mean, the margin is big for Trump. I don't know if that holds, but there's a lot of votes left in these counties here. Like, she's going to have to run the table, and she's not Aaron Rodgers. So, I know it's Wisconsin, but I don't think she's going to be able to do it. Maybe. But I don't think that even if you give her Wisconsin, Michigan is not looking good, and neither is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 81% of the vote is in. Trump is at 22 in Philadelphia. I mean, you're seeing he's doing better in every county that's in.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. This is I think, done. It would have to be a hell of a turnaround if all these three states. Georgia's finished. Georgia, you might as well give them the votes. So that's Georgia with 16 up to 246. So 24. He needs to get 24 votes from either Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 states that are leaning red or leaning Republican, and he's up in all three. So he's up 3% in Wisconsin, 4% in Michigan, and still 3% with 82% of the vote in already. Yeah, I don't see a win at all. Let's see that. Again, only 3 in Alaska and 4 in Hawaii. So I'm not quite sure. I think Alaska goes red. So that's another 3 there. And Hawaii goes Democrat usually, as far as I can remember off the top of my head. So there's other wee bits and bobs to potentially pick up there. So if that's another 3 for him there, so that's him up to 49. So that's 21 he needs. So we really only need Arizona and Wisconsin. But if he gets anything else, he's up. If he gets all of these, that's what's that? That's 249, 249, 19, 34, 34, 44, 44, and 44, 44, 55. If you get all of them, that's another 55 seats on. So you'll be up to 300 and 304, I think. 55 and 2499. Yeah, 354. 304, sorry, 304. 304. So I think that's his potential winning number, 304. And everything else is just incidental in the back of that.